Monique.
Good evening, East Point. Welcome to the June 1st East Point City regular meeting. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming.
Present.
Councilmember Freely.
Present.
Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
Okay, and thank you. And first, before we get started, this month is Pride Month, and I would like to acknowledge our residents here for Pride Month. We value your residency and being here as a part of our great city of East Point, where we are rooted and rising. And now we'll move forward with our agenda for this tonight. So we will stand for, I'm sorry, we have the roll. Do we have someone here for the invocation? No, no one here for the invocation? Okay, so we will have a moment of silence, and then we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance and the announcement of the Sergeant of Arms. Thank you. We'll turn to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, tonight our Sergeant of Arms is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service, sir. All right. Now we'll have the adoption of the City Council agenda for May 4th and May 18th. Do you have a motion for,
Madam Mayor, did you mean the minutes or agenda?
sorry, Councilman, please say,
I'm sorry, did you say minutes or agenda?
Should be the agenda.
for the agenda, let me correct that. The adoption of the council agenda for May 4th and May 18th.
Excuse me, Mayor, that would be the adoption of the council minutes for May 4th and May 18th. It's just on the following page. It's okay.
The third correction. May I have a motion to adopt the council minutes for May 4th and May 18th? I thought that's what I said.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Next, we will move to the approval of the city council, the agenda for May, tonight, for June 1st. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda for June 1st?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Second.
Second, it's been moved and second. Do we have any discussion?
Discussion? Yes. Madam Mayor, would you entertain us moving the proclamation for the Municipal Court Clerks Week before the public hearing of the budget?
The municipal court proclamation?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having problems with my board today. I can't.
For the public, they wanted me to repeat what my request was. My request was to move the proclamation for the Municipal Court Clerks Week to happen right before the public hearing on the budget.
Okay, that's fine. Do we have a motion to move that?
Yes, I make that motion, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
do we have a second?
Second.
Because you already had a motion on the floor to adopt the agenda, and so if we're going to amend the agenda to move that item, this will be treated as a substitute motion.
Okay. So can we, okay, we can move it to the public hearing. So do we have, first, we have a motion to move it. Did we get a second? And then we will go back and approve the amended agenda?
I believe her motion is to adopt the agenda with the change.
Okay, because we're in discussion.
And so it'll just take precedence over the motion that was on the floor earlier, that's all.
Okay, all right. Are there any other items that need to be moved? Do I have the, we
So-
had the first and the second.
You'll get discussion on the motion to move the clerk's week, and then, once discussion is completed, then you can get the votes.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on moving the proclamation before the public hearing? There was no discussion, and we also had a motion and then a second on that.
You did.
Okay, so all those in favor of adopting the agenda with the substitution of moving the proclamation for the municipal clerk week before the public hearing? Okay. Okay, we have a second, and it has been moved and adopted, and properly second. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, so the approval of tonight's agenda has been made with the substitute motion to move the presentation for the municipal court clerks week before the today's public hearing. All right. Okay. So we will now move to the we don't have it. Does anyone have the proclamation? Do you have the proclamation? I don't. Okay. We actually do not have the proclamation for the municipal clerks week. With that, we will need to move this to the next meeting in recognition of the clerks week. All right. The next item that we have on the agenda, we will move forward to the public hearing, and we will need to do a reading for the public hearing of the fiscal 2027 proposed budget. Madam City Attorney, can we have a reading for the public hearing?
Yes, Madam Mayor, at the last meeting, when there was a public hearing, it was determined from reading the Code of Ordinances that we did not have particular language addressing how public hearings on the budget would be conducted. We do have particular language for public hearings on zonings and for public comment. And so based on our city charter and Code of Ordinances, I put together the following to conduct the public hearing on the budget. Pursuant to the City Charter, Section 5-102, the City Council shall conduct a public hearing before the adoption of the FY27 budget. The Finance Director, City Manager, or designated budget officer shall present an overview of the proposed budget. Council members may ask questions of staff prior to receiving public comment. Following the staff presentation, the public hearing shall be open for public comment. The hearing shall remain open until all persons who have properly registered and are present have had an opportunity to speak. Individuals wishing to address the mayor and council shall complete a speaker card prior to the opening of the public hearing. However, a failure to complete a speaker card shall not preclude participation if recognized by the presiding officer. Organizations may designate a representative to speak on their behalf. Individual speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. The City Council may vote to reduce or extend time limits when necessary to ensure the orderly conduction of the hearing. Like public comment rules, a speaker may transfer unused time to another speaker. Comments shall be directed to the proposed budget and budget-related matters. Speakers shall address the mayor and council as a body and shall not engage in debate with staff, council members, or other speakers. And any written comments that are submitted before the close of the hearing shall be included in the official record of minutes.
Motion to open the floor for a public hearing. It's been moved.
Second.
It's been moved to second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? We will now open the floor for a public hearing. Madam City.
Mayor?
Yes.
All right.
City
Thank you.
Manager Jones.
So we've had another public hearing before this one, and it's been a number of community meetings. So I'm going to give some overviews on the numbers, and I have prepared remarks that I would like to give the council and the public before we begin this debate. First of all, let me say the annual budget for the operations, capital projects, grant programs, and debt service for the city for the fiscal year ending with June 30th of 2027 is $197,787,804. The budget includes all revenues and expenditures for general, governmental, and enterprise purposes as described and accompanied in the budget documents. So before we begin tonight's public hearing, the proposed budget, I would like to share a few thoughts about the process that has brought us here. Recently, I met with a resident who, after receiving an anonymous email, suggested that they were in the proposed budget contained massive cuts to police and fire services. After reviewing the actual budget together, it became clear that the information received was not accurate. What struck me most was not about the confusion as to the budget, but how easy perception can become reality when the facts are misrepresented intentionally or not. As a student of government, I am often reminded of Plato's analogy of the cave. In the story, people spent their entire lives looking at shadows cast upon a wall, believing those shadows to be reality because it's all they ever have known. When one person left the cave and discovered the broader world around him and returned hoping to share what he had learned, instead of being welcomed, he was doubted, criticized, rejected, because the truth brings challenges to familiarity of assumptions and fear of change. Over the past several months, preparing this budget has felt much like that journey. As we examine the city's finances, we discovered challenges that had accumulated over time. Structural imbalances, operational practices that deserve reconsideration, and difficult realities that could no longer be ignored. Addressing those issues has not always been comfortable. Change rarely is. Yet responsible leadership requires us to confront facts as they are, not as we wish them to be. At the same time, I experienced a lesson much closer to home. My daughter, a competitive swimmer, recently applied to become a lifeguard. As a part of that process, she was required to complete a number of tests. I'm not sure if there's any swimmers in the room, but the BRIC test was one of those tests, and on her first attempt, she failed. That test for applicants are only allowed 2 attempts. She shared with me that she was reluctant to take it again. For the first time, she shared with me, because of her asthma, that she has moments where she experienced a sensation of drowning. That fear was real, but even more powerful was the fear of confronting that feeling again. We talked about the differences of fear and courage. I let her know that courage is not the absence of fear, but in fact, courage is acting despite of it. I'm proud to say that she returned and took that test again. I share that story because communities face similar moments. Sometimes we're asked to do things differently than we've done in the past. Sometimes we must confront uncomfortable realities. Sometimes we must make decisions without knowing exactly what the future holds. Those moments can create uncertainties and even anxiety. But progress never comes from avoiding difficult conversations or postponing them. This budget is not perfect, but it reflects a willingness to confront challenges honestly, to make adjustments where necessary, and to position East Point for a stronger future. It is not built upon comfortable assumptions. It's built on facts, analysis, and a commitment to long-term sustainability. As we prepare for this conversation, I want to remind the council and I want to remind the public that we have a $197 million budget, and most of the items that will be discussed tonight will be talking about $1 million at most, maybe $2 million, which is roughly around 1% to 2% of our overall budget. I also want to remind the council and the public that the assumptions that we've based on, while realistic, we also have some revenue generating activities that we've already taken some, and we plan on taking more. And I truly do believe that we'll be in a better position come mid-year, this coming year, to be able to take on maybe those 1% or 2% challenges or difference of opinions or hopes that we're trying to address in this budget. The overall big picture of this budget is the $195 million that we need to pass this evening, that I strongly recommend we pass this evening. With that, that's the staff's report. Mayor, I
Okay.
conclude.
All right, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any, so we've opened staff review. Do we have any speakers for public comment?
I had a question for the Madam City Attorney, really quick.
Okay.
I might have heard this wrong. Did you say we have to sign up for comments for this?
Yes, but I also said that not signing up does not
Okay.
stop someone from participating in the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I think we have, each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes for their comments. Do we have any speakers for, in favor of? Hearing none. Do we have, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't see. Okay, for your record, can you state your name and your address, please?
My name is Ralph Berry. I live at 2502 Jefferson Terrace here in East Point. There's a lot about the 2027 budget that I don't like. I don't like that we're continuing to operate our electric utility at a loss. I don't like it that we're underinvesting in the education and training of our city workers. And I agree with those council members who have questioned budgeting nearly $500,000 for concerts at the same time that we are reducing assistance to citizens. However, I support this budget for one reason. It is realistic. It's very difficult to find out how much money East Point actually takes in annually. I've gone through our past audits, monthly financial summaries, and budgets, and the figures from these sources vary widely. However, on one point, they're consistent. East Point's annual revenue has never come close to the projections in recent budgets. The city manager in his community budget presentation has showed us a chart. It compares East Point's projected and actual revenues over a decade and he has drawn the conclusion that when setting our annual spending priorities, our city has unrealistically inflated its revenue projections. The sources I've consulted don't agree with the city manager's figures, which isn't surprising since my sources don't agree with each other. I assume the city manager has better information than I do. However, my sources do all agree with the city manager's conclusion. Since at least 2020, East Point has been overestimating its revenue by somewhere between $20 million and $40 million every year. Why does this matter? There's nothing leaders enjoy more than promising to do what their constituents need. And there's nothing leaders enjoy less than having to look their constituents in the face and say, there's just not enough money. As long as revenue projections are not tied to reality, leaders can make promises to no end, and they never have to face the difficult and frequently controversial task of setting priorities. This year's projected revenue is $197 million, almost $50 million less than last year's, and $12 million less than 25 and 24. It may still prove overly optimistic, but at least it does not make promises that no one who lives in the real world can keep.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have any more speakers in favor of the budget? Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor, this would just be people coming in. They didn't have to sign up for this part of it. Yeah, they would just come up to speak in favor or against.
Good evening. My name is Anna Adams, 2187 Noonan Street in Ward B. I speak in favor of the budget version 2, and to be precise, I speak in favor for including the budget narrative for the mayor and the city council. This is the first time I see a narrative for mayor and council in the budget, and it goes a long way towards clarity, transparency, and accountability. For me, the version from Councilmember Dr. Hemming was the clearest because it included a breakdown of the finances and the goals for the upcoming budget year. Please consider this format for all council members as well as the mayor's office going forward. I also liked seeing the list of the planned events for fiscal year 2027 in the budget book version 2. It was a little confusing, though, whether the lists of events were part of the mayor council or the city manager's budget, and how much each event is expected to cost. Thank you.
Teresa Nelson, 1732 Neely Avenue. I also want to speak in favor of this budget. This is a vast improvement over what we've had, particularly in recent years. I am grateful to the city manager, to the finance personnel, and also the council for working to achieve that objective. I do want to say that continuing to authorize $500,000 for concerts is unrealistic for a city our size. I just spent weeks in a small city of similar size in California, and they had more events than I could keep up with. But one of the things that they did was they sought sponsors for all of their events, and that's what we need to do with all of ours. We need and want to have more community events where people can get together, listen to music, and be with one another. But funding it from our general fund needs to stop or be drastically reduced, because this is something that we as citizens can work to help pay for and volunteer to do the work to make these events happen. Thank you for your work.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to come now and speak in favor of the budget? Hearing none, I will move now to those not in favor of the budget. Please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. I'm Nanette Saucier. I have some very serious concerns after I reviewed the proposed budget. One of the primary concerns I have is one message goes out, and then when there is a response from the public, it's almost a knee-jerk reaction, okay, I won't do that. Either the city needs it or it doesn't. In leadership, you have to make hard decisions. And sometimes those decisions are not comfortable. But if you're dealing with the facts, you know what city needs, what money we have to spend, what our priorities should be. And one of the most disturbing things that I heard was for our first responders to be asked to cut their budget by 10%. That is ludicrous. Not only do we have to make sure that they have the equipment they need, that they have the benefits that they need, we're in competition with surrounding municipalities when it comes to first responders. When I was on council, we had colleges paying their officers more than our city officers were making. We put a lot of effort into making sure we had an outstanding benefit package. And that package needs to be maintained for current times. We have to do research and make sure that we're still competitive. When you dial 911, you're expecting a response, right? Whether your house is burning down, whether somebody's breaking into your car. So to even consider that, no. Sanitation has historically been underfunded, and then they want to beat them up for being short at the end of the year. Our sanitation department does a lot of work that's not, we'll say, planned for at the beginning of the year. They're cleaning up after events. They're cleaning up for concerts. We have a huge problem with construction debris being dumped in our parks, which costs the city hundreds and thousands of dollars for the disposal of these things illegally dumped. So that has to be taken into consideration, and I don't feel as though they're being properly funded. I see they have a lot of suggestions, but if you're not giving them the tools and the funding they need to operate properly, we're really shorting them and preventing them from doing the best they can do for the city. So I believe that more money needs to be done there. I want to make sure that our fire and police package is still competitive. In the beginning of this process, we heard there was a deficit. I went through 8 budgets. To my knowledge, the last time we had an actual deficit was 2014. Our revenues have always exceeded our expenditures from that year forward. When I first came on council, the city used to get a tax anticipation note to pay the bills because they couldn't pay the bills until we collected all the taxes. Well, that was turned around. Councilmember Martin Rogers can attest to that. So since 2014, to my knowledge, there hasn't been a deficit. So these are things that bring serious concerns to me as a former council member about this budget being passed as is. I want to make sure that everything that needs to be addressed is addressed, and that our departments are properly funded, and that the issues such as the concerts are nice, but that's what we have the Main Street Association for. $500,000 for concerts, but yet and still departments are being asked to cut their budget. We got to get our priorities straight around here. And I really think that it needs to be tightened up. And we're talking about analogies. I think of the fable of the boy that cried wolf. They kept running, telling everybody, oh, a wolf's coming, a wolf's coming. So when the wolf finally did show up, everybody's stock was eaten. So let's pay attention to what's going on and make sure that these facts are correct. I was digging out old budget books and comparing them to the last budget document that I saw, and it's concerning. There's so many graphics and pictures, and what does your bio have to be in there for? That's not what the budget's about. Historically, there's been a cover page with all of the leadership, your picture, your name, your position, and then the rest concentrates solely on the budget. So it seems like to me a bunch of pictures were put in there to kind of distract you from the actual figures, which is what I was looking for, because that's what I did for 8 years. So those are my concerns, and I appreciate the opportunity to bring it to you, and I hope that you're really paying attention to these numbers in here, and that they accurately reflect what we actually need to run the city of East Point. Thank you.
The next speaker that is not in favor of the budget, please come forward.
Hi. This is still against, right? Against. Yeah. It's okay? I'm
Just
speaking
wanted
in
for clarity.
opposition of the budget as well.
Okay, okay, so you're speaking opposite for and in opposition.
I would like
of
to, I wanted to acknowledge the things that were good,
Okay.
and there, I also have some things that I am not, that I wish. So my name is Anna Adams, Ward B, 2187 Noonan Street. I see, there are two things in the budget proposal version 2 that I hope that mayor and the council members would pay attention to. One is that the departmental goals are not well defined. Not all of the departmental goals are well defined or measurable. And if I could request one change, then it would be to add an expected end date to special projects and separate out the special projects from ongoing operations. So this is more about the content of the goals and less about to make sure that they're measurable and well-defined. And the second part of it is relating to the positions and plan for employees. The table of positions on page 95 only shows numbers for the current fiscal year and the proposed numbers for fiscal year 27. The number of positions of the last 2 years are mentioned in the text, but they are not listed in the table, so you cannot see the trend over time. The positions and benefits section also do not include a vacancy rate or turnover rate. I was happy to observe in the last year that the list of open positions on the website has been steadily declining, but how close are we to have the positions filled, and what is a normal vacancy or turnover rate, just for context? I'm asking about this change because the budget proposes to add 55 positions in fiscal year 27 for a total of 711 positions for this upcoming year. I'm not debating whether these additional positions are needed. Instead, I'm asking for additional information to be put in the final budget for a better understanding and confidence that the funds requested for these positions will actually be leading to employment and not just to an increase in the millage rate. Thank you.
The problem I have with this budget, if I'm not mistaken, our charter says we run by council manager. Why do the manager have almost $500,000 in his budget? $711,000. He got more than any department. What is he doing that's so special? Please tell me, because that could be going towards paving streets, paying for garbage pickup, giving our employees that's got a minimum wages more money. This do not make sense. He got an assistant, a manager, assistant manager, executive secretary, and assistant to the to the assistant. Do that make sense? That's his job and y'all job. This don't make any kind of sense. $711,000 in one budget for his office. Have y'all looked at that? That don't make sense. And gonna cut the fire department and can't rebuild the fire station. That's your insurance going up because you don't have enough fire trucks. Police department, that's gonna be your money you think you're gonna get, gonna be taken. We don't collect all the money from the police department. For y'all that don't know it, the state get half of that money. They get about 4% of everything we collect in the court. But if the police are not certified, every year they take their arrest power away from them. How are we gonna get money then? Same way with the fire department. For y'all that don't know, it's 3 departments in every city, the most important people there is. Starting with sanitation, second the police department and the fire department. I know what it's like with the fire department, because we had to cut some people when we was there. But we had to keep what the state said we are required, to keep the insurance from going up. So you need to think about that and start digging in the manager's budget to make up the difference. So every police officer and every fireman and every EMT is trained every year, not every other year. It's a must every year. What do you think they was doing over there on Key Road when Atlanta was building that training center? So you can go there to train. That's what it was for. It's a must, not a want, a wish. That's a must. Because if you take away that certification, you can close the court down too. Carmen should know that. She's a fireman. If I know it, she should know it. And rescue have to have training. So y'all need to think about this budget. Pull some out of here and put in the police department and the fire department. And build that fire station back that the city has already been paid for when it burned down. Right away.
Oh, Ms. Stokes, I'm giving my minutes to Mrs. Pittman. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me plain? Because I haven't been here, I've been having hearing problems tonight. Okay. Before I start, I want to read something since we're talking about the budget. Section 2-301. Section 2-302, powers and duties of the city manager. Number 6, submit to the city council and make available to the public a complete report on the finances and administrative activities of the city as of the end of each fiscal year. That's your duty. I have not received any financial report at the end of the fiscal year for 2025. Have not received any monthly financial report. So how dare you come and ask to have approved a $197,000 budget without any data to the people who pay the bills of this city. Every cent that comes into this city comes in either by taxes, permits, or fees, or because of the number of people who reside in the city based on the census as of 2010, now 2020 of this year. I want to talk about our revenue sources, and I'll take on all comers, not bragging, but there's not a person in the city of East Point who knows East Point revenue resources, how they came about and where they are, better than I do. Challenge you. Let's start with the electric utility. The electric utility, East Point Power, gets this money from the residential and commercial rates. All sales to individual and businesses and cities. Did you know that? Daily all sales on the open markets. That is how East Point Power gets its money. These rates that residents and commercials pay are determined by ordinances. Unfortunately, the ordinance that you've been working on since June 2013 never saw the light of day in a council chamber, was never voted on by mayor and council. However, that's the one we've been operating under for the past 13 years. Ederly Brewster, was he on the council then? I was mayor at the time. We refused to take up and vote on the electricity of Georgia rate proposal that included the rates you are working under now, because it included a PCA and an ECCR. Now I want you to call up ECG, and I want you to ask them for a copy of that proposal. And they will tell you, it is in writing, that PCA and the ECCR was put in there by the request of the city manager to increase a reserve up to $5 million a year, above and beyond the reserve that was already in the rates that were given. That means every year since 2013, this city has been collecting a minimum of $5 million each year in PCA and ECCR funding. That in itself is an increase, because when the rates were raised, there was a rate increase in it that covered operational, maintenance, and a reserve. Where is that $65 million that this city has collected since 2013? You have been collecting it because the PCA and the ECCR is on the bill. Nowhere will you find in any ordinance other than that ordinance that was never passed by mayor and council, never brought before them, will you find the words ECCR. The only PCA I signed it. How can a power cost adjustment last 13 freaking years? It says power cost adjustment. When money gets low, you can slowly increase it with power cost adjustment. It's spelled out in the in the ordinance, what the city rent manager's role is in that. So, Mr. City Manager, I want to see, for the past 2 years, how much money has that PCA and the ECCR created for the city of East Point to go into a separate reserve that was supposed to be a reserve for 3 months, and it's not the MCT. I want to see where that money has been going, because we have not had emergency here in the city of East Point that would cost the city to spend that kind of money to stay on course. Let's get real around here about the money coming in. Off-sales money. Every day, East Point is given money, is paid money through MEAG for the off-sale of electricity that we own but not using. East Point also has contracts with other cities, and that's 6 minutes. Honey,
Yes,
please. Next, please, to go on. I'll take it up with that. We have $6 million that the city used to pay for the $59 million unfunded pension. That was paid off 2 years ago. Where is that $6 million being spent? We also have in here Camp Creek TAD. Camp Creek TAD is now paid off. Where is the money that we are not paying for the TAD, but we are gaining in property taxes, fees and permits over there from Camp Creek? Where is that money coming from? Where is it going? How much is this? You need to show the residents of this city some financial data before you try to pass any budget. You don't know how much money is in MCT account. I know because I owe RR to the trust, the trustee board. I don't ask this city for information. When I want information from MEAG, I send it to the lawyer, Dugan, up at MEAG. You don't know that. But you sit here and listen to everything he pull mouth up and tell you. And another thing before I go, that water leak protection service fee, one of the biggest scams, could turn out to be a good thing for the city. But right now, you are sitting up, allowing the city to charge a service fee based on a quote, not a contract, a quote. But yet and still, you're still paying now the interim city attorney $20,000 to tell you what I could find out, just read it. I want my money. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Marie Terry, 2055 Seven Road. I'm not gonna get all into that little stuff you guys have with the policy this and the charter this. I'm gonna get into the realistic thing of it, okay? If you guys are making this budget, Mr. City Manager, excuse me, sir, if you are making this budget to be that amount, I would appreciate if you take some of that money that you do have, that you are allocating to yourself and to your budget, and give it to the police department, the fire department. We need to make sure that the monies be given around so the employees can have money. Don't sit up here and apply the money to you guys. Y'all want a raise look like y'all want $11,000 more added into to y'all's income. No. When you guys show the residents of this city that y'all can actually operate this city without taking our money and putting it in your pockets, then maybe. But I haven't seen nothing in this city since I've been here. I've been here 16 years. Like he said, being afraid. Let me confront the facts. City
sorry,
manager,
Ms.
y'all are
Marie.
putting, huh?
My apologies. Can you, I believe, and I can confirm it, the comments are supposed to be
Okay,
addressed
that's
towards mayor
good,
and
that's
council.
good.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Well, City Council, maybe, let me confront the facts, you guys, the money that you guys are applying to the budget for y'all's pay. I think y'all need to keep the money and give it to the residents to fix their properties and fix the stop signs and give it to the employees. The fire department, they need money. Sanitation department, I think that the sanitation department, the fire department, all of them that's up under that umbrella, they are the backbones of the city. They are the backbones. They're the ones that get out there working, cleaning the streets and the roads. And matter of fact, we don't have enough money to make sure that they do their jobs. So I think if y'all gonna allow any money in the budget, it should be allowed to be going to the employees of this city, not in you all's pocket. Because all I heard about is money here, money there, money here, money there. I don't hear nobody saying, well, we're gonna use the money to fix the city up. We're gonna use the money to give to our employees. Don't lay these people off. Do not. $197 million, that's a lot of money. And it don't like it's going toward the city. It look like y'all fixing the roads and the streets up just for the cup. When that cup get here, it don't fill my cup. So y'all gotta think, how does any of this benefit the residents of this city? Any of it. Some of them been here longer than me. I hope y'all take that budget and really, really realize, councils really, really realize that y'all need to apply it toward the city and toward the residents. That's my say.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers opposed to the 2027 fiscal year budget? No. Are there any general comments? Okay. Hearing none, I will now move to council for any comments. Oh.
Madam Mayor, I think we have to close the
I'm
public
sorry.
hearing.
Right.
Madam Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. The public comment section is now closed. Public hearing, my apology, is now closed. I will now move to the comment section from council. Any comment?
No, I would like to make a motion to have a discussion on the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget.
Second. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, we will now move into discussion.
Thank you. And while I get my comments together, Madam City Clerk, can you go ahead and bring up this budget, please? I will not be complicit in illegal or unethical behavior. Information is being submitted for the public record by me, Dr. Martin Rogers, for the June 1st, 2026 meeting. I am not going to support this budget. Are you ready, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Budget books contain estimates and projections of the revenues and expenditures the city anticipates using during a fiscal year. We have received information about multiple budget deficits without clear and accurate information. It has become difficult to fully understand the financial picture. No budget amendments have been brought before this council as it relates to the budget deficits. Budget amendments are important because they create a public record showing why money moved, where it moved from, and who approved it. If these deficits are factual, then why hasn't a budget amendment been presented before City Council? If there was a deficit to be concerned about, we should have received notification at least 6 months ago. Let's go ahead to page number 31, and this is my budget that I received. I have gone through it with a fine-tooth comb. If you look at page number 31, are you ready, Madam City Clerk? Go back a page. Okay, if you scroll down on page 31, in the copy that I have right there, you were on the right page, the numbers for the electric utility are missing. They're missing. And I'm not going to take up too much time because it's quite a bit of information. Right there, the electric utility, it's no number there. If you go to pages 38, go ahead and flip to page 38. That's page 38. You go to page 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47. It appears that city council members are making between $38,000 and $51,000, which is inconsistent with the policy. No one authorized this. I did not authorize this, so I can speak for myself. If you go to pages 37 and 38 in the budget, there's an itemization that should be reflected in all of the council members' budgets. The itemization is right there on that page. All salary increases for the mayor and city council require it to come before the city council for a discussion, and ordinance number section 2-2010 and the Constitution provides guidance that compensation changes for mayors and council members cannot take effect during the current term. And this is inconsistent with the policy and not authorized. The biographical information, I agree. Someone said it was unnecessary. During the budget meeting that I watched back in May, there was a mention of legacy practices. Legacy practices do not align with the charter. I heard that term mentioned twice during the discussion of the city's finances. If you go to page 101, the legal department claims for counsel, it's $100,000. I believe that that amount can be reduced. However, this council has not afforded themselves the opportunity or the general public to hear from our direct reports, because this could easily be reduced. If you go to page 103, the city clerk's budget, there was a great reduction in election funding from $200,000 to $50,000, and this would likely result in fewer voting locations, reduced staffing, and shorter access hours, which can make it difficult for voters to participate in strained election operations. This is a direct report that we have not heard from about the needs of her department. Again, we have not afforded ourselves the opportunity to have a real budget discussion or conversation. Yes, there have been one-on-one meetings, but it has not been done openly in the public on the record so that we can see where everyone stands across the board. Also, for page 103, the travel, training, and local dues is $0 for the city clerk. They've been reduced. Education and travel, $0. City clerks have a hand in elections, records, agendas. Oh, the number of open records requests. Some of you all are familiar with that, and compliance. We also know that we approved a desk audit for $100K because of the overwhelming number of open records, and I did not see that reflected in the budget. But let's go to pages 104 and 105. On these pages, if you look at the top, And one thing that disturbed me about this budget was the print. It was very tiny. But in the city manager's budget, increase of salaries of $186,420 salary adjustments. We have a deputy city manager that is in the budget, that is in our charter. We also budgeted for an assistant city manager, which was previously budgeted for. The city manager does not have the authority to create new positions unless it is approved by council. Again, we have not had the conversations with one another to even see why this is justifiable. And per his contract, he receives $500 per month, and that's a $6,000 per year car allowance, but the lines are combined, bringing the total to $13,000 for car and technology. But per his contract, you get a cell phone and a laptop. It's inconsistent with the city policy. The city manager's education, training, and travel, $0, but there's an allocation for dues right above that line, dues, fees, and registration fees that total $15,542. So this is education and training in his department, but not all the departments in this city. The city manager's page 105, if you go down to the bottom of page 105, you have $443,000. We can take that out and provide that money to the Office of Empowerment. So I don't understand why there's still an allocation for miscellaneous events. If the city has no money to help or assist residents or provide travel and education to all departments, we shouldn't have money for miscellaneous events. On page 104, it talks about key community initiatives, housing and homelessness. This program was removed from the budget, so it shouldn't even appear on this page. If you go to page 107, the communication department, salaries and wages are cut by $110,000. Why? Interns, $0. Why? Education and travel costs, $0. If you go to page 109, money was budgeted for the 50 worst properties. Last year, we talked about it. Councilmember Cummings and I talked about this department heavily when there was a whole realignment discussion. Last year, and it was not used, education and travel budget was $4,000. Nothing about this department has been presented before the city council. This department includes police, fire, and legal. The division was a part of a directive that was voted on by city council that the city manager never came back with, but it appeared in the last budget. Where's the accountability for not following directives voted on by city council? If you go to page 110 and 111, contracts and procurement page, non-capital improvement projects on page 110 are non-capital items and should not even be on that page. There is $215,000, which is over appropriating the budget, and it isn't a line item. There is also no allocation for education and travel. This department will need to stay current on bidding processes, vendor management, and procurement strategies. They presented a 17-year-old RFP a few weeks ago. The customer care, pages 112 and 114, their salaries increased by $210,482. No rationale has been brought before this city council, and education, training, and travel is $0. Economic development, pages 115 to 117, salary increases went up by $26,555. Why? No rationale was ever brought before city council. Also, the facade grant, if you move down a little bit, it's a line item for the facade grant for $150K. In the budget, the program started out with $600K in the budget, and some businesses have already received funding. Why is this appearing in the budget like this? How do we know what GIKE is? This is not an acronym I'm familiar with, but it has a line item for $250,000 for senior housing. There's no money for education and travel, and the small businesses Symposium is $0. Small businesses have a home in East Point through these resources which help them find funding, opportunities, training, and networking support. Economic Development Main Street, again, education and $0. Page 119, the total appropriations at the bottom of the page is of 119, those are missing. Look at the missing numbers at the bottom of the pages. The Finance Department, pages 120 and 121, salaries and wages for 20 and 25 were projected to be $77,860, and then the department requested $279,640 with an increase of $201,780 in salaries, but the city manager recommended $194,000, leaving that decrease of $84,640. There is no money in the budget for education and travel for this department. Again, the city council has not been provided any rationale for these increases. How do they even keep in line with the salary study that was done that this council voted on? The non-department page, and this is what I really have a concern with. The non-department page on page 120, E99, this is an emergency service, and it's listed as over $1 million, and it's listed as a transfer. Why? It's $1 million, but then when you go to page 152 for police code enforcement, it's not even listed in their line item. The property tax page, their salaries and wages went up from $95K to $241,682. That's an increase of $146,682. The fire, which was very interesting on page 126 and 127, is no indication of salaries for the fire department. Salary and wages, it's not even a line item for the fire department. Human resources, page 129 and 130, salaries and wages, is no line item for education, travel, or human resources department, and this was the only department that had line items for special events, general, and Christmas. So all incentives for employee recognitions have been removed from the budget. Why? Nothing has been brought to council, but let's go to the IT department on pages 132 and 133. The IT department salaries and wages, they projected $816,716. This department requested $921,716. This is an increase of $105,000 for what?
Twice.
It is also overtime for this department by an additional $8,000. Council has not received any justification for any of this, but maybe some of us have. I know that I haven't. And you have people that talk about transparency and accountability, but where is it? This department also requested $48,000 in education and travel, and they received $28,100 was recommended by the city manager for what? For software management, there are no subtotals listed for the years 2023 through 2026. Right there. Only what the department requested and what the city manager recommended. This is a lack of transparency. 3 items on the capital improvement page are not recommended on the city manager's line item, so why are they on page 131? Municipal court pages 135 through 134 through 135, the capital improvement projects do not appear as line items in the budget. The dues and fees do not reflect the previous year's budgets. The department requested $23,400 in education and travel, and the city manager has $0. The concern is this relates to the Institute of Continuing Judicial Education. The judge also reports directly to the city council. There's also a line item that was budgeted for in 2024 for furniture and fixtures that also has $0. We have not heard from the municipal court judge about her budget and what she recommends. Parks and Recreation, pages 138 and 141, has at least 4 salary categories ranging from $67,000, $73,000, $541,000, and $430,000. No education and travel, which is one of the reasons we were able to institute the Miracle League by going to the professional development opportunities. And it also appears that the awards have been removed from the budget. It was also discussion in reference to when these athletes make the playoff, how the city could support them with travel expenses and provide a stipend to volunteer families. I didn't see that reflected in the budget. I could go on and on and on about the discrepancies about the constituents' tax dollars in this budget, but I'm not going to. And I'm going to close, or I'm going to end with this. In the back of this budget, we have some capital improvement projects or some observations that I was able to gather. Page 209 is a fire station number 4. Public safety should mean a great deal to everyone sitting up here on this council, and the cost to repair our fire stations, it should not matter because it's a matter of public safety. But if you look at fire station number 4, which is on page 209, the project start date is 2030. This is a matter of public safety, and that's in Ward B. But then I had to go back and look because we had previous conversations about fire station number 2, which the only renovation, I believe, that fire station, which is also located in Ward B, the only renovations that that fire station received is the Havoc system. These are the things that we should be advocating for in this budget. Public safety, education and travel for employees. If you go to page 212, the Multi-Generation Center, page 212, for $20 million, there's currently no bond rating. We found out a couple of weeks ago that we don't even have a bond rating, but $20 million is in this budget for the multi-generational facility, but how are we going to pay for it? On May 18th, the city manager was supposed to come back with our S&P rating. That was another directive voted on by this council, never came back. Accountability. And then it says we're going to pay $3.5 million over a 5-year period. And then page 213, the swimming pool for $15 million. Again, we don't even have a bond rating, and the approximate cost of $3 million over a 5-year period, it's not even listed there. Well, yeah, it's listed right there, but that's the wrong ward in this budget for the swimming pool. But what was interesting was page 215, the old City Hall. On page 215, you have upgrades of $2.7 million. The project details are vague. And then on page 226, you have a budgeted item for $520,000, which has been allocated for architectural research for a courthouse. That would be a safety issue, transporting prisoners from the jail to the courthouse. Furthermore, this was not a discussion of the city council or presented. This was not presented to council. The old library, it's $100K in the budget for that. The details and narrative do not make sense. What is the space going to be used for? Is it going to be used as a venue for people to rent out? It is very vague. And then the auditorium, which something council agrees on, that's an initiative that Councilmember Cummings has been on top of. But it's the last page in the budget, which makes it appear like it's an afterthought. But the money set aside for that was $6 million, and we have at least $7 million for that auditorium. It's the very last page. I'm not going to be supporting this budget, but what I will support is a special call meeting in which we sit down and have a real conversation about this budget and what we want to see in the budget. And I'm not going to support this budget in its current form, and I also believe that it is important that after watching that budget meeting, and I encourage everyone, go and watch the May 18th budget meeting. because there's so much information that is given. But one thing that I noticed in that meeting was they were advised, the Budget and Finance Committee members were advised that there was no deficit. They weren't advised by the city manager, it was a person that was presenting at the time, that there was no deficit, that there were monies in other areas or locations that needed to be transferred into these line items. But during that discussion, they were interrupted by the city manager, just like the interim finance director was interrupted when we got the information about the bond rating. But at any rate, I am not going to belabor this point. I needed to go on record for my constituents and for the people sitting at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Martin Rogers. I'm sorry, I cannot see on the screen, so I'm just going to have to look at your microphones and see who's next. Councilwoman Hemming, do you have another, would you like to go next?
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think my colleague has just done a very comprehensive deep dive, and so, actually, Madam City Clerk, if you could stay, because I want to pull up some ordinances. Yeah. I have been sharing some genuine concern with my colleagues on this dais about appropriations. Although they may be small in number, they are significant because they are incongruent with our established code of ordinances. I have asked several times, publicly and privately, about what sections of our code of ordinances authorize council to spend any money. The reason why I care deeply about this is because if council does not follow its own established ordinances, it makes it very challenging then to expect that everybody else in the city follows the ordinances. So I would ask you, Madam City Clerk, to go to section 2-2010 of the ordinance. And Madam Mayor, if it's appropriate, I'd like to ask some questions of the city attorney, if that's okay. Okay, so Madam City Attorney, this section of the ordinance, can you define for me what it describes as allowable for council members to spend or receive from the taxpayers of this city?
I'm pulling up the ordinance. I can't see up there. Give me 1 second. Please re-ask your question.
Can you describe what this section 2-2010, what it describes in terms of what council is allowed to receive or spend of the taxpayer dollars?
Looking at this ordinance, I'll just go through the 6 or 7 subsections. First, it talks about the salary of the mayor. I think I heard earlier someone talk about when salary increases can happen, and what was said was correct, that salaries cannot change until after the election of the next set of council members, and a vote on the increase in salary cannot happen during qualifying. It must happen before. So A talks about the salary of the mayor, B talks about the salary of council, C, it talks about $1,800 given to each council member for supplies. D is $2,000 for the same type of supplies that are allowed for the council members in C. So it's just a $200 difference. E, it limits the mayor and council to what type of media forms of communication they shall receive, cell phone, a computer, or tablet. F, it allows expenditures under each ward, printed and robotic communicating with residents, no greeting cards, no postcards. Reimbursements must have the receipt, and printed materials shall be turned in with a copy of the receipt within 5 days. So the particular or specific allowance seems to be in C and D, Otherwise, the rest of it is about salary and then the limitations on communications.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, if you could go to section, I believe it's 2-2005, and Madam City Attorney, there is a section in here, I think it's section I. No, that's not the right section. One moment. Madam City Attorney, I think you know which section I'm talking about, and it's the section that anticipates that council may be reimbursed for travel expenditures. The location, the address of that section is escaping me, but if you could pull it up.
Let me look.
Okay, I think it's 2-2005, number 5 here.
All council travel and training expenditure items in excess of $25 shall require written receipt for reimbursement?
Yes. So, Madam City Attorney, this section, while it does not specify a number, would you interpret this to mean that there is some expectation by this ordinance that council may have travel expenditures for which they need to be reimbursed?
Absolutely. City council and mayor go to required trainings. You guys have the required trainings, especially for newly elected. Mayor and city council attends NLC, GMA. If you're elected or appointed to serve on any of the state boards, I know there's travel associated with that. So I think the answer to that is an obvious yes.
Madam City Attorney, I've asked you publicly and privately, are there any other sections of our ordinances that would describe that council may receive or spend money directly other than these 2 sections?
You have, I'm going to go to that email just to make sure I capture what was discussed. That was on May 20th. And it appears that give me one second. There were only 2 sections, and those are the 2 sections that you've just pointed out. The monies for, that were in the first section, 2-2010, and then monies for travel are the council allowable expenses that are currently in the ordinance. And what I pointed out in the email is that during other conversations about other things, there was a draft of a charter amendment to give council the ability to use money in their, I think it was to hire professional staff, but that didn't go anywhere. That never was approved. It never got council attention.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, if you could go back to the budget book and the page, I don't exactly know the page number, but Councilmember Martin Rogers called it out. I think it's somewhere around page 34. It's the page that explains the expenditures for the Ward A at-large account. Okay, and then can you zoom in very tightly on this small, yeah, you see the, okay, and then scroll up a little bit. Okay, great. So I want the public to understand why this is there and what I was doing and why I included it. I have shared many times with my colleagues and with the city manager that we have been putting money in the budget for things that are not allowable by our ordinances. If this is happening for the leadership of the city, then I call into question where else we might be putting money that is not aligned with our ordinances. And I have been challenged. I've been called a charter police and all the like. And I will stay a charter police because it is our charter and our ordinances that establish what you can expect of us as your leaders, and I will continue hammering this issue. There have been additional staff dollars put into budgets. You saw for yourself what was listed. We're allowed to spend $1,800 on consumable goods, meaning printed material, and we are allowed to travel on your behalf. We are allowed a $16,000 salary. Outside of that, nothing else exists. You just heard the questions that I asked the city attorney, and I've asked these questions many, many times. So while the dollar amount might be small, my integrity won't allow me to support a budget that I know includes things that are antithetical or in opposition or incongruent with our ordinances. And I have gone through the budget in great detail. Councilmember Martin Rogers shared some of the concerns that I've had. But I just want you to understand that in order for us to be a city that moves forward, we have to be consistent. Government is supposed to be consistent, and its ordinances describe what is consistency. And we as council, to have dollars allocated to us that are not allowable, that is very concerning to me. Madam City Attorney, you just mentioned that you brought forth previous charter and ordinance amendments. Can you just briefly sum up, and I will lay this issue to rest, but just briefly sum up why those issues, or what you were trying to correct, or what the point of bringing those ordinances and charter amendments up, what would it do for the city and for the residents of this community?
I'm going to pull up that draft. It was during the time that there was a discussion about hiring staff, where mayor and council did not have the authority per the charter to have any monies to hire professional staff. And so during that conversation, there was an ask of this council for me to draft something that gave the ability, at that time specifically, the mayor's office to hire staff. But in the draft, it was discovered that the city council did not have similar authority, and so that was put in the charter amendment draft, was to give the ability for there to be a line item for council to hire professional staff, likewise for the mayor's office to hire professional staff. So it would have created another opportunity for council to have authority to spend beyond what has already been discussed tonight.
And my final question before I rest, the notion or the comment has been made that because money was appropriated in the budget, that it made the expenditure allowable. And I have a very clear question. Is there a distinction between appropriating money, which a budget can do, and then the authorization to spend the money that has to be consistent with our ordinances and policies? Is there a differentiation between those two things?
I'll answer that with this example. For instance, the city council may appropriate money in the budget for street paving, to hire a contractor for street paving. The authority, however, to contract with said street paver requires the council's approval. You guys have to approve the contract. Even though the money is there, there's an additional step that the council approves said contract for that service. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. So there's a difference between appropriating money and then also the authority to spend it. So I just want to rest here and just say that my concerns, this might be small to some, but my concerns are very real. Our integrity as a body matters, and I won't adopt a budget or any other document that violates or is incongruent, whatever word is preferable, that is not consistent with what our ordinances require, because they are the law. And you heard some residents also talk about there's hierarchies. We all took an oath of office to support the federal constitution, the Georgia state constitution, our charter, and our ordinances. And this budget does not align with that, and so I can't support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell, is your mic on?
Yeah, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
This is for the city attorney. If, Madam City Clerk, could you go back to Rule 2-2005? I just had a quick question. So I believe it was the fifth rule down, when we were talking about travel. I also see training there too. I don't think that was mentioned. And I had another question. So if we go back, we can use the example we used earlier on page 34, or any others. Actually, could we go to no, it's at the top. So I remember this came up during our budget and finance meeting. So we were trying to define what purchase services were. And if we look in the index, I believe it's on page, I wrote it down. Oh, can we go to page 186? Yeah. Okay. It's this here. Okay, professional services. So it reads expenditures incurred by the city to obtain, there we go. To obtain services of recognized licensed professionals such as doctors, engineers, certified public accountants, etc. So if we can go back to page 34, I believe this came up. We were trying to, before we were saying we were violating anything, I was trying to figure out, we have to define what these numbers mean on here. And I think, I know in the past, they have grouped things together like training and this, that, and the third. I'm not sure if purchase services or professional services, or I was trying to just really figure out where did the training part of this come in. So I know we spoke about travel. I know we spoke about communication tools. However, where is it? I was trying to figure out where the travel was mentioned in this. And where the training was mentioned in our budget for our individual, I guess, what money that's allowed to us.
Unfortunately, Councilman Mitchell, where training is in the budget is not.
No. I just wanted clarification that I know it's mentioned earlier. Travel was mentioned earlier.
You are correct that that section that was read out earlier, 2-2005, subsection 5, it says all council travel and training expenditure items in excess of $25 shall require written receipt. And it goes even further to talk about the per diem for travel. So you're right, that training is a part of this ordinance.
And I see there's not a particular amount by that. Correct?
Anything over 25, so there's not a cap,
Right.
but it does say if you spend more than 25, you're entitled to reimbursement.
And Madam Clerk, could we go back to page 34? Oh, it's this 34? All right, let's try 35. Hold on, what page is that on? Okay, so we can just take one of these in particular. So I know there was a line item called professional fees. I was trying to see, really define what that amount was. I figure since it allows for us to have money for travel and training, I think actually defining this as we keep working our way through this budget, actually defining that to make sure we are in concordance with our charter and what is allowable and what's not allowable, I think we're going to have to make that determination moving forward. But that's just something I want to mention. Thank you.
Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank all of the citizens who've come out to participate in the public hearing this evening regarding our FY27 budget. And also, I think that it has been mentioned that this particular version of the budget has been at least one of the easiest to read and follow. And while it is not perfect, it is an improvement over some of the budgets that we've received before. And I'd like to thank the finance staff and our city manager for that. I have a few questions of you, Mr. City Manager. I heard some comments regarding the line items as it relates to some of the expenditures in the clerk's office. This body has 4 direct reports, you being one of them, the city attorney, the city clerk, and the municipal judge. It would not be appropriate for the city manager to prepare the budgets for those direct reports. So if there are any cuts within any of those other tranches under the attorney, the clerk, or the chief judge, those would need to be made by those particular direct reports. So have you made any cuts to any of their budgets?
So there has been cuts to those budgets. No one was mentioned about the elections. There was no elections in that year. So I think I had expressed in the previous meeting that there was room made for an emergency election should that come up, but being an off election year, those didn't deem appropriate to have it in this current year. I think there's also always there's an examination of what has been spent in previous years, and so there's trend analysis that goes into it. And so if there are trends that are irregular, then we'll ask and go through those budget items with the directors, as well as all the other directors. And so when there's areas where we do need to cut back, the areas that don't have justifications, they've been reduced.
Okay, and in those instances, are those then modifications made with those direct reports of the council?
Yes, if I follow your question, you're talking about coordination with the department. So we're not making cuts without department knowledge.
Right.
Yeah.
That, and also with our chief judge, our clerk, our city attorney.
That's right.
Okay, so if there are any modifications to their budgets, it is done in coordination with those particular direct reports?
Yes, there's always, yes, sir.
Okay, because I did hear that, and I do understand that for the city of East Point, we're on an off election year, so going from 200,000 to 50,000. Madam Clerk, can you speak to that in terms of what this city will be responsible for in an off election year?
Typically, we won't be responsible for anything in an off-election year, but you never know what comes up. So the 50,000 in there is good. But in reference to the other stuff, like education and travel, I had no idea that that was going to be taken out. Okay, can you hear me better now? Okay, so yes, in reference to the elections, no, this is an off-election year for the city of East Point, going into next year as well. But however, special elections do come up. So in the event that the $50,000 would take care of whatever the city would need to provide for, and that being that it's not necessary, it would not be an election for the actual city during that time.
So the $50,000 that's in the budget for elections would be sufficient for this year, as it is
For
not
this year, yes,
it is not a
correct.
regular
For this year
election
only,
year.
yes, correct.
Okay. I do want to speak to, because one of the concerns that I have as I'm going through the budget and understanding from the city manager's message that we are in an austere budget environment, and so we have to make cuts, right? And so one of the things that does concern me is that going through the budget, Mr. City Manager, several departments still have line items labeled as uniforms or outerwear. That is clearly understandable for, in my estimation, for departments like first responders, fire, police, also public works, code enforcement, water resources, parks and rec. But Madam City Clerk, there's $5,000 in your budget for uniforms, and you've got 5 people according to the full-time employee schedule in the book. So that's $1,000 per employee for uniforms. Can you speak to the necessity of uniforms within the clerk's office?
Typically, our office manager does our uniform shirts for us, just so that we'll all be in conjunction with East Point stuff. It helps us so say like previous events, for council events, if people don't know who we are, at least we have our city clerk staff shirts on, and then, to be honest, it's just
So is that $1,000 that you're budgeting per employee for shirts? And then what about the shirts that were worn last year? Are those shirts, I mean, do they change every year or?
They don't change every year. She gets different variations of them. We have short sleeve, we have long sleeve, we have shorts, we have hoodies, we have sweatshirts. It's just a different variation of it. But if that's something that needs to be cut, then that's fine.
Mr. City Manager, I find that across the budget, there are still line items for uniforms and outerwear. For those departments that are not required to wear uniforms, I would find that we would have a better use of those dollars to help provide continued services, particularly around senior housing or training or some of those other things. These are not very large numbers, but any of the dollars that we may be able to use to assist in training and making sure that educational development is still top priority for our employees, I would greatly appreciate a tightening of those things and to relook at those things. I did hear former Councilmember Saucier as well as Slaughter Gibbons regarding certifications and those things, and I do see, and maybe this budget is not different because I heard another council member speak about salaries that were not in the budget, but it was in the version that I have. I saw $136,000 for fire training and about $38,000 for police. Were there reductions in those? Because to the point that Councilmember Saucier made, we definitely have to make sure that those certifications are intact. There are other implications for those things if they're not.
Right. So we've always had certifications protected. Those trainings will still be budgeted. And then there are some maneuvering with when those trainings are to happen. So with fire, there's going to be some trainings that's going to be able to be done in-house because we are now a regional training center. And then there's anticipation to have a budget amendment to pick up some of the other certifications that we may not be covered so far. But our intent is to make sure that we have everybody who's certified covered. And certainly if there's room after getting some revenue projections in, you mentioned earlier, we do believe that we're going to overperform in some of our revenue projections, particularly with some of the revenue enhancements that we're going to be bringing before council. That's going to allow us to make budget amendments to cover any of the certifications that aren't covered now that happen later on in the year.
All right, thank you. I also heard about from several of the public regarding concerts and events. And I know that there has been a scaling down, but I think for the budget to still have an amount that is almost $500,000 for events where we could use some of those dollars for some other things, I would hope that my colleagues and I would get together to make amendments to be able to use those dollars to continue to provide services. Several citizens spoke to that. Of course, my concerns have always been two things when I'm looking at budget is revenue enhancement and not essential spending. So a lot of those things, I believe that we have sort of the duty to provide a level of cultural activities and enrichment for our citizens, but particularly if we're in an austere budget environment, I think we have to look at those things to see how we might be able to do that and not have such a negative impact on the service quality and delivery to our citizens. I also looked at subscriptions, and several departments have Zoom subscriptions. Again, small number, but is there not a concerted effort to make sure the city has a global subscription that all departments in the entire city could use? But when I was looking through the budget and going through it, several departments, I was up to at least 6 departments or so, all with different Zoom subscriptions. And so there could be some cost savings there. To me, every little bit counts when we're talking about being good stewards of taxpayer dollars and providing the services that may have received some of the cuts across the board. So just want to make sure that we're looking at those subscriptions and doing the best we can in terms of having a global subscription for that. Some of the departments also had vehicle maintenance. Is that not something that would fall under fleet? So that whatever we're paying for that, we're getting the best possible price because of the scale, the economies of scale. So I saw some vehicle maintenance, and then the other thing that stuck out to me is software and maintenance. So is that not handled under IT so that each individual department is not going out to procure services around maintenance and software, but we have a global contract so that we can get the best possible price? And our technology then can be up to speed, and it's also consistent. If each of these departments are taking care of their own software and maintenance, then I would suggest that, or assume that IT may or may not know what these departments are procuring and how to correct those things or treat those things should there be any issues. But if IT is procuring those things and those things then are part of one contract, there's a better idea of what we have, how to address it, and it is also a cost savings to the city. And also, I think, would increase efficiencies. So those are just a few of the things and concerns that I have. I do agree with what many of the residents have come here and stated, that overall, the large part of the budget, I would be in support of. There are some things that represent a very small percentage of the budget that I think we need to address. And at this time, I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. I first want to just start off, I think Councilmember Hemmings and Councilmember Atkins touched on it just a bit, but not every budget item should be judged by its size. Some of the smallest expenses have the greatest impact on our residents. So what may seem minor in dollars can be major in service and our safety and really quality of life for people who, depend on programs that are offered by the city. After looking at this budget, reviewing the budget, I will not be in support of it as it is today, and for three main reasons. One, it lacks transparency and it lacks confidence in the numbers. Part of this started off with discussions that were put out into the community that the city is facing a major deficit to the tune of even $27 million. And there's notion that we need to increase costs every way that residents pay the city. We need to increase those costs. Before we can ask residents to pay more, council should have confidence in the financial information that is presented to us, and I don't think we have that. To this date, the deficit has not been proven. Just last week during our budget and finance meeting, we learned about a revenue source that could offset any shortfalls within the electric budget and all budgets, maybe minus sanitation, but all budgets across the board, and direct message from staff is that we should break even. A recent memo told us that we haven't verified those sources. And that's problematic for me, that we're being presented with a budget where numbers haven't been fully vetted and fully verified. At the same time, there's several line items on the budget that's been merged together. You can see here on this screen, personal services and employee benefits are line items that have been merged together. This is in particularly concerning around our salaries, as we all should be paid the same thing. And, I've asked questions previously, why is there such a huge difference between our budgets? One, merging these items together, it lacks transparency. It makes it very difficult for us as council members to understand how taxpayer dollars are being allocated. This is, once again, it should really be a concern for all of us, maybe minus Councilmember Hemmings because hers was allocated out and itemized out. But one of the things that Councilmember Hemmings mentioned tonight and on social media was that council has been awarded additional dollars, upwards of 11,000 or up to 11,000, which is outside of our ordinances and charter. And to be honest, it leaves 8 of the 9 people sitting up here at risk for ethics complaints should this budget be approved tonight. And that's one of the major reasons why I will not stand by this particular budget. Number 2, cutting services and increasing costs, once again, before proving it being necessary. If we are truly facing a financial emergency, we should look at every expenditure and ensure that they are justified. Increased costs to residents, reducing services and programs, and removing training and education from departments just doesn't align. For me, what's concerning the most out of those is training. It's not a luxury. For many of our employees, such as our first responders, as it's been said here tonight, training is required to maintain certifications, professional standards, and even service qualities. And so before cutting investments in our people and our services, we need to prove that this is necessary, and we haven't done that. The last thing I'll mention is economic development. To me, economic development means bringing jobs, attracting businesses, and really supporting and improving the quality of life for residents that are here. From the presentation, the budget presentation during the last public hearing, some of the ways that strategies that we are implementing in order to increase our bottom line are targeting our most vulnerable population through tax increases and even mentioning, auctioning off homes. We've also seen, at the same time, we've set aside millions of dollars for projects that don't really have a clear plan, they don't have timelines, and there aren't any expected results. And so again, before asking residents to pay more and accept less from us, I'd like to see a clear explanation of how some of these investments will create jobs, strengthen our economy, and benefit the people who already live here. To close everything out, my biggest concerns with this budget, again, increased costs, reduction of service, aggressive revenue collection efforts, uncertainty around the city's actual financial position, and insufficient transparency. Many of you all residents have raised valid questions, and you all deserve answers. Before approving a budget that will impact, our residents in the next year, I do believe that we should take additional time to address some of these outstanding concerns that you've brought up. My recommendation is that we hold maybe a special call budget meeting that will allow us to review these concerns in a bit more detail and come back with something that's representative of what we've heard tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Cummings, I'm sorry. Hearing. Okay.
What's that? Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone that came out this evening and expressed your concerns with regards to the budget. I too would not be in support of passing this budget this evening for several reasons. My colleagues have pretty much touched on everything, pretty much everything that I would mention with regards to this. But the bottom line, there are a ton of questions that need to be answered. There are numbers that are not present. Numbers that are just kind of like jumbled together. So we really don't know what the breakdown is. At this point, I can tell you, I don't know what our salary is. I don't know what our budget line is for the council members at this point. So I do understand and I do see the concerns that are here, and definitely we definitely need to go back through take in mind all of the concerns that the residents have stated, as well as my colleagues here on this dais, and just make it much more plain, much more clear that everyone can understand it, even for members here on the council. There were some things that were too brought to my attention. I thought that I had gone through the budget, but just to listen to Councilmember Rogers and Martin Rogers, some of those things that she brought forward. I mean, it does definitely, there are a lot of more questions that do need to be answered before we approve the budget. So I will say that I will not be moving forward with approving the budget this evening.
Okay. Are there any more comments from council at this time?
Yeah, I'm in. Thank you. This, for Mr. City Manager, maybe you can expound on this. 'Cause I keep hearing we have an extra $11,000 somewhere. Do you know where this is coming from, or do you understand the concept behind this?
I'm assuming that you're talking about the council's budget.
Yes, yes, for, like you said, professionals.
Other professional fees, am I?
Can you define that for us, I guess? I guess that's the big question. So some people have taken it out, some people have left it in. Can you define exactly what's that meant for? I see the definition that's in here. I'm not sure if that's the real intention of it.
So, other professional fees are typically related to professional services that council members deem needed to handle constituent services. Those, give you examples, could be robocalls or someone that is helping coordinate ward meetings. There is kind of a miscellaneous for professionals to help deliver constituent services.
Okay, so I brought this up earlier. So I see we have money for travel. I was trying to figure out how did you guys, or what did you guys allocate the money for our training? What is that labeled as? I'm looking at our individual budgets now. I think travel might be clearly stated in here, but I'm not sure about training. That's why I was wondering what's professional fees for training. If that makes sense.
So I will say we did not go into each one of those council budgets. We just did a kind of across-the-board reduction. So understanding each council person's activities through the year, trying to ascertain that, we didn't go into that level of detail.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are now on round two. Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and then Councilwoman Hemming, and then Councilman Atkins.
Yes, and I just wanted to go on record with the following, that I was not able to identify the fund currently making the debt service payments for this city hall. And in addition to that, we need to know the outstanding balance for this building, the annual debt payment, the maturity date, and the obligation reflected within the budget document. I also wanted to say this. What I find interesting is that the clerk was asked about her budget, but there was no mention about the city manager's budget. And so, Madam Mayor, may I?
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, were you able to discuss this budget with the city manager, what was proposed?
Yes, not what was proposed, but initially all department heads have conversations with the city manager to go over what their proposed budget should be.
Okay, so did you propose the cuts to your budget, what we see here in this document?
No.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, may I? We have the city attorney.
Yes.
Madam City Attorney, did you have discussions about the legal department's budget with the city manager?
No, not directly. There has been an email between finance, and I think Mr. Jones may have been copied on it.
Microphone, please.
Thank you, sorry. There has been emails between legal and finance regarding the proposed budget, but there hasn't been any meetings with myself and the city manager on the legal's budget.
Thank you. And what I would like the record to reflect is that council has 4 direct reports that report to council. Again, we have not afforded ourselves the opportunity to have a real budget meeting. And that is where I'm trying to get to tonight, that we have a special call budget meeting in which our 4 direct reports come and tell us about the needs of their department and their budget. And then we hear from department directors, and we hear about their budget and the needs of their department. Historically, that is how it's always been done in East Point. It hasn't been one-on-one meetings. Yeah, you have one-on-one meetings, but you do the people's business where the people can see you do their business. And I would also like to reflect back on what I found. I lost my train of thought, but what I find interesting was that the clerk was asked about her budget, but the city manager wasn't asked about his increase to salary, that car allowance, that technology, or the uniforms. This is an increase in his budget as well. So I just wanted to highlight that, but that is where I am trying to get to, is a special call budget meeting so that we can discuss this and go through the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I've heard tonight is a lack of trust in the process. While I agree that there's been improvements in this budget book, the very first version that we had does itemize in greater detail. It's hard to read, but it does itemize some of these things in greater detail, and I think in an attempt to summarize, some of the context has been lost. However, I think with all of the concerns about the lack of trust in the financial kind of status of the city, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that the city manager bring back to council a procurement that would allow an outside auditor or entity to look at our reconciliation processes, our cash flow, verify our reserve status, our fund balances across the utility and others, so that we can have some more confidence. I think that former Mayor Pittman was correct in that without a confidence in our baseline, it's really hard to recommend and approve a budget if we don't know the foundation of the base. And for the record, I'm actually reading back an email that the city manager sent to us suggesting that emergency procurement would come before council tonight. So I'm surprised that we didn't get it, given some of the conversation. But just to restate for the record, my motion is that the city manager would bring back an emergency procurement that would assist with reconciliation, cash flow analysis, reserve verification, and a review of our utility funds to make sure that we're on solid footing before moving forward with a budget.
Second for discussion.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Atkins, are you in for discussion? Are you in for discussion?
No, my mic was on to speak after him, but the second has already been made. So I think Councilmember Martin Rogers wants discussion. It's all you.
Okay. Did you call for the? Okay. All right, thank you. And
I also would like to
make-
respond, Mayor, so whenever.
I would like to make a friendly amendment because,
Before you make the amendment, the motion was to call for the emergency procurement. Now we're in discussion, so you're going to amend the call for the emergency procurement?
yes.
Okay, and what is your amendment?
I am all on board with an emergency procurement for a financial or budget analyst consultant, but they need to report directly to the city council about this budget process. That would be my friendly amendment, but that we also direct the mayor to also contact GMA for 3 firms or consultants with demonstrated experience supporting Georgia municipalities through budget development, deficit mitigation, enterprise fund analysis, and independent fiscal review.
Before being able to accept that, I'm looking, if is appropriate, Madam Mayor, I'm asking the city
Okay.
attorney, because I know there's some limitations about who can report to us, and so I'm asking with our existing ordinances, is that allowable?
So there has been conversation years ago and recently about someone reporting directly to city council. The first time that my office was able to research that issue was for an auditor. And there was a memo that came out that said, yeah, Do I need to get closer? There was a memo that came out that said it would be inconsistent with the charter for there to be an auditor to directly report to council, because you guys don't have that authority to hire someone in that fashion. I am thinking through this issue, if it is a professional service via contract. I need a moment. Let me just think through that, because I don't want to be in conflict to the advice that has already been given. And so I don't have an answer for you on that right now.
I'm sorry, go ahead. So we have the amendment, and Councilwoman Atkins, do you have a question, or should we wait for the Madam Attorney to finish her research?
Well, I mean, it's along the lines of what she's researching, but I just wouldn't know how that would work. I mean, there are 8 council members, like, to whom would the firm report? I don't know how that works, and we are part-time council members, and the budget needs to be finalized and passed post-haste, and so how would that work? So that's just a question that I have.
Madam Mayor,
I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, I think the recommendation, in order for them to, quote, report directly to council, would be that the procurement would require public presentations of their findings to council, but obviously they would have to work in conjunction with the city manager and the interim finance director to be able to deliver their reports. So I would accept Councilmember Martin Rogers' amendment with the clarification that the intention would be for them to make public presentations to council about their findings, and that the city manager and the interim finance director would assist them to deliver those results to council directly and support the completion of these audits.
Is there, do you have, I'm sorry, I don't know why
No
this is
worries,
not
no
working.
worries at
I don't
all.
know whether Mitchell's is on or you're on.
No, it's mine.
Okay, go ahead.
So I don't have a problem with, I'm sorry.
Can't see.
I don't have a problem with us doing this audit, but we also need to be mindful of the deadline to have this budget approved. I don't know what that's going to look like with regards to, it's an emergency procurement, but to go out to find someone, to have them to come in, then now they need to gather all this information. Can this realistically be done in 29 days?
Go ahead, City Manager Jones.
Yeah, I've been trying to jump in. So I wanted to bring to the council's attention that we have a remaining amount with Plant Moran that we hadn't used. So the reason why you hadn't saw emergency procurement as opposed to the message that I sent out is because we have the ability to bring Plant Moran in on services that are very similar to this already. And so there's roughly $25,000 left on that contract. Procurement was working through what's the best appropriate way to either amend the existing contract if it is even needed to be amended, because they also believe that the services that they already are contracted for are very similar and wouldn't require an amendment. But at the same time, we do believe that it's going to go beyond $25,000, which is remaining on the contract. So procurement was trying to figure out the best way to bring that forward if it needed to come forward. So that's the reason why it hadn't showed up.
Madam City Attorney, did you find your information?
I did. The advice that was previously given to the it's on. The advice that was previously given to the council back in 2013, and then more recently in February 2026, was that the council could not operate outside of the charter to supervise a internal auditor, or I think in the most recent instance was someone hired by the city council or the mayor's office. And given that advice, I want to make this slight nuance, is that those conversations were about employees that were seeking to be hired by the mayor and council, mayor or council rather, outside of doing a home rule charter amendment to give the mayor or council the authority to hire and supervise employees outside of the 4 direct reports. I think that the only way you could, quote unquote, have a, I don't know what you're calling this position, a fiscal consultant or whatever, be supervised by 9 of you, is that it would have to be done wherein you're calling it an investigation, and that sounds strong. I don't mean it to sound strong, but that's the only power that you have to oversee something outside of your 4 direct reports. The charter gives you the ability to investigate, look into, initiate, inference into the administration of the government if you so voted to do so. And if you did that way, you could then hire someone to look into something, but it would have to be very, very clear what their boundaries were, what they were hired to do, and what you were looking for. Short of that, I think the amendment to the amendment solves your issue, in that the hired fiscal consultant works with the city manager and the finance department and reports their findings, as opposed to you supervising their work, because it could be very confusing to have 9 bosses in this very limited scope.
All right, Councilwoman Martin Rogers. Yes, that was the intent. It wasn't to have someone employed and they report to council. It was to have someone that works in conjunction, that the city manager and the interim finance director provide all of the information that the consultant needs to give council a clear picture of our finances and everything that I listed before. It wasn't for them to report directly to us, but work in conjunction as we get through this budget process with real numbers, factual information. Council,
the motion needs to be restated with city council's intent if they seek to move forward.
So, Councilwoman Martin, okay, thank you, Madam City Attorney. So we're going to go for the motion now, or do you have more discussion?
No, I think that it has been clarified. The word that was first used was to report to council, but what I think, having heard Councilman Martin Rogers, is to present to council. So it is a presentation that body, company, or individual would make to council in a public forum, is what I think.
So I have a question. I'm sorry. Would that be in the, so I'm hearing that we want to have someone come and present, and that we also want a special call meeting. So are we doing this in 2 different situations, or are we having that person report to us during another council meeting and then in a special call meeting? Or do we have not?
Madam Mayor, my motion currently is just about the emergency procurement, but given what the city manager said, it looks like he needs authorization, and Mr. City Manager, I'm asking for clarification. It looks like you would need authorization from this body to use an existing agent who's doing our audits, expanding their scope of work to include this investigative analysis?
Staff is working on that. So I have had some briefing with contract procurements. They're working through the logistics and the legality of how we should proceed. But we do have Plant Morant on contract now, and we do have $25,000 leeway, meaning they haven't used up all their contract, and they're doing some of those things, reconciliation, some of the things you mentioned, they're already under contract doing those things. I think the pool account analysis would be a little bit more than what they previously have been contracted for. But that is what's being worked out, so that's why it's still in work. That's why I don't have it in front of you right now.
Councilwoman Hemming, the pool count analysis, is that what you were referring to the list of things that you wanted the emergency procurement person
It's
to
part of
analyze?
it. Yes, it's part of it.
Okay, so what I'm asking now is, we want to satisfy the motion, but I do have questions about what we are preparing for the emergency procurement.
So I think that's what the city manager is clarifying, Madam Mayor, if I may. What I understood from his comments was that there's an existing part of their scope of work and a remaining amount on their contract that would allow him to satisfy some of these issues that we're concerned about. But what I'm not hearing from you, Mr. City Manager, then is, and I guess this is why you're saying that you're still sorting this, how much more money and time would you then need to bring back the pooled cash analysis along with the revenue and other cash flow analysis that are going to be done?
Right. And so the reason I haven't sorted all that through is because we haven't had a direct conversation with Plant Moran. So internally, we're looking at what we already have contract with them do and those services. Some of that, again, overlaps, but then to know exactly how much Plant Moran, one, is interested in expanding those services or extending those services or closing out that contract and starting brand new. I think there's also an aspect that they're a single source, and so single source is working through some legislative revamp. So there's a number of things going on that we're trying to sort through.
I understand the complexity, Mr. City Manager, and I think also the hesitation is that not having a definitive kind of timeline and scope on this, given some of the concerns that have been raised about where this falls in line with us being able to analyze the budget. So is this something that is going to be resolved this week? Is it something that's going to be resolved in the next 30 days? Like, I think that my colleagues and I are looking for some confidence that we're going to get back the data to be able to vote eventually on the budget. And so could you share with this body, I know that you're discussing it, but by when should we expect a more definitive answer?
I'm going to go on a limb and say that I believe we're going to get something that can be ready for next Monday, but I don't see procurement, and I know that that's a lot of my conversations have been with.
Okay. Still in discussion for, I'm sorry, we're still in discussion. Hold on, I'm sorry, we're still in discussion for the motion, and this is the second round of discussion for that motion.
Can I go
And I have
first?
you, I know, I
Okay.
got you, that's why I want to make sure I got you. All right, Councilman Mitchell.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check, Madam City Attorney, you might remember, I made this motion probably a month or so ago. I was trying to remember if it passed or failed, because I know, I don't see the city clerk here, but when this motion was made, I made this motion probably a month ago.
Motion for emergency procurement?
Yes.
I
Do you
do
remember that
remember
conversation?
that there was a discussion about this. I believe Ms. Cartwright was at the podium, and there was a discussion about emergency procurement.
I believe I made a motion. I know the clerk isn't here to pull
She's
up
right
the
here.
minute. Oh, tricked me. Do you have those minutes by chance? Because I know if it fails, then we have to wait 60 days. So I was just making sure we're moving in concordance with our charter before it can be reconsidered. Okay.
We withdrew the motions.
I withdrew.
Fully, yes, it was determined that it
Oh,
was
yeah, I was getting
needed.
pushback, so I think I withdrew it. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, we still have a motion on the floor for emergency procurement with the amendment to hire or to assign the auditor to include the pool count into their analysis in addition to the work that they're already doing. So, Madam City Clerk, can you read back what the actual motion is at this point?
I don't have the entire motion, but I do have motion to bring back procurement that has with reconciliation, cash flow analysis, and then I put listen to the rest of the motion because y'all went really fast. And I just know that Martin Rogers seconded it for discussion.
Okay. You said what? Yeah, if you want, can I have?
Madam Mayor, the
motion?
original motion was for an emergency procurement that would assist with reconciliation, cash flow analysis, reserve.
Councilwoman Hemmings. Can we just take this one step at a time? It's a very long motion. It's going to take a lot of making sure that we got every piece of it. So
Sure.
go a little bit slowly for me, please.
Yes, so the motion is to authorize an emergency procurement to assist with reconciliation, cash flow analysis, reserve verification, and utility fund review in the pooled cash system. And the amendment from Councilmember Rogers was that it would include public presentations to this body.
Okay. So, council, at this time, is there more discussion? Do you have your mic on?
Yes.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, Madam City Attorney, we have a lot of discussion on this motion, so I'm trying to, I want to make sure that the motion has been captured, now we're in discussion. So we're on the second round of discussion, and I want to make sure that everyone is heard. Is there another motion? Okay, go ahead. I just want to
We're in
make levels.
discussion.
I understand, but I need to level set, so I have to come bring it back, sir. So,
Right.
go ahead.
So I want to speak to this motion, and my question is because of the importance of the budget, and apparently we would all like to see a level of confidence in the numbers that were presented, and so that we do not belabor this or hold this up. Mr. City Manager, I know that you've spoken with our interim contracts and procurement. My question is, do you have an idea, or does he have an idea of what the additional amount would be? Because I would then amend the motion to say not to exceed an additional amount of X, so that we can go ahead and carry the vote, and it gives you the authority that you need to do, and we can go ahead and engage Plant and Moran without having to come back to council.
So our conversations were based on timing, because there was a question as to how fast a response can be with all the various issues to be considered. I was informed that we could move forward with an emergency procurement, and that wouldn't, we could move as far as tomorrow as soon as we reach some terms. But again, we haven't had conversations with Plant Moran, so we don't know what that fee would be or could be until we actually speak with them.
Okay.
Also, I am aware of this intent. I was not aware that the budget would be based on whatever would come, so I don't know how practical it would be to be able to bring in someone to do the type of work that has been identified, and then have some type of documentation for council within the month. because if the budget's not passed by the end of the month, then we run into the same problems that we almost encountered last year, which would require the state to come in and us to go on a month-to-month and potentially have to do a bridge loan and all those complications that we talked about last year.
I'm in for discussion. Okay. Go, we had Councilmember coming. I'm sorry, the Councilwoman Atkins, was your
I yield.
question?
I yield.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think, if I'm understanding, we want to have Plant Moran, but since they are already here with us, and we still have some money left that we can use to come in and assist so that we can get true numbers. So I think maybe if these concerns that were brought forth this evening, I don't know if we can list these concerns, because these are the concerns that we do have. I think enough of members here on council have gone through the budget. And also taken into consideration what the residents have brought forward as well. So these are the items that we do need to have addressed. The certain dollar amounts in certain different departments, city manager's office, council, what our budgets are. If we have those items listed and know that those are the things that we do need to have addressed, would that be okay with council? So I don't know, I'm kind of asking this question, and we can bring Plant Moran in to assist with that. I mean, we're not saying that the entire budget is messed up, but there are some things that are on here that definitely need to be addressed. And I think if we bring those items that we've all brought forward this evening, along with what the residents have said, and we get those items resolved, then I think from there we could present a much better budget than what it is that we have now.
Okay.
Because I don't know, because to just bring Plant Moran in, I don't even know where you would start with this, to just say, just to bring them in and they're going to assist. I don't know what that looks like. So we do know what the issues and the concerns are. So I don't know if we list those and we have Plant Moran to come in to assist in addressing those. And then, I don't know, once it's all said and done, just kind of go through and do to go back and just sort of go through everything. But I mean, definitely, because other than that, it seems like you're bringing them in to start from scratch to do this, and we definitely know that we don't have the time to do that. So, Madam Mayor, I guess my question would be, could that be a possibility, something that we could possibly do? List those concerns that we have?
Yes, I can't say yes, but I was saying
well, I'm just asking a question, so I guess it'd just be to all the members here on the dais. Is that a way that we can get this done? Because I know time is of the essence with this also.
So would you like to make, in the list, I have 5 items plus 6 that Councilwoman Atkins had put in. So are you proposing that we add to that list of things as a sort of, do you want to make a motion for that, Councilwoman?
I think the biggest, because I just don't know what it looks like to have,
Right.
I don't have a problem with Plant Moran coming in and assist with the audit, but I don't know what it looks like for what it is that they're going to come in, because we have a budget. This is what they've given us. There are a lot of issues that are in there, and there are things that definitely need to be addressed. So I don't know what Plant Moran, what that looks like for them to come in. Definitely come in to assist. But we're talking about coming in at the 25th hour to get this done. I definitely want it done, and I don't have a problem with them doing it. I just don't know what it looks like. I mean, and it's like now we don't even know what it's going to cost. We don't know what their capacity be when they come in, how they're going to assist to get this done. But we definitely do need to have it done. I just don't. So what I'm thinking is, I know that we brought up a lot of concerns and issues. So I don't know, do we list those out and have them to address those?
Well, that's what I was asking before. Is there an opportunity for us to present the list of items that we have already discussed on? Because even with the items that we have here that Councilwoman Hemmings has listed, they are at a high level. We have very specific questions that we want to be answered. So what I'm asking is if we send an email to them with a list of everything, is that possible, that we just take what we've already consolidated, send that into a requirements document for them? They come back with timing and a budget of how long it would take for them to answer those questions in the middle of, in timing. That's what my question is. Like, we don't know anything right now, so we would have to send that to them. All right.
Madam Mayor.
So,
Maybe just to comment on what you're saying, Councilmember Cummings, and this is a question for council, we could potentially vote on this because we know we need it, and then we could have a discussion around what our expectations are. I mean, off the top of my mind, we need to really address this thing around the deficit, because that's, and by addressing some of the things that Councilmember Hemmings mentioned and getting verification, it will help us to address the deficit and transparency issues that we're seeing. The combined line items, the salary increases, all of those type of things, we could start to itemize out exactly what we want to see, because that's what's causing hesitation and pause for us to approve. But I think we can move forward with approving, because we know we want to do it, and then set the right expectations.
okay. Do we have okay, Councilwoman Cumming?
So would this be an amendment to, would this be a friendly amendment to the motion that was, or are we adding to it, or is it a substitute?
Madam City Attorney, would the proposal that was presented by Councilwoman Caldwell be an amendment, a substitute, or to the amendment that is already on the floor?
I don't think either. I think what we're saying is that approve the motion that is currently on the floor is what I'm hearing.
All right.
And there could be a subsequent motion maybe that you guys are going to discuss at the next meeting maybe, or
What the
some special
expectations
called
will be.
meeting, what you want Plant Moran or whoever else comes in for this service to do. That you would pull together the ideas and concerns that you guys have around the budget at a later time, just not tonight.
Okay. Thank you so much for that extra, thank you. So council, right now, we still have the motion on the floor to
I'm still.
direct the city manager to acquire emergency procurement, to assess the, assess the cash flow and the annual cash flow annually, the reserve verification, the utility fund review, and the pool cash system, plus the public, no, that's it. So we have the emergency procurement to assess the reconciliation, cash flow analysis, reserve verification, utility fund review, and the pool cash system. And then that was the motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Amen.
It's, Councilmember Martin Rogers actually had I can read it. So the motion that I have from Councilmember Hemming is motion to authorize an emergency procurement to assist with reconciliation, cash flow analysis, reserve verification, and utility fund review in the pool cash system. And the amendment from Councilmember Martin Rogers would include public presentations from this body.
Public presentations
From this body, is that correct? Two. Okay.
Public presentation to this body. Okay. So the motion on the floor, do we have a motion to pass to pass this with the amendment?
Okay. I'm still in for discussion. I was in for discussion.
Okay.
Now, I just wonder, Mr. City Manager, I know you mentioned this earlier. So we've already paid for these services, or would this cost extra money?
Yes, some of those services, like reconciliation, was directly one of the responsibilities that Plant Moran has been working the city on. So if you recall, there were years, if not years with an S, where we didn't have any reconciliations being done. And so Plant Moran came in and helped us set up a system. So we have been doing reconciliations, I want to say, over the last year or so. And so that part, they already have been contracted to do. So that would probably just result in, dusting off it and having an update on our progression on reconciliation.
So this would be a fairly easy transition, I'm saying. Now,
Somewhat, like
yeah.
cash flow analysis, that's a new one. They probably have done work in our pool
They're
cash
familiar.
system. So they've done some things there, but we're asking for more detail than what they're doing now. So there's some overlap and there's some new things added. That's why we need to talk to them to get a price.
And how much money do you think is left, or do we have for this?
I believe 24,000.
Okay.
24,000 is what I'm getting.
Okay, thank you.
I'm in for discussion. Okay, thank you. And what I wanted to say, I heard last year there was a budget holdup and the state coming in. That's not true. Last year, the holdup for the budget was Wednesday wind down. There were some council members that did not want Wednesday wind down in the budget, and the compromise to that was to take all of the events and put them up under the city manager. So I think that I heard the city manager mention that we would be led down that path, but actually we won't, because if you look at charter section, someone just pulled it up for me, section 5-102, section C, it addresses if we don't pass a budget. The city is not broke. But in order for everyone to feel comfortable passing a budget, we need all of the information possible and necessary. But adoption, subsection C, adoption, the city council shall adopt the budget on or before the first meeting of June. If it fails to adopt the budget by this date, the amounts appropriated for a current operation for the current fiscal year shall be deemed adopted for the ensuing fiscal year on a month-to-month basis, with all items in it prorated accordingly until such time as the city council adopts a budget for the ensuing fiscal year. Adoption of the budget shall constitute appropriations of the amount specified therein as expenditures from the funds indicated and shall constitute a levy of the property tax therein proposed. Thank you. So we have time. It's important that we make a good decision. Thank you.
One more thing. I wanted to see if I could add a little to Councilmember Dr. Rogers' amendment, and maybe for City Attorney. Just to add a little more clarification as to what the review or presentations to us would look like, and that may help Councilmember Cummings with the additional clarification. So if we could add, the review should also include evaluation of projected deficits, personnel and salary-related expenditures, consolidation or merge budget line items, revenue assumptions, and any other areas where additional financial transparency is needed. And Mayor, I can send that to you.
And I'm into for additional.
So, Madam Mayor, you would need a second on that addition to that Councilwoman Caldwell
You need to add this.
just stated.
On the, okay, we have a second. Do we have a discussion right now, or do we just ask for the call for that second?
You would need to call for discussion.
Okay, so we have a second and a call for discussion on Councilwoman Caldwell's. Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes, and also while we're discussing that first budget, backdoored utility rates in it, we also need to make sure that they aren't backdoored in this budget. So we can add that, yes. The utility rates, council voted on a rate study, but the utility rate increase has been in both budgets,
Is
so
that the
please
utility
add
fund
that.
review?
Yes,
So you have the utility fund review?
yes.
So you're adding it again?
And the rate increase,
So
yes.
you're adding the rate increase, but I'm sorry, the utility fund review was in the first motion? Do you
Madam
need
Mayor?
Another one?
Can we vote on the amendment by Councilwoman Caldwell first?
Okay. So we had a second? We had discussion.
So all in favor of Councilwoman Caldwell's amendment to the main motion is what's appropriate at this time.
Okay, so can, all those in favor for the
Amendment that was read by Councilwoman Caldwell.
the amendment that was read by Councilwoman Caldwell?
She
all
may
those-
need to read it again.
For the record, Councilwoman Caldwell, can you please read your amendment?
Yes, and just for a little clarity before I read it, this is in addition to what Councilmember Martin Rogers mentioned, which is to have presentations to council. I want to be specific about what we're looking for in the presentation. So what I've asked to do is add that the review or the presentation provided to council should also include an evaluation of projected deficits, personnel and salary-related expenditures, consolidated or merged budget line items, revenue assumptions, and any other areas where additional financial transparency is needed. The purpose of this is for us to get transparency, and we want to make sure that what is being presented to us will help us get to a place where we can make a decision on the budget. These are the concerns that we've all brought up, residents have brought up today, and so we want to make sure that the focus of the information that comes back to us is based on the concerns that we've heard.
Okay, do we have a second?
We did get a second from Councilman Mitchell.
Any discussion?
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 Yes. So, Councilmember Caldwell, when you say any of the line items that have been merged, what I hear is that there's some things in the budget that are reported in aggregate. Particularly, and I'm glad that you brought that up, the salary of this body. So nobody on this body of council members, their salary is not greater than $16,000. However, the way it's presented in the budget, it includes the benefits that those council members have elected to take. Some have insurance, some do not, and all of those things. And so they're reported that way, but I don't know if we need to task a consultant to do that. I think that we could just ask for those things to not be in aggregate.
Well, we did before, and it wasn't presented back to us in that way. And so I want to make sure that when we ask again, that it is presented to us in that way. Because my line item is $51,000, and so that's a lot more than just salary and benefits, and it's all jumbled in together. I have no idea what the other, what else is included in that amount, and we've made multiple attempts to better understand that, and it's still not presented. And so I want to make sure that if we are bringing in an auditor for those purposes, that they are truly defining what this means so that we can make a decision.
Okay. So I guess those things can be provided because they're going to have to ask the finance team, how did you get this number, where the number comes from? Okay.
Let's see, Councilwoman Hemming, are you in? Or-
No, I was just
Okay.
going to signal to Councilmember Caldwell that I'm going to vote no on her amendment, not because I don't think that the transparency is necessary, but I'm concerned about us spending thousands of dollars for an auditor to do that, when I think, to your point, it's a directive to the city manager that he needs to provide that clarity about those consolidated expenditures. So I just wanted to signal to her that I plan to vote no and why I was going to vote no on her amendment.
Thank you. Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Thank you. And to date, the city manager has been given 3 directives that have not been followed. 3. On 3 separate occasions, we've had 3 directives, one starting with your realignment. He was given a directive and it was not voted upon, it was not brought back to council. We also voted on a rate study that was not brought back to council, but it was backdoored in the previous budget. And then here tonight, we can see that directives are not being followed and there's no accountability here. So I am going to support whatever gets us to the accountability piece. He's been given directives and he has not been following them. So I am going to support Councilmember Caldwell's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. So I think Councilman Caldwell brings up a good point. Just like I said earlier, we have to define, if we're going to analyze this budget and try to figure out what's what, we have to define these things. If they're grouping things together and they're not defined, how do we know what we're looking at? How can you make informed decision if we don't know what this is? So I think that's probably the most important piece of this, is that we do have definitions for these line items, or else we just shooting in the dark at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. Any more comments or discussion on this matter? I think that's already twice, Councilmember Martin Rogers, that you've been in on this amendment. And so I'm going to ask to have the question called. The amendment is Councilmember Caldwell added some additional items, and I don't have all of those in front of me, but all in favor of the amendment, please sound aye. Aye. All opposed, sound nay. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming?
No.
Councilmember Freely? Councilmember Atkins? Mayor Pro Tem Atkins?
I think you can come back. Do we come back to the presiding officer?
Yes, but you can
You
vote
can vote,
when she
you can
comes.
vote.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, yes.
His answer is not yes. He's saying yes, he understands.
Yes, you come back to the presiding officer.
Okay,
in pro
I'll
tem.
come to you last then. Got it. Here, Councilmember Cummings?
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Yes.
Councilmember Caldwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin Rogers?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Atkins?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
it passes.
Yeah, it passes. Thank you.
Now, we're on a hold.
Okay, so now that we have voted on Councilwoman Caldwell's amendment that is added to the main motion, Madam Mayor, you need to get a vote on the main motion that now includes the amendment that just passed, 5-2.
Okay. All right.
As the emergency procurement
The emergency
blah.
procurement,
of the reconciliation.
okay. So we're in the motion right now. We went into discussion. We've had the amendment passed, so we have to pass this motion with the amendment that Councilwoman Caldwell just presented. It has been passed. So the motion now is to acquire the emergency procurement to assess the reconciliation, cash flow analysis, reserve verification, utility fund review, and the pool cash analysis. So basically, is that the entire, so we have a motion with the amendment? And we had, all those in favor?
Of the main motion plus the amendment, you're asking who's all in favor of passing that?
Yes. Yes, who's in favor of passing?
Aye.
Aye. Do we have a second?
No, you don't need a second.
I'm sorry, all those in favor, aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. The motion carries, passes. Thank you. All right, now we are moving on to the
Public comment.
favorite public comments. Okay, so for public comments, the public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comments form available in City Hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form, provided that the speaker given his or her form that he or she gives all or part of his or her time, up to 3 minutes, to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes for speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time on the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves in their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speaker may be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over the speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individuals out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, do we have public speakers?
Yes, ma'am. We
Thank
have
you.
11 public comments this evening. Up first, we have Ms. Marie Terry. She had time given to her by Mr. Eric Brooks, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Just this when I was coming in, I was I'm gonna read it, because y'all have done some great decisions. I like how y'all came together to go back and reevaluate the budget. I recently heard a council member state that there is a lack of trust among colleagues, and that every dollar spent should not only be allowable, but should also be the right thing to do. The question before us tonight is not whether something is allowed. The question is whether it is the best use of taxpayers' money. Many of our council members have served maybe 8 and 4 years. During that time, residents have continued to ask for better services, safer neighborhoods, cleaner streets, stronger code enforcement, and greater accountability for their government. So before approving additional money for council members, including proposed extra $11,000, I ask a simple question. What problem does this solve for the residents of East Point? If trust is truly an issue, trust is not built by giving elected officials more money. Trust is built by showing taxpayers that their dollars come first. Every budget is a statement of priority. Tonight, I ask you to prioritize the people who pay the bills, invest in our neighborhoods, invest in public safety, invest in the city services, invest in the quality of life of the residents who elected you to serve. Show the citizens of East Point that every dollar is not just allowable, but necessary, responsible, and beneficial to the community. The taxpayers of East Point deserve a budget that puts residents before politicians. Just because spending is allowable doesn't make it a right choice. Trust is earned when taxpayer dollars serve residents before elected officials. Again, I ask you the question, what problem does this solve for the residents of East Point? Thank you, guys. Y'all have a great night. That's all I needed.
Up next, we have Ms. Deborah Hargrove.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, City Manager Jones, and the residents of East Point. I am Deborah Hargrove, and it's with great joy and a lot more excitement 2 hours ago, but I am honored to announce the second annual East Point Tour of Gardens, which was launched today, June 1st, on Eventbrite. All of you should have a flyer given to you, and it will be emailed to you. I just got the emails today. But this is a bigger and better event than it was last year. The event will be held on June 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. so that all those who register will have a 3-hour window to view 10 beautiful ornamental gardens with a fabulous finale from 2 to 4 o'clock at Black Art in America Sculptured Gardens at 1802 Connolly Drive. This event is sponsored for the community and by the community. Some of our community partners and sponsors are All Event Rental, Art for the Soul, Black Art in America, Gallery and Sculptured Gardens, Cupcakery, Royal Trophy, East Point Printing, East Point Ace Hardware, Simon Sign Systems, and For Good Times Luxury Transportation. I am so grateful for all of their support in this tremendous effort. This tour is not only for garden lovers, but for any new residents of East Point that would like to get a good visual look at all the different neighborhoods of the city. East Point Garden Tour is being organized by the Council for Concerned Citizens for Civic and Cultural Affairs. Our vision is to explore what is lacking or needed to engage residents civically and culturally to create a better sense of community in the city of East Point. The tour will hopefully inspire and motivate residents to make East Point beautiful, one garden at a time. Thank you.
Up next, we have Miss Nanette Saucier, and she had time given to her by Miss Jackie Slaughter, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
On April 6, this council voted to disregard the city's established electric rate ordinance based on misinformation and misunderstanding of how the rate structure works. The city manager was not proposing a utility rate increase. He was attempting to return the city to compliance with existing summer-winter rate schedule after it was discovered that the ordinance had not been followed for nearly 3 years. The consequences are serious. The city is required to maintain a minimum $15 million electric utility reserve fund. That reserve is being depleted because this body has failed to follow the ordinance designed to ensure sufficient revenue is collected to pay for the power that the city purchases. As a result, the electric utility is operating at a deficit and relying on reserve funds to meet its financial obligations. During my administration, the city worked with ECG and MEAG to establish and stabilize that reserve. By following the ordinance and implementing the summer-winter rate schedule as adopted, the reserve remained healthy and financially sound. If this council does not correct the mistake made on April 6 and restore the established fee schedule, residents will ultimately face a true utility rate increase to cover the losses. The irony is you already have a rate study in your possession. During the work session on June 9, 2025, ECG presented the 2025 East Point rate study. It was agenda item 8. The responsible action is to immediately return to the existing rate structure and stop the ongoing depletion of the reserve fund. Any other course of action is fiscally irresponsible and shifts the burden onto the residents through future rate increases. I would also like to remind this body of its obligations under City Charter and Code, Section 2-501, that states elected officials and trustees are trustees of the citizens and have a fiduciary duty to act in the public's best interest. The question before you is simple. Will you follow the city's ordinances and fulfill your fiduciary duty, or will you continue a course of action that weakens the city's financial position and places a greater burden on the taxpayers? I also have concerns about a workplace culture for our employees where people are routinely bullied, belittled, and forced to walk on eggshells. Council members are elected to serve the public, and the city manager was hired to lead professionally. Employees should never be treated as subjects expected to comply without question or face retaliation. City employees are truly the backbone of this city. Nothing gets done without our city employees. Everyone deserves mutual respect, courtesy, and kindness. As our grandmothers would say, treat people the way you want to be treated. The things that I've noticed since I've been visiting lately are a hostile work environment, bullying and intimidation of staff, retaliatory denial of promotions and opportunities, unfair hiring practices, failure to follow established city policies and procedures, department heads being undermined and being told that they're not trusted, and employees being exposed to unnecessary risk and danger. There also seems to be a problem with communication, although it may not be intentional. Communication and transparency are essential to public trust. I'm quite sure you've been hearing the rumors just like I have, and you know that East Point can be a true rumor mill. It's very important that you remain transparent and make sure that information is distributed timely and in more than one medium. I noticed the Comcast cable channel isn't working anymore. A lot of seniors relied on that as their source of information. That's how they see you at your meetings and other things that are going on. So if you're going to do away with that, they need to know about that before it happens. What this does is employee morale is down, citizens' trust is down, public confidence in the government is down, and having sat in your seats, I know what that feels like. So I think a little more attention needs to be paid to communications coming out more quickly. I'll give you the telephone debacle as an example. That was huge. People could not get in touch with the city, and we didn't know what was going on. So I think some attention needs to be paid to making sure that the residents know what's going on, because that Comcast channel was there for years and years and years. And like I said, a lot of our seniors rely on that. The last thing I'd like to touch on is the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau that was established in 2022 despite concerns about its effectiveness and cost. 4 years later, taxpayers deserve to ask a simple question. What return has the city received on its investment? The purpose of a Convention and Visitors Bureau is to increase tourism, promote local businesses, generate hotel stays. Yet despite spending millions of dollars, the East Point CVB has not clearly demonstrated measurable results. For 2024 and 25, the organization reports 26 booked events while losing 87 of 171 leads. Meanwhile, its budget continues to grow with more than $2.4 million requested for 2026. Several major East Point hotels have chosen to pay for representation through the Atlanta Airport District Convention and Visitors Bureau because they believe it delivers better results. That should concern every taxpayer in this city. When East Point was a member of the Atlanta Airport District, we benefited from regional marketing, stronger advertising campaigns, more event bookings, and greater hotel occupancy. The regional model promoted not only East Point, but also our businesses, hotels, and events as a part of a larger destination network. Before approving another multi-million-dollar budget, this council should demand measurable performance data. How many hotel nights were generated? What economic impact was created? And what return did taxpayers receive? Based on the results presented to date, I believe the city should seriously consider dissolving the East Point CVB and rejoin the Atlanta Airport District CVP that gave us a proven track record of delivering stronger results and greater value. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Lawrence Miller, who had time given to him by Mr. Willie Jackson, so he'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Miller, and I want to first thank the mayor, the city council, city staff, and especially shout out to our council members, Tremaine Mitchell and Council Member T-Star Cummings, for continuing to engage directly with the residents of Ward C. I'm a new homeowner of 3 weeks in East Point, and although I'm not new to the city, I was in college here back in the 80s. I lived on Sir Henry Drive, but now I'm back as an older adult. But now, since then, I've learned the meaning of community, how communities thrive, and the importance of giving back. It's not just through our property taxes or our splash dollars where we support small business or business the community. It's being part of it. It's caring about the future of the communities we live in and becoming involved and helping them move forward in a positive direction. As I continue learning more about the city as it grows with new residents like myself, I had a new neighbor move across the street today. They just closed today on Woodhill Drive, Woodhill Lane. Well, I'm interested in issues impacting everyday residents, including rising utility costs, services for seniors, and residents on fixed incomes, responsible developments, neighborhood stability, flooding, and infrastructure concerns, as well as a stronger communication between the city and its residents. I hope I also hope that the city continues improving community education regarding tools like C-Click Fix, and I love it, so residents feel informed, connected, and empowered to participate in local government. Lastly, I respectfully ask, can Ward C participate in organizing a future community creek and cleanup initiative? We know how successful Ward B Creek and Stream initiative was a couple of months ago, and I believe projects like this strengthen both communities and neighborhoods' pride. Thank you again for your leadership, and I look forward to listening and learning and becoming a positive part of the East Point community, and thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Ernestine Pittman, who had time given to her by Ms. Carolyn Stokes, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Madam Mayor, I had to change what I wanted to say because of something that came up tonight. Councilmember Hemmings, your question was very on point when you asked about ordinances that talked about compensation in all for mayor and council. Elected officials' compensations come from the state. State guidelines tells us that. The state guidelines says every elected official has the right to have a salary and all the benefits of any employee and from the municipal in which they serve. That means you're entitled to health care benefits and whatever else there. But the setting of your compensation, that is determined by the state when, not how much, but when. As it comes to your expenditures, the state says compensation must be made to any elected official for any expenses incurred during direct intervention for doing your job. Therefore, since the city of East Point says that East Point has to be a member of GMA, has to be a member of National League of Cities, therefore conferences and training sessions, information that they have for that, you have entitled to money to go. Because instead of reimbursing, compensation is given up front and then you bring back that information. While I was on the council under Joe Maker, we came up with community involvement. We need, elected officials need to be involved with the residents. So we set up the $25,000 consumable goods amount, flyers, newsletter, robocalls, for you to communicate with your constituents. Frankly, that needs to increase. I would not say that you all would be out of bound at all if you had $11,000 for travel training, so you could go to GMA, National League of Cities. That trip you take to Washington, D.C. every year, that's your vacation. Because the people that you want to talk to about the legislators in the Senate and the House is here. You're not doing anything but watching, but fooling around, playing around. Now, let's get back to others. We need to, you all need to stop shunning those who have been where you are. Information needs to be freely shared. I'm going to tell you whether you want to hear it or not, and I'm going to put it out there. There are several areas in which you participate that money should be made available for. And you all have to come up with how this money is spent. Not the amount, but how it is spent. I would encourage $11,000 for travel and training. That'll cover going down to Savannah and whatever the conference is, National League of Cities. $10,000 ought to be put towards communicating with your constituents. All these residents in the city do not have internet or Wi-Fi. They don't have cell phones. They can't read or hold something on a little screen. Things are getting rougher, but we need to be able to get information out to them. And before I get too further on in this, you ask about our budget allocations and the council. That's found in section 2-401, road delineation 3. There are exact wording as to what must come back before the council that has been allocated in the budget. The next thing I want to say, please vote no on discussion and possible action to create a communication department. We already have one. You communicate with the residents. The city manager communicate with you. We don't need him telling us what to do about you, who we elect, and what you do about us. This city is small enough that these departments sitting right over there for that to be done. We don't need that. And number 10, council discussion and possible action on MCT transfer resolution, authorizing a temporary transfer of municipal competitive trust, MCT funds, to the Power Enterprise Fund. In the first place, MCT funds are Power Enterprise funds. They come from our electric utility. They already belong there. That is what you may call the third fund where you reserve. Your rate that you pay outside of the PCA and ECCR includes a reserve above and beyond the operational and maintenance of the electric utility here in East Point called East Point Power. That ECCR and that PCA gives you another reserve of more than $5 million a year. If you add the PCA and ECCR together and multiply that times the number of kilowatt hours for a year, you're going to get over $5 million. That $5 million should go in the MCT account. And you cannot use language like for budget stabilization purposes. What does that mean? And other lawful purposes. What does that mean? You have to have complete, precise expenditures for any money that's spent here in this city. Now, I'm going home, and I'm going to be writing on my website, and I want you to know, I'm telling you tonight, I am in the process of writing a letter to the Attorney General's office, even though he lost his election. It may not be that on it. I am at the point where we need to have an investigation into whether or not East Point needs to come on an administrative entity. Hearing you all agonize through what you did for the budget tonight, you need your own budget analyst consultant. That person is not an investigator. That person answers directly to you on what you need to know that you don't know. That's why he is called your budget analyst consultant, not the city manager. That person is given all authority to work with the city manager in providing information that is needed for he or she to work with you. You don't need the city manager to do an emergency professional procurement for you. You can do that yourself through the mayor's office. She comes up with the interviews, get that information out to you. You have a right to have your own external auditor. In fact, the state encourages it. That external auditor works with the city non-existent internal auditor to make sure at the end of the year, our books are in such condition, financial up, that our CAFRA and the letter to the state is in place. That external auditor answers to the budget committee and quarterly makes reports to mayor and council. You need to talk to people who've been through things. You didn't come here full grown and full blown, so you're not going to come here all-knowing. Let those who have walked and learned from it, and you take advantage of that. Thank you, and good night.
Up next, we have Ashley P., and I'm sorry because I cannot see the spelling of your No. I said Ashley P. Last name starts with a P. No, Ashley P. All right. Lastly, we have Ms. Teresa Nelson. She left? Okay, all right. Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Okay, thank you. Council comments, anybody in for comments? Okay. Ms. Heather going first. And then Councilman Atkins, and then Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to be brief and let all Ward A residents know, and particularly those who live near the DeLoe Village project, that on Thursday, June 4th, we will have a meeting at the Sheltering Arms Daycare, which is located at 2257 Mulberry Street, East Point, Georgia. The doors for this event will open at 5:45. Refreshments will be provided and children will be welcome. The time starts for the meeting at 6 p.m. The purpose of this meeting is to review the DeLoe Village redevelopment. We will be talking with the Laurel Street Development Authority, the Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnership, and the East Point Housing Authority and Housing to Home, how they're partnering to redevelop the DeLoe Village that is located at 2360 DeLoe Drive. So please come to learn more about the project timeline, relocation plans for those who live at that property, what the new DeLoe Village will look like, and any other questions that you might have, given that this project is moving forward. You can contact Mr. Frank Whitfield, who is the Housing and Community Development Manager. His phone number is 470-432-5017. So this is for all Ward A residents, but particularly those who live in and near 2360 DeLoe Drive, who would want to learn more about the redevelopment project happening there. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just first like to offer sincere condolences to the family of Derek Samuel, and just wanted to let them know that the city is thinking of them during this time of loss and bereavement. The other thing that I would like to say is to Ms. Hargrove, I just want to thank you so much for the second annual Tour of Gardens. Thank you so much for all of the effort in organizing and reaching out to sponsors and also homeowners across the city to put this particular event on. Last year, the inaugural one was absolutely outstanding, and so I can only imagine what it's going to be this year. Regrettably, it is at the same time as the Georgia Municipal Conference in Savannah, and so I am saddened that I'll miss it this year, but some neighbors have actually reached out to me about it, and so I'm excited that this is happening again and the partnership that you have with so many businesses in East Point. So thank you so much for doing this. I yield.
Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to everyone that came out this evening, and for those that are watching the meeting via live stream. I'd just like to thank the residents of Ward C for coming out to our Ward C community meeting, and we over at St. Stephen's this past Thursday, we had over 100 plus residents come out, and members. I'd also like to thank staff that came out as well. We had representatives from City Manager's Office, Police, Fire, Parks and Rec, Sanitation, Power. If there are any other departments that I forgot, please forgive me. But thank you so much for everyone that came out. It was a great meeting. We had an opportunity to get a lot of good information that was out, get a lot of information out to the residents. It got intense at some points, but then we also had a lot of moments of clarity. So all those questions that residents were concerned about, those issues, those concerns, those questions were asked. They were answered by members of the staff. Thank you so much. And I want to welcome again Mr. Lawrence Miller. Thank you so much for coming to the meeting this evening, hanging out with us for 3+ hours. And also just for, just being engaged. So I definitely will be reaching out to you just to, keep you informed with those things that are going on in the city. So again, thank you for everyone that showed up for the Ward C meeting. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you. So I'll be brief. First, thank you to all of the residents that came up and spoke, and welcome to the community. I wanted to just announce the Ward D Community Meeting Gathering will be on June 20th. More updates to come and to follow.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you for coming out to the residents and sharing your concerns. And please come out and participate in the Miracle League baseball game on June 6th at 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. at Jefferson Park. For the record, Madam City Clerk, I will provide this information to you on official city letterhead. I am making this statement to ensure my concerns are formally documented. The employees deserve a professional, respectful, and accountable workplace. They deserve leadership that fosters trust, transparency, consistency, and a culture where concerns are appropriately received and addressed. This council has been made aware since October of ongoing concerns related to organizational leadership, workplace culture, employee treatment, and broader issues impacting the functioning of the organization. While I will not discuss specific matters, I will not ignore the reoccurring concerns that continue to be raised. As elected officials, our responsibility is not simply to acknowledge concerns, but to ensure they are reviewed through appropriate processes and addressed in a manner that protects both employees and the integrity of the organization. Protecting the integrity of the organization requires action, and failing to address reoccurring concerns will negatively impact employee morale, organizational effectiveness, public confidence, and the city's ability to maintain a healthy workplace culture. I want to be clear, I will not be complicit in conduct that is unethical or inconsistent with our obligations to our workforce, residents, and the organization. Madam Clerk, again, I ask that you will be provided this statement and also have a link for it for my council comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for your comments. Thank you to the residents for coming out and sharing their concerns and comments around the budget and other issues tonight. At this time, we will move forward to the presentation and announcement presentation and announcement section of our meeting. The first one up now is the short-term rentals presentation by Councilman Atkins. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am the sponsor of this agenda item, and I've worked with the Deputy City Manager, and she's worked with staff to provide this presentation. Over the past few months, we've received several complaints from neighbors and citizens across the city regarding short-term rentals, namely Meadowlark Estates, and I know several of the residents from that community were here this evening. And also, we received quite a few complaints from the Friends of East Washington, that neighborhood association in the East Washington neighborhood. So I've asked staff if they will put together a presentation regarding short-term rentals. For those who may not be aware, short-term rentals are required to register with the city of East Point. This is particularly important during this time as FIFA is approaching the Atlanta metropolitan region. Many of the residents have complained about the disturbances that they endure from renters of short-term rentals. And if they're not complying with the city ordinance, then the city should be taking action to preserve the integrity of our neighborhoods. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the Deputy City Manager and the appropriate staff that she's been working with in planning and community development.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to have our discussion or our presentation first. I'd like to ask Officer McGee to come up, because if you have questions with respects to him, as far as code enforcement is concerned, he will address that. So we're going to do a little tag team. I'm going to sit here and click, but we're going to start with our planning and zoning's aspect as far as short-term rentals are concerned.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much. Deputy City Manager Tyler. In reference to planning and community development in our part of the short-term rentals, our department manages the permit section of the process, and I wanted to give a short report on where we are to date. If you're able to see the screen, to date, we have a total of 266 short-term rental permits that have been issued to date. The total amount of funding that has been collected, $30,430. The date range for these permits, as well as the fees that have been collected, range from September 17, 2021 to February 16, 2026. The permitting list, however, runs from May 28th, which was just last Thursday. So we reran the report to get the updated numbers. Also on this slide, it shows some of the top addresses where short-term rental permits have been issued. And as far as 2024 and 2026 and 2025, it shows that most of our permits were issued. 69 were issued in 2024 and 64 were issued in 2025. That concludes our presentation on where we are with current permits.
Thank you, Director Smith. I do have a few questions, if you wouldn't mind staying at the podium, please. So if you could go back to the previous slide. I see that there have been a total of 266 permits issued. And according to the code, are those permits issued annually or are they one time?
So you have to renew your permits annually.
Okay. And what is the cost for a permit?
A permit costs $75.
Okay. And so, and with that fee at $75 and we're renewing annually, is this total paid since the inception of, what is that, September 17th of 2021 to February of 2026?
That's correct.
Okay. And so 75, so that's 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So when I do the calculation, and I don't know if you could break that down by the year in terms of what was permitted in the first year, the second year, and the third year, because when I do the simple calculation of 266 times 75, I get almost $100,000. But of course, if we only have a total of 266 permit, and I don't know the years that they have come online, but and even with that, at 266, if we're saying that we have 266 to date, if you could break that down by the year so that we'll know how much that we've been collecting, and how do we market this requirement to persons who own short-term rentals within the city of East Point? Do we notify those persons through some type of notification methodology that we've been using, or how do people know?
How do they know what?
That registration is required. So if I purchased a property in the city of East Point as an investment and then I turn it into a short-term Airbnb and start operating, how would I know that the city requires registration? What is your marketing strategy for that?
It's handled through the permit issuance process.
But if I don't know to come in to get a permit, that's what I'm asking. How would someone know to come in to get a permit?
When the short-term rental ordinance was approved several years ago, there was a marketing campaign that the city went through. They notified all of the property owners within the utility bill. There was a big campaign through our communications department to just let the community know in general that the ordinance, number one, was coming, and number two, what the requirements would be.
So that was a one-time marketing campaign?
It happened over several years.
And that marketing campaign is handled by which department within the city?
At the time, again, it was handled through communications department at that particular time.
But planning and community development, you administer the issuance of the permits, correct?
The permits are applied through our department, that's correct.
So does your department work with communications just to make sure that, because properties change, you know, they're conveyed, they're sold all the time. So if someone has purchased a property, they don't know if they need to register. So is your department working with communication to make sure that there's a marketing campaign every year, or how are we doing that? Because the way I see it,
Yeah.
we could be losing revenue. Not only are we losing revenue, but then code enforcement has to go out for issues, neighbors complain to us in meetings, so I'm just trying to figure out best practices, how would we notify people to make sure that they're compliant, and then also to make sure that we're bringing in the dollars that are necessary to respond to some of the complaints.
Sure. Thank you for that information.
Okay, so we don't have a marketing strategy for that, though? No.
It would not come out of our department, so
So
thanks
would
for
there
that
be any
information.
repercussions if someone did not register? Are there any repercussions for someone if they don't register?
Our department doesn't handle the enforcement part of it, but we do take in for the applications. So that may be a different discussion that needs to happen collectively through all the departments that are touched by that project and the program.
And over the years since we started this particular ordinance, have there been any permits that have been revoked because of issues with behavior, noise, community disturbances, any of those things?
Not that I'm aware, but I would let code enforcement answer that question.
So would it be their department that then would revoke the permits?
Not that I am aware that any permits have been revoked.
Right, I heard that, but my question was, would it be their department? If it's not planning and community development that would revoke, which departments then, or department would be responsible for revoking the
It would come
permit?
through a code enforcement process that would have been handled through the courts, the code enforcement process, and then they would have had to come to our department for us to revoke it. But it would have gone through code enforcement, and we would have been notified through that manner. And to date, that process has not been done, as far as I can remember.
Okay. So
Excuse me, Councilmember Atkins, if I may interrupt, I know that there are additional slides because I read them before this tonight, and some of this is addressed, a little bit of it is addressed in the code enforcement section. Do you think it would be permissible for them to finish the presentation so we can hear?
Oh, I thought Director Smith said that she was
No, there's
done.
several more slides.
My apologies, my apologies. I thought you said that you were done. You're finished with your part.
That's correct.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much.
McGee said he's not coming up here.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. I'm Supervisor McGee with the Code Enforcement. Year to date, we had from January 1st, 2025 to last Thursday, I think it was, that I went to the court department. We had 92 citations that we issued from January 2025 up to date. We made sure that they come in compliance to register their house, their apartment, or whatever they're trying to do a short-term run on. These are some of the code enforcement processes. We'll initiate a contact with the person, we outreach to the property owner or manager, we educate them, explain the STR registration requirement, opportunity to come and comply, time provided for voluntary compliance, enforcement, and then last and not least, before we do none of that work, we'll issue a citation to whoever the property belongs to.
I'm going to take this slide. So one of the things that Councilman Atkins had asked, and basically was how do we break out our reporting as far as our tax collections. This is an example of what we received. As you can see, this came from Airbnb, and we do not get any breakout as far as what property owner or property is actually paid taxes for the short-term rental period. We get a lump sum, and this is when Airbnb or Vivo, they will say to us, you have to refer to your own records. So this is not something that our tax, this tax section of our finance department is prepared to do. We don't have the means, we don't have algorithms, we don't have the means to track this. This is just an example for you to see this, the check, It's a check and just showing that we received it. Basically, the overall goals is what we should be doing is educating the public, continue with a transparent process, be fair and consistent with our code enforcement, and then protect our community standards while supporting responsible property use. One of the things that we have to remember, and it's something that we need to address, registration is on an honor system. So at this point, we do not market it, we do not aggressively make certain that people are aware. These are areas where we need to improve, obviously. And the other aspect is that our tax reporting does not include the addresses of property. So it makes it difficult, even for code enforcement, to go and determine who's paid what, who's not paying, where are we collecting from. So that's actually the end of our PowerPoint, and now we can take questions.
Okay, thank you so very much. And again, my apologies to Director Smith. I thought that was the end of the presentation. So thank you for providing this information and pulling this information together. And to your point on this particular slide, the fact that we're operating on an honor system, it would be great, especially since we just had a discussion about the budget and in terms of enhancing revenue, if the city, Mr. City Manager came up with a strategy to market so that those individuals or corporations that own Airbnbs or any other short-term rentals within the city of East Point, they know that there's a requirement to register. And then if the code requires not only the fee, but repercussions for not registering. So that would be great, because I think that there's a lot of concern that we get at neighborhood association meetings. I know that some residents are concerned about the concentration, so I don't know if our ordinance, and I don't think our ordinance speaks to the concentration of short-term rentals within a certain defined area, but those may be things that we would want to consider so that this body could then enhance the policies that we have. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. McGee. Thank you, Director Smith, and thank you, Deputy City Manager Tyler.
Yeah, it's both of us. All right, thank you for your presentation. Could we go back to the slide where you guys talked about the tickets that were issued? I'm sorry, citations, I'm sorry. Okay, and this is more so from Mr. McGee. What difficulties are you running into trying to enforce our laws, or if any?
Well, really, we're not run to anything, not major difficult problems. We notify them, and if someone say, hey, this address was Airbnb over the weekend, we'll come in the next day, Monday morning, and we'll notify the homeowner, the property manager, and say, hey, we had a complaint about this address over the weekend that was Airbnb. They'll come out and say, yes, it was. Then we'll tell them that you need to come and see us. When they come and see us, we'll issue a citation. Then we'll send them over to the permits department to start the paperwork for the application.
So once that happens, so say if it's a reoccurring event, so say if they become some type of a nuisance, what recourse do you have? Or
so far we haven't had an incident like that. Someone being a nuisance, or being in violations and not renewing their license every year. So once we issue one in this year, they'll fall in line to renew every year in January.
So are these citations mostly around noise complaints, or is it people who have not, I guess?
We don't have, for noise, parking in the yard. They don't park in the neighbor yard. The neighbor will call the police.
Mm-hmm. Police
come out there, they'll ask them to move the vehicle out the yard, and then the police will let us know. Either the neighbor will put in C-click fix, this address is a Airbnb, and that's how we'll kind of figure out.
Are y'all have any special, how are you preparing for FIFA coming? Are y'all doing anything special, or have you?
No, sir.
Okay.
We just gonna play it by ear. If it if somebody renting out there who doesn't have an Airbnb, we will issue them a citation.
So I'm pretty sure there might be a big influx of people coming in to the city. So I said there's going to be a lot of people coming into the city. I was just curious, are y'all preparing for that or?
Yes, sir, we will be prepared,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my first question is, I know the payment that you received, and that was just from Airbnb. Do we get that compensation also from Verbo or any other short-term rental companies?
Yes, Councilwoman, we do. That was just an example of one. None of them are broken down, though. All of them look like that.
Okay, and how often do you receive those payments? Is that an annual, that's a
No,
one-time deal?
monthly, I believe.
So monthly?
Mhm. The checks that they showed me, the copies were monthly.
Okay. And I was looking through the city's, looking through the muni codes about the short-term rental. And I'm looking at the different definitions, homestay host, the homestay lodging, whole house and all that. So do we have are there particular areas that you can't have an Airbnb? Because I'm looking, I know one said, let's see, it was something about, I'm sorry, it escapes me, I was looking. So one thing they talk about with the homestay host, it's a permanent full-time resident of a residential property. Then it goes on to say that the host may be temporarily absent from the property for purposes related to normal residential activities. But they're saying, however, the host must be on the property overnight when lodgers are present. So can you actually have an Airbnb, or what are the terms in which this whole thing is set up? Because, I mean, I know we had some discussion a couple of years ago when I was on council before. So what is the distinction? Is it in particular areas, or, and if that's the case, if I come in as an investor and I purchase a property and I want to make it an Airbnb, I don't know that you can't have an Airbnb here in this area, but I've gone out and I've made this $100,000 plus purchase, and it's for investment. I don't plan on living there. So what are we doing to let people know that come, because like you said, it's also on the honor system. So we don't even know if, some people even, letting the city know that they do have Airbnbs.
So in reference to Airbnb, short-term rentals, when I
Okay.
say short-term rentals, the ordinance is broken down by zoning. So everything for us starts with the zoning. If there's an address, we'll ask the address, and then we'll look at what the zoning is. And based on what it is, you're either allowed to have a whole house, or the other term is homestay.
Okay.
So in order for us to understand how East Point short-term rental ordinance is broken down, we need to understand what whole house is. And whole house is just in the term as it's implied. You will be allowed to rent your entire house out as a short-term rental. The homestay is where you actually have to live in the unit, and you're allowed to rent out a room for less than 30 days. And that will be determined short-term rental. But as it is pertaining to zoning classification, I can read out what the zonings are that would allow for you to have your whole house rented out, because there's only a few, it's about 6 of them. It's our commercial redevelopment zoning district, our urban residential, which is our R1A, our R2, 2-family dwelling units, R3 multifamily dwelling units, R4, which is our multifamily, and then our RT. So those are the only ones that would be allowed where you can rent out the entire home. All other zonings, which is most of the other ones, you cannot. You can only do the homestay, where you have to live on site. So I guess the easiest way to understand is Airbnb, as we see it, is where you pretty much could just rent your entire house out. It's limited in East Point to only those 6 zoning classifications.
Now, how does that work with the ADUs? Because I know a lot of people are putting building the units in the back of the home.
So with the ADUs, and you all know, because they come before you very often, to build the accessory dwelling units in the back, of their homes, if they're approved for that, in order for you to have an ADU just in general, you have to be on site. So that would categorize under the homestay because
Okay.
you have to live on the property.
So you don't, all right, that's fine, so that would apply. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you. One of the questions I have is charging for citations. Are we charging for citations, and how much is that?
Yes, ma'am. The fines, I can't give you the exact fine, but it's a solicitor and the judge make that fine. It depends. If they come in compliance before the court date, they have a set fine for it. If they not, we'll reset them until they do come into compliance, and then when they come to court the next time, they'll pay another fine, a different fine.
Okay. I guess, and this is just for my clarification, like the process that we follow for issuing fines, is that something that's set in stone? Like you mentioned, someone will put something on SeeClickFix, you'll notify them, do they automatically go in front of a judge?
No, ma'am. When it happened, when someone be out there with an Airbnb and we find out about it, we notify them, we contact them, and they come and see us, we'll issue them a citation, then they'll come to court. Then the solicitor and the judge will set the fine.
Got it, okay. And then I just had a question around the follow-up process. So if someone is issued a citation, then I guess the court systems would do the follow-up process because they have to go to court if they get this citation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I think like from what I'm hearing, we may want to explore just a strategy around how we can get more visibility into how many short-term rentals are in the actual city. I mean, just doing a rough search online, there's different technologies that will scan these sites, could possibly put in our zoning parameters to be able to get a sense of who should be registered and possibly target them, because it just seems like a very hard process to do manually or without residents self-reporting to us otherwise. Like, how else would you know?
So if I may, if you recall, we've had 2 presentations from a company named HDL.
I remember.
And actually, the findings that we're showing it supports the need for an HDL. HDL uses algorithms, which does exactly what you're saying. It identifies the short-term rentals that are located in our city. It will also assist with compliance matters because, again, we don't know. There can be people flying under the radar. We would never know. But however, we don't also have the access or that technology or even the bandwidth to focus on that. But Mr. Jones had invited HDL, and I think prior to HDL, a few years ago, we had a company called Granulus who did something similar. But either way, that technology, a firm that can afford that technology to us, will help to increase our collection as well as our enforcement capabilities.
Thank you. That's all.
My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this question is for Officer McGee. The 92 citations issued on this slide, what are those citations specifically for not being registered? Or are they citations issued to properties that are registered as STRs?
Sir, not being registered as an STR. Those the one that was not in compliance. The residents notified code enforcement. The police had to come out there, and the police notified us on that. So that's how we got the 92 citations.
Okay, and then I assume subsequently they registered?
Say it again, sir.
I would assume that then they subsequently registered as
Yes,
they
sir.
should?
We have quite a few that's not in compliance right now. So since the court being down, we cannot get an accurate number saying that how many in compliance, who's not in compliance. But matter of fact, we got court on Wednesday. I asked the officer that's in the office, we got 7 will be in court this Wednesday, that who should be I think we got 3 of them in compliance for Wednesday. The other one's not. It's on hold for review for planning and zoning.
Okay. And we may have to go back to the first slide. How many total do we have registered? I thought it was like 266. So we added a full third of that total number just through citations in the course of 1 year, correct? So 90 is about a third of 266.
Yes, sir.
That suggests to me that we're missing a whole lot of properties. I mean, if this program has been in place for a number of years and we literally found 90 out of 266 through citations in 1 year, would you agree that we're probably missing large numbers of
Yes, sir.
rentals that are not registered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all so much for your presentation. I remember this coming before council, maybe last year with a previous council member, but my question is, I guess, just very simple. We are pretty much depending on good faith, correct? Because I live in a community that has at least 30 houses that are LLCs, and it's probably over 30, but that was due to the pandemic and other mitigating factors. But I think that so far, so good, but we're basically depending on a home to be a nuisance and be reported as an Airbnb as to how we're capturing these rental homes, right? Because I know that there's one near me, and the only reason I know it's an Airbnb is because of the number of cars and the days that there are heavy activities at the residence. So I've been able to call and report, and the department has been able to seek out the owner. But for this, like, how successful is it to have short-term homeowners? If I have a rental property, how successful is it that I'm going to come to East Point and say, yes, 12345 86 Way is a rental property and I'd like to register it? How successful has that been? I mean, I'm just out of curiosity.
I think that's a great question, and probably not very successful at all. Again, that's why we have an opportunity to implement a mechanism that can monitor that, we can get more proactive. If we're more proactive and coupled with a better marketing strategy, stating that people need to register their short-term rentals, that also takes away the excuse of not knowing. So better proactivity, a better marketing plan, a stronger enforcement, I think people will, but right now it is the honor system.
Okay, thank you, because there's another home in the community, 0 problems. I mean, the owner has been consistent, and they have renters in and out, or short-term renters all of the time, and it's just not a problem in our community. So I would just be interested in having more information on what that looks like, the capture. Because if it's the honor system, if an LLC has 15 houses in a community, and those houses aren't necessarily, or the people who are in and out of those homes aren't necessarily a problem, would I really be honest and say, hey, I'd like to register this problem? I'd like to register this property, not this problem. Are there any incentives that you are talking about for registration? Have cities provided incentives?
We haven't researched that far down the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yes, I want to go back to the slide of the citations, and just so that I can understand correctly, Mr. McGee. So the 92 citations that have been issued year to date, if I understood you correctly, those were all because the short-term rental had not registered. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what happens, because I know that they happen because I hear about them at neighborhood association meetings. Have there been no citations for those properties being nuisances or creating a negative impact on the quality of life? So are there no citations around that?
No, sir. When you say nuisance, the way we classify nuisance is when we do nuisance, we go on a point system. Because if you rent a house out there and for the weekend, and it might just be one incident for 6 months, so that's not that we wouldn't consider as a nuisance. You know, if it happened, somebody you rent their house out every weekend and they throwing these wild parties and then the police get involved, then the code enforcement get involved. Yeah, we consider that as a nuisance. We would notify the owner. Get the owner down, we'll get the owner a citation, and we let the court system handle it.
Okay, so there are a few things that I've heard from residents, and I was just meeting with some folk the other day. It wasn't about parties, but it was about all the trash that's left, right? So that's making their neighborhood look bad. So by the time that renter leaves, and there have been 7, 8 people in there drinking, partying, whatever, and then the trash is overflowing, it's sitting in the street and all of those things. So would that be a citation that would be issued by solid waste, or would that be a citation issued by code enforcement?
That'd be a citation, excuse me, that'd be a citation through a solid waste. The way solid waste, they will make if the collection not that Monday, solid waste, they'll make an appointment with solid waste, and solid waste will come and pick up that trash on that Monday. If they're not the collection day. But if it's trash that's out there, solid waste should issue them a citation if it's a constant thing going on.
And then how often would solid waste enforcement and your code enforcement, how often do you all compare notes?
On a daily.
Because if those things happen a lot, then your code enforcement team may not know about them. So there may not be a citation that's issued to that particular property.
It should, because if they issue a citation, they will come to court with us, because they fall upon the same court date that we fall upon the court date. If they issue a citation, they'll have a court date when we'll go to court. So we'll know if they issue a citation to 1000 Main Street. They were like, yeah, I issue a citation over there for trash and debris. They kept, every week, there was trash out there. So we decided to issue them a citation for trash and debris.
Okay, so there is some communication between the departments around those things?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I was just astonished that of the 92 citations, none of them were for nuisance or for, quality of life issues, because I know that we get a lot of concerns about that. I mean, the East Washington property on Lyle, I believe that there was even a murder at that particular property. And the police chief talked about how difficult it was to serve that owner. So if there's not a citation for that, I mean, it's a lot. I was just astonished that none of the citations were for quality of life issues, but were just for registration compliance. So perhaps that's a policy issue that we'd have to look at the policy to see what would then trigger a citation if that particular property is registered as a short-term rental, because residents shouldn't be held hostage. Because if the decision is made that once every 6 months or twice every 6 months, that could be too many times.
Yes, sir.
So maybe we should look at that as a council. But thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions from council? I might just have one question. Is there a process for, prior to the home being purchased, do we work with realtors to flag, in the city of East Point, short-term rent, like on the websites like Zillow or Realtor, or any type of reciprocity campaign or anything like that? Do
No,
we
ma'am.
do any of those things to proactively make partnerships with people? Because if people are doing Airbnbs, they are doing it for a reason, so they're technically owning some kind of business. But do we attempt to establish a relationship with them prior to, as they are coming into the city?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're good to go. Thank you. Next, we have up Councilwoman Cummings, the EPCVB plans for FIFA games.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've brought this item forward this evening to see, I know East Point CVB, they had spoken about some plans that they were doing for the city for the FIFA games. And even though they are, to some extent, an arm's length organization from the city, I know that they are planning something. I know they had mentioned it before. We just didn't know exactly what it was, but still at the same time, they are representative of the city. So I would just like to know what those plans were for the FIFA games as far as what they plan to do to represent the city of East Point.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Frank Whitfield here. No real update other than we did touch base with them today. They weren't able to make it tonight, but we can have them come and present. But in the meantime, the city is hosting their event on June 27th, which includes a parade at 11 o'clock, a lot of festivities and concerts, and then a watch party afterwards at Downtown Commons. But we did touch base with them this afternoon and told them that we would like for them to come present. And I think that we can try to make that happen either Monday, upcoming meeting, or the following Monday we can have them come. And I know we're getting close to time.
Yeah, because I think their event, if I'm not mistaken, they were planning to do something on June 19th.
Yeah, so they did give us a little update. I don't want to speak for them, but they will have an update on that. I think there has been some changes on the 19th. The 15th event here at City Hall, I think is still a go, but I think they'll have an update around some changes to the 19th event.
Very well.
And I'm gonna try to get that in writing before we meet. So so y'all got information, not wait until then.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you. I yield. Well,
I had a question.
Mr.
Frank?
Whitfield.
So the only city-sponsored event is the 27th? I thought that we were going to host like July 4th, there was going to be, so what can you communicate to us as far as like what we have planned and what we're doing? And then also, based on the budget that we approved, if you have any information as to how we're tracking and kind of what that looks like.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the rest of the council. So one thing I'll share is that if you go on the City of East Point's website, eastpointga.gov, there's a link right at the top that says World Soccer Game Events, and that page is going to continuously be updated with things that are happening that the city's involved in. So some of the things that are listed on there currently are the media event I just mentioned on June 15th here at City Hall in partnership with CVB. I share with you that June 19th, there's going to be some shifts in that, but then there's the parade, and then that July 4th event that's hosted by the Main Street Association is scheduled to happen on July 4th. So those are our current events, but things are developing every day. I know I had a conversation recently with Councilwoman Cummings. We were talking about, is there other opportunities to do more during that time? So, but that's what's confirmed as of today. And thank you, City Clerk, for pulling this up.
I do have one more question. So I know there are 8 games that'll be played here in the city of Atlanta. So have we set up something for watch parties? I mean, just engaging the local businesses that we do have. I know we have Odd's Pizza. I know we have Utility Works. So have we worked out some things with them just to, just to put it out? I mean, it may not be a full-on like you're planning for the 27th, but just an opportunity for people to come out and to just view the games at the local businesses in the city.
Yeah, so May 19th, 20th, and the 21st, our Economic Development Specialist, Aaron Rogers, put on a series of workshops at the library. And one of the things that they went over during those workshops was talking to businesses about what they could do. So there's a number of local businesses in the room, and she talked about how to host a watch party, kind of what you can and can't put on your promotions and things like that. So we're hoping that that is going to inspire some of the local businesses to actually take some of the initiative. And I know there was one business in particular that has an event space, and so they were really eager to let folks know, use my space, use my space. So we've been trying to facilitate that sort of local collaboration for the games.
There's nothing concrete, I mean.
Well,
because-
I would say there's nothing formal that we're saying, hey, here's how here's a City of East Point endorsed watch party. We just tried to, educate them on the possibilities and opportunities as a local business to host those.
No, I'm not saying us endorsing, but I'm just saying, let's just say Oz Pizza is gonna do a watch party on, let's just say they're doing a game on there's a game on the 20th. So just Oz Pizza, they said that they'll be hosting a watch party. Are we doing anything to put stuff out like that, or have restaurants even said that they plan on doing something, just so we can promote it, so that we can have people to come here to, to watch the games?
For sure, yeah, that's something I'll talk with the team about, make sure that we can do that and see how we can support.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just add, and you may know this already, Councilwoman Cummings, is that if there was not a securing of a license, then businesses, governments, no one can host a watch party without getting the official FIFA license to even show the game. Yeah, you have to have a license to show the games. Not for an event, like for an event for a government to show it, like in a advertised event, or business to host a watch party, it does require a license.
Questions around this topic? Okay, and Mr. Frank, to your knowledge, was there a comms plan, or did we have a comms plan around the campaign in terms of overall, across all of the city's channels?
Yes, I believe so. I know they just finished finalizing some of the materials. One of my tasks was to try to get some sponsorships for the event, and so we were able to secure Kroger as one of the major sponsors for the event. So a part of it was waiting to see who wanted to get in with us. But now that we have some confirmation, I believe we're going to get some stuff out tomorrow, actually. There'll be some official comms coming out tomorrow. But I saw at the town hall that Councilman Mitchell and Councilwoman Cummings had, there was promos in their newsletter. So it's getting out there. So please, I encourage you all to spread it as well.
Thank you. All right.
One more question? Yeah, just one more. Is there going to be any shareable marketing material outside of the website that we can give out to HOAs and that type of stuff to help get the word out?
Yes, so there will be some postcards and flyers, and we'll make sure that you all get them in your mailbox, or somehow make sure you get a good stack of those for you all to have as you commute around.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know last time when the Convention Bureau was here, we spoke about sponsors. I'm very happy, so happy we found a sponsor. I know we invest in lots. There's a lot to travel and a lot of things that go into the Convention Bureau securing sponsors. Was this a sponsor found by you, or was this the Convention Bureau, or how did you come about the sponsor?
It came through, actually, the city manager. We met with folks from Kroger last year and just have continued to maintain that relationship with them. Okay. And so when this came around, we said, hey, we got a unique opportunity.
Do you know if is that our only sponsor so far?
That's our only major sponsor. Yeah, we got some local businesses that are going to do some sponsorships as well at a smaller level.
Because I know we're watching our cost and return on investment. I know that the CVB spends a lot of money procuring these sponsorships, but yet we've yet to see one yet. So that's just something we want to be mindful of moving forward. I know Ms. Saucier mentioned another route we might can go in the future.
Yep. Yep, so to that point, that's one of the questions we can ask CVB to speak to when they present is what's been their success rate on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
One other thing, I just wanted, this isn't really a question, but more of a comment from the last time the CVB came. They mentioned the sponsorship was more of a us thing versus a them thing. And so I thought that the sponsorship fell on our economic and development department to go out and look for those sponsors. They kind of gave a list of the things that they would be able to help with and what they could use the money to purchase, but I thought from that last conversation, the sponsorship came from our efforts.
Yeah, I didn't want to make it seem like they were trying to get sponsorships for us. I was speaking more so for their events that they're going to do. They can speak to if they got sponsors for their events.
Got it.
The one that we know for sure on the 15th, and then, if they're doing any other events, if they've gotten sponsorships for it.
Got it.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, if that was the case, then I think we just need to decide as council and then make sure that we have clear expectations where we walk away with the same understanding of what's going to happen. Because I didn't get that from the last meeting.
Thank you for your presentation. No more questions from, I'm sorry, somebody else's microphone is on. Or is that the light? Is that mine? It is. Can't see it. The next presentation we have up is a recap of the electric fund overview from the city manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I wanted to invite Sho Win back to us. He's the senior director with ECG. I know we've been talking about utilities, and he's going to just kind of recap really quickly over what he covered before as a bit of a tee-up for our discussion later on about the MCT funds.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager, and guests. I'm here to rehash the presentation that I had presented you on March the 9th of 2026. So the electric fund budget as adopted. As you're aware, the council had to approve a budget that was balanced. So revenue equals expense. So from the way that it was adopted, the revenue is 56.3 million, which balances out to expenditure, 56.3 million. However, the one line item that draw attention or should draw attention is the drawing from savings. So essentially, it's basically saying that without that, tapping into a saving and leveraging the MEAC year-end settlement, the electric fund cannot balance its own budget from ongoing revenue. So that's immediate caught attention to me. Next, please. So the anticipate FY 2026 budget based on, number one, our realistic discovery of the sales revenue from bill reports, and then looking at MEAC costs and various other, essentially we anticipate that the FY 26 will be short by 1.9 million. And so even though you already have budget about other financing source, meaning taking from saving of 5.4 million, we anticipate that you all will have to continue to dip into further into the saving or reserve fund or what have you to come up with another 1.9 million. So city will be forced to draw down reserve beyond plan levels. So this is basically just on the next place. I would like to say that based on your prior conversation, you asking or you have action to get emergency, I guess, a consultant to look at your budget. We have the same concern, and I think that's a valid question. But what we are seeing from just the budgetary standpoint, from the budget that was approved in 2026, was that there's ongoing operation and structural challenge facing electric fund. One of that is the fixed and variable rates, right? You got electric fund expenditures that are largely fixed and outside city direct control. For example, wholesale MEAC costs in 27 is 27.8 million, 28 is 30.1 million, 29 is 32.5 million. Those are numbers that MEAC have shown in their forecast. That is outside of city control. That's, so imagine a 56 million budget. Out of that, about 50% is already spoken for by MEAC without any city have any direct control over it. And then essentially, additionally, you have the electric distribution, you have operation, you have manpower, you have, all that stuff that are considered fixed. So the entire, most of your budget, your expenditure are fixed costs. But what your revenues are dependent on sales volume. You have a large part of your rates are energy charge, which are variable based on volume, and it can fluctuate due to weather and loss of customers. It's also sensitive to forecasting assumption. For example, in one line item, miscellaneous revenue, the FY26 budget said it was going to be about, over $1.5 million, but well, that was a number before, but if you look at the data point, CY23 was 2.5 million, CY24 was 1.4 million, and CY25, the most recent one, is 630,000. So if you continue to rely on MEAC, yes, year-end settlement to pay for your, as part of your funding source, then, it's not a very reliable source by any means. We are continuing to see increased costs in labor, equipment, and materials due to inflation and tariff that basically put pressure on expenditure. And the reserve fund balance diminish, as is obvious to point out that if the moment you draw down your fund balance and saving, then it's going to diminish. And it's a long-term concern because it's raised the question of sustainability, right? The takeaway there is system built on fixed costs with variable revenue, which create ongoing financial pressure, particularly when revenue underperform. Next please. And then impact of prolonged rate suppression. City, as Mayor Pittman rightly noted, did not have a base rate adjustment since 2013. Revenue have not kept pace with expenditure growth. It went the opposite way because of the action that was taken in December 2020, which basically to reduce revenue instead of increasing revenue. Those actions were charging residential winter rate year-round. It basically removed $1.4 million from your annual revenue, reducing PCA from 1.02 cents to 0.399 cents. That's a reduction of $2.29 million annually, and then reduce ECCR from 0.0062 to 0.00468, another $560,000 annually. So that is roughly close to $4 million, right? $4 million removed from the annual revenue. So I kind of look back at during my projection for annual revenue during Mayor Pittman time, 2014, 2015, and the annual electric sales revenue at that time was $44.6 million. Where we are now is 43.8 or 0.9 million. So in the world where you're, facing cost escalatory environment, inflation going up, yet your revenue is going down. So the begs the question is, is this rate sustainable? And suppressing rate, in my opinion, have erode financial foundation of electric fund. So next, please. And then capital and long-term funding concern. The electric systems require ongoing investment for infrastructure replacement, system upgrade, reliability improvements, and that's, including underground traffic signal, what have you. So number of capital projects continue to grow. In FY24, it was 5.6 million. FY25 amended budget was 6.2 million, and FY26 adopted budget was 10.4 million. So you have capital projects that continue to rise, but what's the current funding level just insufficient to pay for that. Under current level, city have limited ability to fully fund these investments, and so therefore you are forced to dip into saving, and why these may be short-term need, they create risks and higher costs in future and potential impact to reliability if you were to defer projects. So take away current funding level and not sufficient to sustain long-term needs. Next, please. So path forward, sustainable funding strategy. Moving forward, the focus should shift from short-term to long-term sustainability. This includes evaluating comprehensive rate adjustment, restoring proper rate structure, increasing fixed charge and lower variable charge. Use PCAs as needed, and then capital project. I think capital project requires own item is essentially, I see other cities have looked into constructing a longer-term capital planning, right? You got 3 year, 5 years, 7 years. And from that, you can aligning the revenue that you currently have with costs to serve and capital investment needs. So it helps you visualize if you have all this capital to spend, you can balance it against your revenue, and if you can see the gap, then you can make proper decision, whether you should be dipping to your your saving, MCT, what have you, to help cushion it up, or whether there's need to be, additional rate actions, right? And the keys there is to be reactive, and it's to be proactive instead of reactive. Proactive means you plan ahead of time and you follow through the plan, 3 year, 5 years, 7 years. Implement regular rate review, ideally every 2 to 3 years to avoid similar situation in the future. And I have seen other cities putting in automatically inflation adjustment based on CPI. I know a city in the south put in roughly, not to exceed the June CPI number. So by any year, you automatically look at that and increase your rate by that amount. So final takeaway is proactive and structured approach is need to ensure reliable service, financial stability, and long-term sustainability. And I'm glad you got looking through, your financial and, got your consultant to look at that, to properly invest the number. Because at the end of the day, we are a calculator. We take the number from the input from you all, we trust the city have proper number in place, but essentially the expense are you all to determine. If you go back to the very first slide, that right there, of the expense, MEAC is a given. City control those operation, controls the cost allocation to general fund and capital need. Those are the number that we would rely on you to vest, right, to be truthful about. And so we're simply looking at the billing unit that we can extract from the billing system, match it up against all the revenue, and then drawing from saving, should you decide to do that, and match those. And if the revenue just doesn't balance the expense, it's an easy calculation for us because we can show the gap. So really, the source data really come from you all and MEAC, and you all determine how much to use from your saving. So at the end of the day, we're happy to help any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's an opportunity for Q&A if there's any questions.
Yes, that's what I was opening up the floor for. Do we have any questions? Councilwoman Atkins? Oh.
Councilwoman Atkins was after Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caldwell, then Councilman Atkins.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. One, in regards to the PCA, do you know how much is in that account? Or how much we have set aside?
The PCA and ECCR, to the extent, is basically used as a revenue source. So it's used as of your expense right there, that the PCA is embedded in that sales.
It's embedded in the sales.
48.2 million that you have quote right there, it's in there. And so it's used as revenue to pay for all the expenditure you have approved.
Okay. And then the other question I have for this particular slide, operations at 11 million. For the budget that was presented for FY26, we projected 4.1 million. So I guess I'm trying to find out where is the difference in that cost?
So note that I have fewer bullet points than what you have on your budget. I try to group things together and trying to make it so that you have, it's clearly broken down by the buckets that I define, which is the wholesale, the operation and cost. So if you want to go back to your revenue, then that would be all the part at the bottom, right, it adds up to 56.3 million. And so you can clearly breaking down the wholesale cost, you can break out the allocation cost, and everything else is, operation. And so, meter reading, and I can't read that. Meter reading, distribution, administrations, all that is big in there. So essentially, I'm trying to reclassify the bucket to make it simplify, but at the end of the day, it still add up to the budget of 56.3 million that was approved.
I guess some of the issues, like some of the numbers on that initial slide, those numbers haven't been presented to us. So, I mean, it's the last report, and maybe our timelines are a little bit off, but the last report, from an operational standpoint, we had spent 4.3 million, although the budget had been amended to show that we would spend 11 million. Even in that first slide that you have there, those operational costs are different. So I guess there's some confusion around how this would align to what we've been presented with, because this is a different report.
Right. So that is directly from the FY26 adopted budget that available under Finance Department. So I'm simply going by the adopt budget for FY26. That exact slide right there is actually taken out from one of the page on it. So FY26 budget, I'll be happy to pull it up right now.
And I guess the confusion is, so just to kind of stay right here for expenses, capital, it says 10.4 million.
Yeah.
What I'm showing as far as year-to-date for April is that we've spent 4.3 million. So there's a very different number as far as what our expenditures are, and I'm trying to find where those differences are, because if we don't get to 10 million, then are we still in a deficit, right? Like, we're showing a $1.4 million deficit, but we're also showing that we spent 10 million when we really only spent 4.3.
You project to spend 10 million, and in actual reality, you say a 4 million something.
Exactly.
Essentially, I think at that time, we did request up-to-date financial statement, but not one was not available. So we tried to ask for actual financial, and it wasn't available. So all we have was to go by the FY26 budget. We try to make instill what we can. For example, revenue, we can verify directly from the billing system. The wholesale MEAC cost, we can grab it from the MEAC budget data. And so whatever is left, like the miscellaneous revenue, right, there was explanation of where the funding source come from, or all the financing source. Those was from savings stuff. Those are explained to us. But in terms of the actual financial statement, we did not have, or that were not available, because we asked for, I think at the time we presented in March, it was like, do you have any up-to-date financial statement as of March? And at the time, it was not available.
Got it. Okay, so that's something that we're also still waiting on ourselves. The other question I have is around the rate study, and just to provide a little bit of clarity where our decision to stay on the winter rates. It's my understanding we've stayed on the winter rates. That was a decision that came out of COVID. And so it's been 5-6 years where we've been on the winter rate. My thought process, and this is just me personally speaking, was being able to communicate to residents that we would need to increase rates for whatever reason, giving them enough time to adjust. The decision came very quickly, and it wasn't, we didn't communicate to residents in enough time. And the ask was based on even our ordinances that say that we should do an annual rate study. You mentioned even tonight, we have not done one since 2013. So the rates that we're looking at, although in the ordinance, are out of date. And so and even speaking with someone from your team at ECG, one of the recommendations, and you have here on this presentation, is to complete a rate study. It's my understanding that we are in the midst of doing a rate study. Can you tell me when that will be complete?
So I believe it will be complete this month. We did have another rate study present prior to election. It was presented, we actually showed the margin by rate class, by customer class, and that was based on FY 24 data, perhaps. So, I mean, it was brought in front of council before the current council here. But, you know, you can go back to history and look at that council meeting and look at that material.
So I guess then, when was the last rate study? Was it 2024 or was it 2013?
Probably 2024, yeah.
And that, but we've asked this question before as far as the rate study, and it's always been said it was 2013.
That's the rate, well, we did a rate study for 2024, but no formal rate was approved and adopted into ordinance. The last time your rate was adopted into ordinance was in 2013.
Got it, okay. So just to explain my point of view on that, it's not to say that we can not increase rates. We want to have a really good understanding of what the rates should be so that we are making an informed decision. And because we are so close to the completion of this rate study, it made sense to pause on going to a summer rate where residents would experience an increase in their rates, finish the rate study, and then there could potentially be yet another increase. And so to minimize the negative impact to residents, which is who we serve, it made sense to complete the rate study first and go in with an informed and accurate decision on where we needed to be moving forward.
And I sincerely believe, since all council vote yes on this emergency consultant to look at it, it's better to have that result come out and say, okay, here was electric utility fund expenditure that was vested. We would then be able to bake that into our rate study going forward, because essentially now you have a vested number. You know, the last, I think, I look on the website, the last audit was FY 2024, right? 2025 not yet available. So once you have vested number, then we can bake that in. Again, we take, like I show you on the balance scale, we take a lot of data from you. The operation, the distribution budget, all that come from you. The only number that we can rely on MEAC for the MEAC piece of the budget, which is 50%, but your capital and all that stuff is yours.
And this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll yield. There were three numbers that created concern for me. One, in speaking with someone from your team, there was a transfer upwards of $4 million out of the electric account into a different account. And so we wanted more clarity as to what that transfer consisted of, because with that, it could also offset the deficit. There was the other financial sources of $6.9 million that staff mentioned would be transferred into the account at the end of the fiscal year. So that would be in June. So right now, the money is not in the account. It appears that there's a $3 million deficit, but once you transfer the money into that account, the deficit goes away. We're now hearing that we need to verify, you know, reconsolidate or whatever the term is for those to verify those funds to see what it is. The other piece is the operations. We have adopted or amended, which I don't know if we've received actual amendments yet, but there's an amendment for capital costs from $4.1 million to $11 million.
Was the other way around, right?
No. It's we projected we would spend $4.1 million.
Okay.
We've amended that budget line item to $11 million, and we've only spent, as of April, $4.3 million. And so this number includes operation of $10 or $11 million, whatever it is, to balance the budget. But in actuality, it's over by $6 million. So when you actually put those real numbers in, we're not in a deficit. And so that's where this confusion is coming from. There's three things that are just, it doesn't show a deficit.
That's right. And I thank you for that clarification. The 10.4 million, obviously, I think we have seen city that, you know, make plan to spend, and just a matter of timings, it may not be expense right on time. Sometimes the expense come on the last day of the year, or sometimes it's just bordering the next fiscal year. So I think it's very valid to have proper number in place, like council has requested.
Yeah, and I would just say to City Manager, I would hope that if we are at a $4.3 million expenditure for capital costs, although the budget, we there's an amended amount to spend up to 10 million, considering where we are today and considering the potential deficit that would come from that, I would hope we would not spend that and we would be able to push back on that because there hasn't been a budget amendment for it and it wasn't projected.
So to respond, I'm going to put the capital to the side because I'm not in tune with our capital obligations by the end of the year. So if Mr. Dow has insight on that, I'll allow him to do that. The other point that was brought up was regarding the 6 million transfer in number that was recently talked about in our most recent Budget and Finance Committee. I clarified what that is, and at the time we didn't know where that transfer in was coming from. Like there's got to be some type of reserve or revenue where that was coming from. At the time, I couldn't tell you if it was coming from, say, a wholesale electricity or what it was. So we looked into it, and we learned that it's coming out of fund balance, which is exactly what we've been warning about all this time, because balancing the budget has come at the expense of utilizing fund balance, and at the time we couldn't find the legislative breadcrumbs or the infrastructure of how that happened. And then we found out by researching the question that I believe you brought to the table, and by tracking that fund, we realized that fund balance has been built in to the budget so that it wouldn't come back before council. And so that is part of the systemic problem of the operations right now, because we're constantly seeping off of fund balance. And so I doubled back and again trying to understand what's left in fund balance. So again, it is positive to bring someone in to get a handle on our pool account, but the last number that I can rely on is the 2023 audit. And in the 2023 audit, it clearly shows in the electric fund that cash equivalents was only $5 million in 2023. And so understanding what ECG has shown us with the suppressed rates and what we're losing, all I would have to do is take the estimate of what we're losing in revenue and then square that against the last audit number, and then that shows that fund balance is somewhere around, and this is the fund balance that was earlier spoke of about the reserve on top of the reserve. This is the reserve that the city is supposed to have set aside. Well, that's supposed to be 15 million. Based on that arithmetic, we're more like 2 million, if that, more like 1.5 and some change. So again, that's where I sent out the memo saying that we need to look at an emergency procurement, because we really need to get a handle on what is left in the city fund balance, not the MCT fund balance, but the city fund balance. And so that is some of the circumstances about that memo and the discovery that you had mentioned.
Can I ask a question to the city manager? In regards to the MCT balance, it's 27 million that was in the MCT account. And it's my understanding that that was the reserve as well. We have to have a 15 million of reserve, and that's where that money had been stored in the MCT fund. So
Yeah, I know that has been tossed around. We researched that, and that is not correct. It was literally, it was actually mentioned by former mayor tonight. It's literally supposed to be a separate reserve of 15 million, and then the MCT is in a reserve on top of that. And so over time, we've dwindled the city reserve by utilizing that kind of systematic deal of dealing with imbalances. And so that's how that has dwindled over time, if that helps.
Yeah, I'll yield for right now.
But I think there was still a capital question that maybe Mr. Dow might be able to shed some light on.
Yes. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. So, where we at now with the capital, that's, what we've definitely spent already. But for instance, with the underground project that we're doing, the transformers, the switching cubicles, the wire, a lot of that is on a long lead time. So some of the capital funding will be asking to roll over because of when we will receive those items. With the issues with steel and all of that, the transformers were on a 40-week lead time. Switching cubicles were on a 52-week lead time. So we won't be able to expend those funds until we receive those items. So that's why, there's such a gap now. Would we get to the 10.4 million? I'm not 100% sure, but I know that we have a lot more monies to spend dealing with this project, with stuff that we've already ordered.
So again, just a quick question to City Manager. Based on his response, are we going to see a budget amendment to actually amend the projected amount for FY26 from 4.1 to $11 million?
No, I think what I just understood was that we may not expend all of those funds. They're already there. We don't have to do a budget amendment to put any money into that. What I just heard was that we need to be ready and available to have those funds should some of those long lead time items come in. And if we don't use it, we'll just roll it over because they are connected to a capital project. And we'll continue to do the same thing so that we're ready to go whenever those items come in because of some of the things going on in the marketplace.
Right, but we projected that we would spend 4.1. That's what was approved in the budget. And what I'm hearing today is that should have been amended to $10 million. Because the original, this is the information that's been presented in your budget. What it says, FY26 projection for capital costs, this is in the first one, $4.1 million. The FY amended amount is $11.9 million. So that's a difference of $7.8 million. And I'm asking, is there going to be an amendment that would come before council that would allow us to approve the additional expenditures for capital costs?
So the budget that you're looking at and referring to is fiscal year 2027. We're currently in fiscal year 2026.
That's what I'm referring to, 2026.
2026?
Yes.
So that's 11 millions there. And that wouldn't be shown in that budget.
Unless you have the wrong number for what was projected, it shows up under the amended amount. And I'm asking, was there an amendment? Was there a budget amendment that came before council for an additional $7.8 million to spend in capital cost?
I don't recall it, but Director, do you read? I don't recall that.
Because that's also, it's contributing to the deficit, right? Like if we said we were going to spend 4.1, but then we amended in for 11.9 that didn't come before us, and then if we actually spend that, like that's a difference of $7.8 million.
I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm not sure what you're looking at. But the capital budget and the operation budget is also a separate piece. So if it's a capital item, there'll be items that my funds that doesn't get used for a capital item will roll over into the next year. That part. operationally speaking, there's a shortfall, then we have to make that up before the end of the year. So that's straight from the website. So I'm not sure what you might be looking at.
It's in the budget book. Well, let me see the new one, and I can tell you the page.
Okay, I was gonna ask for the page. I think this.
Let me see how the departments. No, not that. We can come back to it. I don't know how that time.
Can I chime in real quick? I believe this came up in the Budget and Finance meeting.
What's that?
I said, if I remember correctly, I think this came up in the Budget and Finance meeting.
Yeah, so
I
page,
thought there was a, they might have allocated 11 mil, if I remember correctly, but only actually spent 4 mil. Is that what you're saying?
it's page 82 in the, in the new budget book.
Okay.
Under the capital cost line item, projected FY '26, 4.1 million, amended 11.9. And what this is showing is, for that same capital line item, for the FY adopted budget, 10.4 million. So there's three different numbers. Madam City Clerk, are you able to pull up page 82 of the new budget? Of the proposed FY '27 budget? '82. So under expenditures, oh, is this 82? Oh. Yeah, so projected over. Projected 4.1 for FY '26, amended 11.9.
So the amended number is the number that you want to go with. So that's essentially what we're saying.
Right, but what he's saying is we haven't spent, I mean, based on our meeting, just our last budget meeting, for April, year-to-date, we'd spent 4.3 million. So we have not touched half of this 11.9 million. Now, I do understand that there's some projects that are still in flight, right? It sounds like we're probably not going to spend the full 11.9 million. I don't know where we would end up, and if there's, I mean, we have one more month left in the fiscal year. My initial comment was I would hope that we wouldn't spend $7 million in capital costs, which is more than what we've spent for the entire year in the last month of the year.
Okay, so the amended number is the number that is pertinent here. The 4.1, and my eyesight and my screen doesn't work, but the 4.1 number, that is projected. And that projection can come from the pace of which we've been making payments or paying out. What the director raises is something that just by looking at the rate of spending in that account wouldn't see, which is having funds available for items that he knows will be coming through, but they are on a lag time. And so we don't know if there's going to be a rush to come in the last month, or will be in the first month of the next fiscal year. So you put that money there for a capital project, which I had said capital projects roll over anyway because we have those funds locked in for those projects. Now, if it was a brand-new capital project that we hadn't started, then there would be some ability to say we're going to forego spending on that. But this project, we're locked in. And so we already know what the total budget is for that project. And so the funds will continue to get rolled over for that project until that project is complete. And so what you're looking at is a finance tool saying that based on the rate of how the spending has been for that project, although not being connected or not truly understanding the construction management of that project, that's what you're seeing that projected is. And so finance has looked at that and says, well, based on the rate that we're spending this, we're probably not going to get through the 11 even or the 10 million. Even the director's not 100% sure we will, but we need to be ready and flexible so when those items come in, we can get them before they go to some other client, and then we wait. We're in a longer waiting list, if you will. So that's what you're looking at.
I can understand that. I guess this all started because there was a narrative that we were going to fall short because we didn't move to a summer rate. To me, this looks like we're overspending by $7.8 million. And I do hear you as far as like with projects, they're ongoing, we need to be ready, that type of thing. But at what point do you come before council to say, hey, we're going to need an extra $7.8 million, and this is really going to change, what we're spending in our ability to meet the budget that we thought we were going to meet. I would have thought we would have saw a budget amendment for the additional $7.8 million, or we say to the electric department, how necessary is this, and can we pause on this until we get into the next fiscal year where more money would be available? It's also troubling to see that for FY27, we've only projected $5.3 million for that same line item, which is pretty, comparable to the future years, but for whatever reason this year we are projecting 12 million, 10 million, whatever it is. It seems like we're under projecting another year and we under projected this year. And that could be my estimation where the increase is coming from, but I'll yield.
Well, I would just say there's a difference between capital and operation, and I think there's some confusion of conflating those two things, and I can see how easy it is because it's not broken out in a way that you will be able to see what is operational or what is capital. That's why we tried to include a capital CIP separate in this budget document, so that it's a little easier to see the differences between the two and how they go from one year to another.
Dr. Martin. Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to say at the 35-minute mark of the last budget meeting, you can hear staff discussing electric, stormwater, solid waste, and T-Splosh. T-Splosh. And we already know that in the solid waste department, it operates at an expenses versus exceeding what they are getting into their budget. But what was interesting in that meeting was that the department person said timing of funds are received or other sources are transferred into that account at the end of the quarter. And I think the narrative that has been painted is that this is a deficit. It's a big deficit within these 4 places right here. And I'm just having an issue grasping that, especially watching the budget meeting. And I'll refer anyone back to that budget meeting, but right there at that 35-minute mark. I also want to say that the person in that department said that $6.9 million was going to be transferred to the electric fund, and once those transfers are complete, there would no longer be a deficit. But you have to watch the meeting to ask. I have a question to you, Mr. Thank you, Cho. I always get it confused. Now, you said something about you were provided the up-to-date actuals or the date actuals You had requested this information, and what you were presenting was from 2024?
No, what I said was essentially at that time of the March presentation,
Yes.
I asked staff to, if I can see the actual year-to-date revenue expenditures. And at that point, it was not available. So then the default position then for me is just to have to be able to rely on simply what you all adopted for 2026. Because that's the best financial document I could rely on, is what you all approve for 2026. Now, you know, whenever the new information become available, whenever the consultant, emergency consultant get to the final line, then I'll be happy to bake in those numbers, because it's really those, we trust that those numbers came from you, and you have sole power to vest those numbers. We don't vest those numbers. We take the information as is and put it in calculation. And based on the FY26 budget, yes, that was concern, because if you didn't have a deficit, then why would you want to use other financing source of 5.5 million and whatever, close to million plus from year-end settlement, which I think you have question about to MEAC as well.
All right, and then my next question is, you mentioned the audit from 2023. How did that document, did you mention the audit, the 2023 audit in this?
I mentioned it.
Mr. Choi, I'm sorry.
No, what I said was essentially, we did a rate study for you in 2024. It was presented to council prior to this current council, before the election, and there was no action taken at that point. And so that's why there was no rate adopt, because council was at odds whether there was actually a deficit.
Okay, all right, but did you mention the 2023 audit in your presentation? No? Maybe,
I
okay.
don't recall.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your presentation, sir.
Sorry.
Oh, we do? Oh,
Madam
go
Mayor,
ahead.
just one question to the presenter, if that's okay. Did you suggest that, I think I went back and I looked up that presentation. It was originally to be presented in June of 2025, and I think that it ended up being presented in like October of 2025. So I went back to look at that presentation. And I just wanted you to restate that last point so that you presented the information. There was discussion about whether or not the deficit was real,
Yeah.
despite what you had presented, and no action was taken?
Correct. There was no action taken at that point, because an action mean that council would have instruct us to go back and redo the rates to make sure that you'll balance the budget. But at that point, essentially, you know, the conversation or the debate was about, well, it's not really a deficit because we have enough fund balance, reserve, whatever have you, to pay for it. So it's not really a deficit. So that was the whole conversation surrounding about that. And so we, you know, without council instruction, we can't do anything.
And I think that one of the challenges is that when we talk about these big numbers, it's hard to then understand what the impact is to the community. And so one of the things I think would be very helpful, for example, if we're talking about summer versus winter rates, I've read the ordinance, and it looks like the summer rates don't apply to every kilowatt on the bill. They apply to a kilowatt above a certain threshold. And one of the things that I'd be really interested in seeing is how many people in East Point actually get to that higher threshold, because I think that part of the heartburn is that the communication about the summer rate, it appears as if it's a flat increase, but really it's segments. So I went back and I looked at my own personal bill, and I don't have the kilowatt definitions right now. I'm not an expert. I just wanted to look at what this would do to my own bill. And what I noticed is I never got to that higher tier where the summer rate would impact me. And so I had previously requested from the interim finance director for us to get an actual dollar amount so that we could really understand these impacts. When we talk big numbers, I think it's really hard because it's scary, right?
Yep.
Like, I don't like having conversations about potential deficits or concerns about where sources of money are coming from, especially in these times. But I think the cleaner we can be as a city on communicating the definitions and how these things apply might help as we think about what we need to do to respond to the data that's being presented to us. So I thank you, Mr. Nguyen, is that your last name?
Correct,
for
yes.
presenting the information consistently. And I hope you made a good point. I hope that when we have this external person come and look at these cash flows and our revenue balance, our reserve balances, we can, for once, possibly get some definitive answer, because you hear the confusion, and I think that that's part of what makes it so challenging, is that there's some uncertainty in the information. So thank you very much for your presentation and for staying with us until 11:24 p.m. To provide this important information to our city. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. You made an excellent point. The rate is just like our tax, our federal tax. It's all increments, and the higher you go, it's applied to that increments. But
Atkins?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen, for your presentation, and also Mr. Dow. I just wanted to just touch on the conversation that Councilmember Hemming just mentioned, and you followed up on. Also, that summer rate does not kick in until, as we just mentioned, there's a certain usage in terms of kilowatt hours, and I think that difference is about 3 cents per kilowatt hours, if I'm not mistaken. My challenge when this body decided not to abide by the ordinance is that, in essence, we're asking property owners to pay for this enterprise and this particular utility twice. Because if you're not collecting enough from the rates, then we're pulling from the general fund, and the largest contributor in the general fund are property taxes. So we're actually asking the property owners to pay for this particular utility twice, when we really should be asking those who are using the system, the ratepayers, because your big box companies, your BJ's, your Targets, your Walmarts, they don't own the property, but they're using the system. And so any of the improvements and any of the upgrades to the infrastructure, we're pulling money from the general fund to cover those costs, but we've got big users who are not paying that 3 cents more per kilowatt hours to help with our infrastructure for electric. And so when I think about us not going by that ordinance, we're really asking property owners, because we're pulling money from the general fund to cover any kind of deficit or any loss, and they're really paying twice for it.
the rate, our view is that the rate should be based on cost to serve. The cost to serve for residential customer is much more than the cost to serve to commercial customer. The reason because the commercial customer use so much more power from one single point, one single facility. Whereas with residential, you have to invest a lot of power to provide that power, yet it's only used a certain amount of day, twice a day, when you wake up, when you go, and when you get home. So the cost to serve on a cent per kilowatt hour basis, according to cost of service studies, tend to show that residential cost to serve is much higher. And so as a result, the rates for residential is set higher than commercial. The commercial have what we call efficiency, how efficient they use power. And one shift is not very efficient, like a school. But if you have public stuff, 2 shift or 3 shift, right? That is basically using power around the clock. And so all that power is being used with just a finite amount of facility. Cost on per unit cost basis costs less than with the residential customer. That's why in our study across the membership, ECG, MEAC, what have you, the trend has always been the residential cost to serve is significantly higher. And unfortunately, they are also the voters, and so many cities resist the the thought of charging them just at basically break-even level. Because of, their voting block, they typically charge about 10-20% under cost. So as I note in the, from observing the data, essentially your residential number has increased dramatically. And so just imagine with the more customer you have, yes, you have more sale, but at the same time, you're also worsening the cost to serve figure, because if you're already making earning revenue less than what it costs to serve them, then essentially you're increasing burden, the implication on your system. I'm not sure that makes sense.
No, thank you for that explanation around that. But would if they too are remaining on the winter rates, there's also a portion, a delta that we're not capturing from those customers as well, correct? From the commercial customers?
The commercial customer are billed on a non-seasonal rate.
They're billed on a?
Non-seasonal. It's just a uniform rate year-round. They are billed on something called demand, right? And they have a huge demand charge is a part of fixed cost. And basically, city put up infrastructure, which are fixed costs, but able to collect that money through volume. And for commercial, you are able to make a lot of revenue through the volumetric sales, whereas residential is just very small, 100,000, 2,000, 3,000 kilowatt hour. The large customer, 3,000. Average residential customer use roughly 1,000. And so when you are thinking about summer rate going up on the residential customer, think about houses that are maybe bigger than normal or have AC that set lower than normal, because if you're getting to 3,000 kilowatt hour a month, that is and it just abnormal usage in my opinion. So I mean the rate was designed as in the ordinance was that the summer rate costs more in the summer, and so those who use more pay more as a result, but it's less likely to impact the 1,000 kilowatt hour customer, because essentially you have a rate that increment based on certain consumption.
Okay, so thank you for that, and that was education for me on that particular component of that. And so then the residential customers, in essence, they're covering the cost. They're just not covering it through the rate. They're covering it through the contributions, through the general fund, if you will, if they pay property taxes.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, is this item concluded? Madam Mayor, can we make a modification to the agenda? There's a time-sensitive item on the agenda. Item number 12 is a discussion on the commercial rate adjustment. Speaking of rates, ordinance updates from the sanitation department. Item number 12. I'd like to move that up so that we can have this. It's a time-sensitive item, and some of the other items don't really have a time-certain date in the way that this item does. So I'm making a motion to move this item now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you all off, but it's 11:30 at night. Yeah.
Make sure. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you. Okay. Dr. Martin Rogers, and I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Councilwoman Hammond, she's going back to I think she's gonna.
What is it? Item number 12?
This is her item.
Item number 12 has a date, a intended date change of July. We're a month out from this. And we have a staff representative here to discuss this item. I've reviewed some of these other items, and they don't have the same time sensitivity as this item.
What do you all think?
Do we have a motion for that, Councilwoman?
Yes, that is my motion.
Is there a second?
My motion is to entertain this item now.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. Any discussion? All those approve?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The item is moving up to, we've already adopted the agenda, but anyway, okay.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Excuse me, I am very exhausted. So if I'm dragging, I apologize. It was brought at the last meeting that I need to send an email to discuss commercial rate. It wasn't the ordinance, but the roll-off pricing versus the residential increase. And that's what I sent in the email, before we can get an understanding of where we're gonna go. Also, we need to say if we're gonna make the approval for the route changes. Done. Oh, to move forward with the route changes.
Yes, thank you. I put this item on the agenda because I needed more clarity. I noticed that you were communicating with mayor and council through your email, and you have this item that you want us to approve, but I still needed more clarity. So, starting with my first question, and thank you so much for hanging in here with us tonight, but the first thing I would like to know about is the cost savings for the route changes. What means based on the route changing will the city be saving on fuel, wear and tear on vehicles, and what is the data analysis for it?
So on the fuel costs, I cannot give you an answer on that, but far as what we're using now, far as fuel, going back and forth over the city, we're pretty much using almost, I want to say like at least, I'm trying to calculate all this, is late, I'm sorry. Pretty much over 50 gallons a week, a day. I can send you that when I'm more settled with that.
Okay, well, if you aren't settled this evening, would you like to come back to our work session? Oh,
No,
okay.
we can move forward.
If you could provide that in writing, because I hear a lot about route changes, but I need to be able to communicate to the constituents that I represent. It's coming across as the city is saving money, but I need to be able to tell them how much money we're saving by doing the route changes. The next question I have is, inside the communication you sent to council, do you have an active list of commercial customers?
Yes, I do. I did not send that to you, but I do have that list. For the 4 private haulers that's active with us, that's registered with the city, I do have that list.
Okay,
I
can you
send it
provide that list to mayor and council? And then, how many commercial accounts does the city service with dumpsters?
Apartment complex. I would send that over too, because that is we just came up with the accurate number last week, and I was trying to put all that together by June 8th, but I will have that together to you by Thursday, if that's not a problem.
All right. You also said in your, I have a couple of questions related to that memorandum. Have you verified that the solid waste fund is being posted in the solid waste account?
That's what we had a slight issue with, so I sat down with interim director, finance interim director, and also the customer care manager, because right now I can't tell you where the funds are allocated to. And so we was trying to get that situated. Far as what residents paying, what apartment complex or commercial accounts paying, no one has that information. So that's the information I was trying to gather. So we're in the midst of putting all that together now. The finance interim director and the customer care manager.
All right. You also indicated that commercial accounts don't cover 75% of their actual service costs.
Yes.
Do you have paperwork that indicates this information?
I was going off what information I had since I've been in this position with the $18 per unit versus what the private haulers are charging out there. Because right now, the private haulers are pretty much charging the service charge by going every dumpster that they service, it's a charge. But us charging $18 a unit compared to that, that's what I can show you.
All right, a couple of more questions, and I'm going to yield. You talked about tiered enforcement. You also talked about code enforcement officers. Do you know how many code enforcement officers we have currently?
Yes, I have 2 right now, just 2 for solid waste.
Okay, because I know with those Herbie Kirby's, there might have been an issue, but I'm going to need to see how that is going to be enforced. You talked about code enforcement in your presentation, but what does that look like? Enforcement, what does enforcement look like?
So right now, we get a lot of calls stating about the Kirby's carts being left out after collections dates. So the code enforcement go out and give them citations, but all they can do is educate them. There's nothing in place to state that if they continue to do it, that we can fine them or do whatever it is. But it's constantly where these carts staying out, even though we get them education.
All right, last question. For number 3, in your memorandum to Mayor and Council, I believe it's item number 3, who's going to bill residents and collect money from the fines?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Who's going to bill residents and collect monies from the fines?
So code enforcement will be building them, and at the same time, they'll take them to court if we can't retrieve the fines, because usually they'll put it in the bill saying it's $25 or whatever the fine is.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and let it go, but on this last page, you had a list of dumpsters. We're going to need to know how many dumpsters are at apartments that belong to the city of East Point.
The city of East Point, okay.
Yeah, you have money that could possibly be an annual rate, but the city also has dumpsters at the fire department, annex, where the city-owned dumpsters.
I didn't provide that because right now the city is not paying solid waste for their services.
Right.
So we did not even include the city into those.
Yeah, but for these dumpsters that are on this back page, or I think, yeah, on this section 3, these are listed as if it's a monthly rate that's coming into the city. I want to know how many dumpsters actually belong to East Point.
Okay, all right. I have everything Thursday for you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have so far.
Two quick questions. This presentation says commercial rate adjustment. Do you have the new rate, or?
I pretty much was putting it in there in the pamphlet. I sent that in to you guys saying for the service rates, as we collect the service, that's the rates we'll pretty much be charging. And that's also with the open top dumpsters. Because right now we're not getting anything for them to just sit on the property.
Okay, and then for the approval tonight, is it all of these things? Is it the rate adjustment, or is it just approval to move forward with the route change?
It should be all of them because we was trying to make everything come together in July because that's the start of the fiscal year. So that way we can keep a count on what funding's coming in and who's doing what. Because right now it's not a record of anything. We just know the residents are paying, the commercial accounts are paying, but I don't know who's paying what, where, when. We have actual commercial accounts that's late on payments, but if you look at the ordinance, it says they put a pay about the 15th. Are we collecting that back pay on that, or what we're doing? I don't have no recollection of that.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to Mr. Whitehead, thank you. What I understand is that you're trying to get us to add add information to section 7-2003. And the things that are adding are the removal from the curbside, which you're right, I was on a call today with 2 residents who are very frustrated with what you're describing about the cans not being removed from the sidewalk and for days. And then I see that you're adding a section that would include a violation and penalty so that there is, yes, education, which you're doing now, but then also so that we can discourage those behaviors. And then I see that you're adding a section around required storage location, that they have to be stored at the rear of the property so that they're not in the front of the property. I have some neighbors who put all their trash in the front, and it's challenging. And then you clarify the purpose. My major ask to you, has this been to the city attorney to see if it conflicts with any other portions of our ordinances? And has this been reviewed? That'd be my first ask.
No, I haven't sent it to her
Okay,
where she can review it.
okay.
I wanted to bring it to you guys first before I send it over so we can have an understanding.
Yeah, I'm in support of including information in our ordinance that allows you to both positively encourage our community to do the right thing, and then also, if they refuse, to use the mechanisms that we can to bring people into compliance. A clarifying point, I also noticed that one of the pieces that you're asking us to approve tonight is commercial sanitation service changes. I think that the council might consider, since we have lots of concerns still about some of the residential aspects, it might be prudent that council approve at least the portion of this that's around the commercial. So what I understand you're asking of us for the commercial is that you're updating where those service stops are. You are requiring that apartment units are billed appropriately. You've described to us several times that we're not collecting consistently across apartments. You are defining a tonnage on the trash compactors, and then also a rental fee for the roll-off containers.
That's correct.
So are these ordinance changes that need to be approved by council? We would need to update our sanitation ordinance.
Yes.
Okay, so one point of observation is that we do have a part of our charter that requires, in order for council to take any action on an ordinance, it has to be presented in its final form. So while these memos, I think, infer what you're intending to put in the ordinance, I would recommend that the next step would be that you work with the city attorney to make sure that they are in the final form, because in its current form, we wouldn't be able to adopt it tonight.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hemmings, just one question. Do you want to direct that to the city attorney, or were you directing that to the?
No, I was
staff?
talking to the staff.
I mean, city, I'm sorry, not attorney, but the city manager. Did you want to direct, just to capture what you just said?
I don't understand what's happening. I'm just sharing with him what our process would be in order for us to be able to take action on it.
Oh, I thought you were asking him to create.
No,
an
I didn't give him a
ordinance.
directive, no ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I'm just
okay.
offering the feedback about how I would be in position to vote to support something, but because they're not in the final form,
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to vote on it tonight.
Right.
And then the final thing is that the garbage route and service day change. So I don't know, are the service routes in an ordinance, or are they administrative and operational, and it's just an internal policy that you have?
From what I read in the ordinance, correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney. I just wanted to make y'all aware of the changes in the route changes.
Okay.
But if it's not efficient as we're running it, that we do have that right, that we can bring it to your attention, that we need to change it to make it more efficient for us to establish that for the solid waste. Am I wrong, right? Can you please help me?
Madam Mayor, can we
It's late.
get the city attorney to weigh in on this?
If I remember correctly, because this happened before, that the routes changed, that it is a internal policy change. I'm looking it up as we speak. and it requires posting, or at least be on a record with the city clerk. So if you give me 1 minute, I will tell you exactly what it says. Okay, I think it's in 7 dash. Madam Mayor, I'm gonna need a few minutes if you guys can continue.
Yes. Is it me? I'm here.
Can you come back to your questions, so Councilwoman Martin Robinson, make her, start her, and then, so, Councilwoman, city manager, city attorney, come back. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. And what I wanted to say is that I need additional time to look over what you're proposing, Mr. Whitehead, because it is going to take thorough research, but also just informing my constituents. But I wanted us to be mindful of the East Point Ordinance Section 7-2003, location of containers. The city already addresses this. This section says trash cans cannot stay at the curb except on collection day. They must be stored at the rear of the property or as close to the rear as possible on the side to reduce visibility from the street. And they must be removed from the curb after collection. The city solid waste page reinforces this by telling residents to move receptacles after service is rendered. So, we already have something in our ordinance that addresses that, and maybe we need to reinforce it with our residents or let them know. I know that I live in a community where we have to pull our receptacles back on trash day. So just wanted to read that into the record and also possibly work with code enforcement for additional violations of this. But we are already addressing the location of containers in our ordinance.
That is correct. But you out of repeat offenders, and as we would say habitual offenders or whatever you want to call them, constantly the same residents keep their can out. I done had several council members call me about this, and it's constantly in you guys' neighborhood, same people that we got to keep chasing. So until we put something in place along with what's in the ordinance, it's going to constantly happen. So do we continue just chasing the same people, or what do we do? Now I'm asking a question for you can help me. Because I did put something in writing that we can address this, but if we're going to go with what's in the ordinance, what do we do?
I'm sorry, I read the whole thing. So you're trying to add the component around the violation and penalty.
Correct.
So that I read that incorrectly into the record. He's asking to add the component around violation and penalty. My lingering item is for the city attorney, but it doesn't seem like there's a desire of the body to take action on this tonight. And it's also 11:51, so I don't think there's any desire to take any action.
So could we move forward at least just asking with the route changes, because we do have to post out the flyers and so forth.
Yeah, that's what the city attorney is confirming, whether or not that's something that council has to vote on, or if that is something that is an operational change that you can make.
Is it in the will of council to move this item to the next meeting, or to continue to get information and to vote. So we're not ready to make a decision tonight? Or would you like to vote? Is there a motion?
I would be in favor of what is
Not a
in-
motion.
Yeah.
What's the, go ahead.
I think that the challenge right now is we need to know from the city attorney whether or not this is something that the council has to vote on related to the route changes. Apparently, she said that there's a requirement around the posting of the changes. But I think that's the problem, Madam Mayor, is that the ask of council isn't clear in this moment.
Okay. All right, do we want to continue to let him stand here, or do we want to move forward to the next item? I'm sorry, Councilman Mitchell, and then Councilman Atkins.
Oh, yes, thank you for your presentations. But yeah, I was just catching the tail end of that, so that definitely sounds operational. I'm not sure if we can vote on routes and how you decide to run your routes, or I believe that's above our head. I just want to throw that out there. But yeah, we can move along, guys.
Okay, Councilman Atkins?
Yes, Mr. Whitehead, thank you so much for your presentation, and I do appreciate the information that you sent out in the email and what you've been able to provide to us. And thank you for just taking the time to sort of study the operations of solid waste to try to make it more efficient and cost-effective for the city. So I just want to thank you for that. I was just really waiting also for the city attorney to come back. It sounds like it's operational, and then a posting would be necessary to let people know, but I was just waiting to hear back from her.
Okay.
Hear back from the city attorney now. I guess we'll get circle back.
So you want me to
Yes,
wait?
sir. Yes, sir. You don't have to wait here. I guess we can move
right.
to the next item.
Y'all have a good one.
Okay. All right. Item number 7 can be moved to the work session. Item number, committee reports. Any committee reports?
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I need to be excused as we discussed before the meeting.
Okay. So if you, Councilman Freely is excused from the meeting. Do we have to let him know that if any votes that occur while he's absent will have to count?
Yeah, you just
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not trying to be the.
Madam Mayor, we had item 6, and we do have a staff member that's been waiting.
Okay, item number 7 is excused. Now item number 8, and then, wait a minute, item number 6? Oh, okay. We already went.
Are we doing it?
Strengthening of commercial account collections activities, presentation on the city's efforts to significantly strengthen commercial account collective, city manager? I'm sorry, presented by the city manager. Thank you, sir.
Yes, so thank you. So I mentioned earlier about having some operational practices that deserve reconsideration, and some difficult realities, I should say, that could no longer be ignored. One of those issues has been some recent revelations on how we go about our commercial account collection activities. And so our new utility customer care manager has discovered some things. They've been working with Power to beef up our activities. And so this presentation is really to capture how in-depth this issue is. And I will introduce you to Tasha Lard, our new customer care manager.
Thank you. Good night, good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Thank you all for having me this evening. As you stated, I am the new customer care manager, so thank you all for having me. It had come to my attention by a commercial owner that he had a utility bill, electric bill, that had been shut off, but he was still receiving services from 2023 up until 2026. He had inadvertently disclosed that information, that he had been shut off, but was still receiving services. That prompted me as a new manager to dig a little deeper and have my staff to run a report through our BSNA to see what other commercial property owners were also still getting services but were turned off. We had 142 total records, $296,000 of active shut-off total, and $271,000 of final shut-off totals, with a grand total of $528,000. The active shut-off top accounts are Camp Creek Owens LLC, 3400 Norman Berry LLC, Ladin College Preparatory, and GITX, and the airport. Because I wasn't really aware of where these addresses were, because a lot of them are listed as LLCs, I took it upon myself to drive out to most of these addresses to see who they were and what they were, and if they were truly still active and in our system saying that they were shut off. You can go to the next one. You can go to the next one. Camp Creek, their amount that they owe is $109,738. They are active shut off. They have 15 meters. In our system in BSNA, it says that they are actively shut off, but they are still active. 3400 Norman Berry LLC also says that they are actively shut off, but they are still active. Upon me driving around to these addresses that is in our system in BSNA, it had come to me that that address of 3400 Norman Berry LLC was also Doubletree Hotel, who had a balance of $65,000 plus for their electric bill. GIX Properties, they have multiple Camp Creek locations. Actively, they have $15,716, and their final shut-off bill was $46,942. Stanton Road, they had 9 final shut-off units totaling $8,528. The breakdown of the active shut-offs is 92 accounts, which is a total again of $295,905 as a total, and the final shut-off is 50 accounts. Camp Creek Parkway is the highest concentration of large balance, including Camp Creek and the multiple GI and AX properties. Washington Road has significant commercial and mixed-use accounts, including CBS outdoor billboards, schools, and retail establishments. Cleveland Avenue has dense corridor of small businesses, auto services, and retail, but they have numerous accounts under $5,000. And Stanton Road and Chateau Boulevard residential complexes, including Stanton View LLC, which was 9 units, and Miller Chateau apartments with multiple meters and shutoffs. Notable accounts to take notice of is the schools. Ladin College Preparatory, which owes $24,171. Though the school is listed in our accounts as Ladin College Preparatory, they go under a different name as of 2018, which has not been changed in our system. It now goes by the name of Rise. And again, they changed in 2018. Impacting generations, Omnitech Institutes, and the healthcare are Tri-State Animal Hospital, Wellstar Atlanta Medical Center, Serenity Apire Assisted Living, and the hospitality is Shivers Airport Hotel. They owe $13,340, and Harrow's Bar and Grill owe $11,963, and Crew Hooker Lounge. Their final bill was $10,133, and when I say final, though in the system it says final bill, we were able to see that bills are still active because it is still gaining numbers. So because it says $10,133, if you look at BSNA, it is still active, meaning the meter is still running. There are several accounts that they do have a $0. They do have a zero balance, and those are some of the ones. We have one that has a credit, TDJ, and then bills of $677, they paid $147.39 of overpayment of $140. So our active shut-off accounts, you can go to the next one. Active shut-off accounts, top accounts are Truist Bank, that's fine, okay. Truist Bank, which owes the $109,738, and that is the Camp Creek location. And again, the 3400 Norman Berry is Doubletree. Latin College Preparatory is now called The Rise. They owe $24,170.54. And the GIX owes half, they own half off wholesale, which owes $15,716.24. And the Service Hotel is Motel 6. They owe $13,339.53. Again, some of them are actively shut off, meaning they are still active, but in our system, they say shut off, and then the other ones are final shut off, meaning they are supposed to be shut off, and the system says shut off, but when you go out, the meter is still running. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Council. I'm going to go right to left. Councilwoman Hemmings, left, right. Councilwoman Hemmings and Councilwoman Caldwell, and then Councilwoman Atkins.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the presenter. First, I want to say this is extremely frustrating. And I'm a person who goes to the ordinances, and so when I saw your presentation, I immediately went to the ordinances, and the ordinances describe what steps should be taken when we have these types of egregious cases. That's my first comment. I don't really have a question. I'm just making comments at this point. I also want to share publicly that my personal experience was to have my lights and my water shut off because I transposed 4 cents. I paid my full bill, but I missed 4 cents. I moved the 4 and the 0, and I was cut off. So what I'm describing to you is a deep frustration with what you've presented. I know you're the messenger, and so you hear animus coming from me, but it's not directed at you. All throughout tonight, most of the conversations we're having there are established ordinances that outline exactly what's supposed to happen, and somehow, some way, we decide that following ordinances it's a choice. We can decide to do it on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, not on Thursday, though. Those inconsistencies is how we end up with 142 accounts owing us $500,000, and then we're talking about deficits in the electric fund and elsewhere. So my animus is, number one, because I'm tired and it's really late. Number two, because data matter. I hope that you've done your due diligence to make sure that these data are accurate and correct. But I am really disappointed. So my question to you is, having gone through the ordinance, what are the next steps? Do you intend to apply our ordinances universally? Because what I'm reading right now, I have residents who've called me because they've been shut off. They have pacemakers, they have children at home, and so their accounts are shut off for very small sums of money. But we have hundreds of thousands of dollars of accounts with big names attached to them. I'm going to yield because I'm not being productive. But what I'm asking for you to tell me is, now that these data are clear, I'm hoping that these data are accurate. I'd like to know what happens next, because this is unacceptable. And we need to follow every ordinance every single time. And if this body does not like the ordinances, it's incumbent upon us to change it. But until we change it, we need to follow our policies. So I apologize for my tone. It's really not directed at you. It's because I sat in the dark for 4 cents. 4.
Let me also, before the next question comes in, Sean Dow, our Director of Power, is also prepared to talk about some of the next steps, what has been done since learning this information. So I wanted him to take some moments.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So I totally understand your frustration, but with commercial accounts, it's a little different, right? So the residential accounts, we turn off remotely, right? That doesn't require a meter person to go out there and physically turn off your meter. We do that from the offices. With commercial accounts, because the amount of power that's going to these buildings is so big, it requires the linemen to physically go there and turn them off, whether inside those transformers, the green boxes that you see, or from the pole. So normally what happens when customer care sends down the cutoff sheet to system control within my department, we go out and we tag them. We physically go out and deliver, hey, you're about to be turned off. If you don't, go make a payment, whatever. The disconnect, and I'll definitely take some of that, has been after we have tagged them, we don't know if they have indeed made a payment that we can go back now to physically turn them off, or have they made a payment and we don't need to, so my staff and the customer care manager and her team, we got together and we came up with a whole new SOP that we're going to be, instituting to make sure, this type of stuff doesn't happen at all. Also, within that, the schools, healthcare, assisted living facilities, churches, a lot of them, like, we're not supposed to turn them off. I know that's, it's kind of crazy to hear, but, for instance, the schools, we can't just go and turn off the schools. The healthcares, those type of stuff. But there are some, even like the hotels and that type of stuff. So it's, a touchy situation, but I definitely agree. Myself and, the rest of the team, we got to do a better job to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you for your comments. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation and your feedback. That was part of my question, is just to understand, like, where do we believe the challenges are? I do agree with Councilmember Hemmings, like, I would love to understand what are the next steps, but also understand where the challenges are so that we can take a holistic view, and if there is a need to make adjustments to our ordinances based on, regulations or whatever the case may be when it comes to healthcare or schools or churches or something along those lines, that we know that, because we definitely don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we could be held liable or whatever the case may be. So I kind of want to know specifically, is it an ordinance thing that we need to potentially look into and adjust? What are the next steps? Is it just to go out, shut off? Okay. And then, like, where are we specifically running into those challenges and how we foresee ourselves getting out of it? Is it just SOPs being created, or what needs to take place? But thank you for bringing this information to us and highlighting it. It sounds like from our ordinances, a part of the process is to place a lien on the property. Have we placed liens on properties?
From my understanding, there are no liens put on any of the properties that have the back payment due. And there isn't a process that has been created for that either.
I can provide some information on that. So it is within our ordinance to have utility liens. Our tax department has been trying to work through some of the logistic challenges. They've been working on that for several months now, and usually that comes really important to be implemented or ready to be implemented sometime at the end of the calendar year to be prepared for the next time taxes go out. So that's the time frame. We're hoping to get that done before the current tax administrator retires, and that's one of his last projects, and he's due to retire in September. So hopefully we'll be able to have all those logistics worked through and be ready to go with having utility liens implemented when appropriate.
I would just say last comment, and I don't know, this might be an appetite for the council to weigh in on, is just to have a clear understanding of what that looks like because the impact of it could be huge. And so before we move forward, just have some type of presentation on like, hey, these are the steps, this is within the ordinance, maybe this needs to be added if not, so that we just have a really good understanding of what's to come from all of this. I yield.
Okay, Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lahr, for this presentation, and Mr. Dow for the information as well. So could you help me to understand the difference between active shutoff and final shutoff? Is one of them in like a repayment plan status or what? So I just want to be clear so that I understand what's the difference.
So being on the active shut-off list basically is you've got in there's that bill that comes and says, hey, you're about to be turned off.
Microphone. Okay.
Being on the active shut-off list is where you're on that list where you're about to be shut off. You haven't been turned off. You're within that late fee period, or, being on the final shut off is, you need to be turned off right now.
So we have 50 accounts that should be turned off right now.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. And I know that I heard you talk about churches and schools and senior facilities. A senior facility did get cut off about 2 weeks ago. The seniors called me, and they were very frustrated and very upset because their utility payment is a part of their rent. And so they were paying their utilities because that's the way that it's structured in that building, but for whatever reason, there was a cutoff. And it's Georgia, it's hot, seniors many of them have machines that they need to run at home. And so if we're cutting seniors off, but we're not cutting off some of the businesses I saw, hookah lounges and bars and all of those things, I mean, what does that say about us as a city and the way that we're following the ordinance or any of our policies? But these seniors did get cut off.
So I'll definitely take a look at that, because I know my guys know that's, a no-no, just turning them off like that. So I'll definitely take a look into that. Especially with those senior, living, we have to go inside and speak to the folks, because you don't know who's on life support, who's on any type of machine. So that's why, especially for those, we just don't turn them off like that, and so I'll definitely take a look into it. Work orders follow these stuff, so, if that did happen, then there's a work order that follows it, and we could see exactly what happened with that.
And what happens when a business is no longer in business? So Latin, the school Rise Academy is no longer.
One more thing on your previous statement. We see that sometimes where, especially with some of the apartment complexes, where the people who's living in those apartments, they're paying their rent, and within their rent, they're paying their utility bill, however that goes. But then the owner of that property is not sending that bill or sending that payment to us, and then we go and we issue cutoffs, but then, it's a touchy situation because it's not fair to them, but then the owner is like, whether playing games or, doing.
So is that a revisit of our policy? So in a situation like that, it is not at the fault of the renter, but of the property management company or the landlord. So then perhaps it's not a utility lien, but it's a property lien. So if you're not going to pay the utilities for your tenants and it's a part of your lease structure, then we can lien your property versus a utility lien because the user, they've actually paid their rent. Okay, so yeah, so Latin College Preparatory, as I was stating, which is also Rise Academy, is no longer in business. So how many of the businesses have you checked out, any of those things, Ms. Lard, that are no longer in business?
I wasn't aware that Rise wasn't no longer in business because when I called, someone answered the phone.
Yeah, the school, I think, the academy is actually closed, I believe. I don't know if there's any still administrative operations.
They're closed for the summer?
I think that charter school closed,
Well,
if
when
I'm
I
not
went
mistaken.
by, someone was there and someone answered the phone when I called. I just called to be on the safe, to be sure, and someone answered.
Okay.
So I'm
But-
not sure if they're not in business, but showing it does say that they are.
Okay. So I guess will you come back to us in terms of collection against these accounts to let us know the status and where you are on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So Councilwoman Cummings, and so at this point, we're asking the city manager to have staff come back with a report and a breakdown of the accounts, what the standard operation procedures are, and next steps on resolving that? Is that, just want to make sure that you understand.
We can certainly do that. I thought I heard update on our collection efforts. Is
I
that?
think that's what the in summation, that sounded like. Okay.
Okay.
Collection. Councilwoman Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. So I will be very brief with my comment with regards to this. We have to have something, we have to be in compliance with whatever the ordinance is, regardless of whatever, if it's a residential or it's a commercial account. We are consistently inconsistent. And with that being said, I mean, and I understand it may be a daycare center, it may be a senior facility, so that's because it's a senior facility or daycare center, we don't turn the power off. But if they've amassed a bill of tens of thousands of dollars, at some point, we have to say, enough is enough. Just as if it's my home and I have a child that's home on a breathing machine. And if I'm behind in my bill, my power gets cut off. It'll get cut off. So we have to get to a point that we are consistent across the board with all accounts. Whatever the process is, if it's put a lien on the property for a residential or commercial account, we have to be consistent across the board in what it is that we do. Just like Councilmember Hemming said, and I mean her power was cut off for 4 cents. We have to do a better job at handling the city's business when it comes to that. I don't know what that looks like, for you. I know you're new and you're kind of still trying to, navigate and see, what it is that has to be done. But I mean, I just can't express, more and more. Just, it's important that we are consistent across the board. I mean, and when you have like these big companies that come in and they amass these bills, if we don't do anything to them, they'll continue, not to pay or whatever. So, and I think that's just kind of historically what it's been, and we have to right the ship at some point. So I think now you got a new person there in management, but we have to do our due diligence when it comes to making sure that everyone is treated fairly with regards to these bills according to whatever the city ordinance is.
Yes, ma'am. That is something that I have been doing, is following the ordinances, whether it's commercial or personal properties, is ensuring that my staff follow those ordinances. There are sometimes maybe some pushback, and that's okay, and I'm willing to push back because the ordinances are there for a reason, and I will follow them.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or anything from council? My question to the city manager is, in addition to the ordinances that are in place, is there, what do your internal procedures look like that align with those ordinances? I know ordinances there for tell us what we can and cannot do, but the step-by-step communications and programs processes that are in place. Do you have a
So we
list
should
of those?
have, sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did I didn't mean to cut you off if I did. No. So we have, and we have to do better at having standard operating procedures for all of our various activities and duties that we administer in the services that we deliver. So one of the things that's very highlighted in the budget is something I call process mapping. And for those who don't know what that is, it's connected to Sigma 6. At one time, we called it total quality management. Before that, it was a process that came very well known in Japanese auto plants. Essentially, it breaks down what people do in the organization to the finite detail. And so customer care is one of the departments that I've highlighted under process mapping. Community development, primarily because of the challenges that we have with our building permits, is also identified as a department that we're going to start with process mapping. And IT has also been identified as a department that could use process mapping. And so we're dismantling one piece at a time. The city, I've encountered a number of inefficiencies, that's an easy way to say it, in a number of different departments, but we can only take so much at a time. And so we're starting out with those 3 departments. I think that what has been shown today, one of the reasons why I wanted to get that out in front of the council is to see, when I say operational changes that need to happen, to see it up close and personal, and to see how we have seepage in our operations, in addition to some of the systemic challenges that we have with, say, race or whatever. We have seepage in our operations too. So it's not just saying, hey, we're going to do, race, or we're going to do this. It's a full gambit. It requires operational improvements. It requires justified actual cost of service realignment, and it'll cause investment in our system to make sure it's a reliable, solid system that deserves the respect of the ratepayers.
Okay, thank you for that answer. All right, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm so happy that you are here, and your presentation was really good. And good luck to you in your position. So, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I have an answer on that last issue. So, as deduced and also mentioned by some council members, that it's operational. It's not obvious in the ordinance, like it's not explicit, but if you read section 7-1001 and, I'm sorry, 7-1001 and 7-2020, I am confident that the route change is operational. It doesn't require a council vote.
Thank you so much, Madam City Attorney. We have one more question on this. Wait a minute, we're next. Do you have another question on this topic, or?
I do. Madam City Attorney, does it say that it has to be posted in the clerk's office or anything? I think that came up.
So it doesn't say it explicitly. However, it does require that, and I'm getting this from what it talks about of collection of recyclable material. It says that the Solid Waste Division shall prescribe rules and regulations regarding the collection of recyclable material, and it says publish reasonable rules and regulations to administer the purposes of this section. So I would interpret that to mean that it would need some type of publication, whether it's on our website, whether it's on record with the clerk's office. It doesn't say explicitly clerk, but it does say publish. So it should go out to the public. You know, they send those calendars
I agree.
every month, and that calendar, every year, that calendar is on the website. I think that would satisfy.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion that the city manager and the city clerk work together to find all avenues that can advertise these route changes, whether that be via our legal organ and register, whether that be via social media, whether it be posters and flyers in the community. I'm open depending on what, budget would allow, but my motion is simply that the city manager and the city clerk work together to advertise this widely and heavily before the rate change, or sorry, I'm saying rates, before the route changes would take effect.
I'm in the discussion.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
A second for discussion.
A second for discussion. All right, second for, I think.
All in favor?
Mitchell was first and then Councilwoman.
I guess this is going back into operations, and Madam City Attorney, is when I was going to speak about the day changes, because I know they spoke at that at our Ward C meeting, but is there a motion needed for you guys to do this, or what department would that be under that would be responsible for this?
I think you asked that is a motion needed for the
To advertise the dates?
the publication.
Yeah.
With the ordinance being silent into how that publication should look, I'll read you exactly what it says. It says, the manager of the solid waste division may prescribe and publish reasonable rules and regulations to administer the purposes of this section. So it gives the
Really quick, you said the manager of the,
solid waste division.
so that would be up to his discretion?
It says that he may prescribe and publish reasonable rules and regulations to administer the purposes of this section. Just know, though, I'm not reading from the section regarding picking up garbage, like household garbage. This is in the section about recyclable material. I'm just extending it to that since it doesn't say it explicitly. So the authority lies with the manager of solid waste.
So I guess that's my question. The motion was for, I'm sorry, what was the motion?
Councilmember Mitchell, my motion was to direct our direct reports to work together to advertise this publicly, given that there's not a clear directive in the ordinance of how it happens. And so it was not deepened into operations. It was a motion for our direct reports to work together to make sure that there's maximum advertisement of these changes.
So that would include the city attorney, the city manager, the city clerk? I guess that's what the ask is?
I said the city clerk and the city manager.
Okay. That threw me off. Hold on one second. I'm taking my notes. And it's saying it's the solid waste manager. Well, you're saying it's alluded to that the solid waste manager has discretion.
That's not an illusion. That
Okay,
says
that's what it actually says, the solid
that's
waste
what it
manager.
says.
Okay, that's what I was checking. So I don't know if this is. And I'm guessing this is including, so say if they were to change the route, they also change the day of pickup. Is this talking about the same subject matter?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think that they would have the authority that's operational as well.
But, just to be clear, is the motion on the floor, if Councilwoman Hemmings is asking for the motion to direct her direct reports to conduct something that she has, I just want to make sure, council, by legal, she's asking her She's asking for a motion to direct her direct reports to advertise. Is that,
I don't know if this will help move things along, but I'm committed to working with solid waste to make sure we have a very robust public information protocol before going live.
in a second for discussion, Councilwoman Martin Rogers, you have.
Thank
your
you.
end.
And Councilmember, Councilmember Mitchell. I don't mind supporting this motion. However, there have been directives given to the city manager that have not been followed through. So I understand Councilmember Hemming's point, but we've had 2 other directives that have been voted on by council, and they have not come back before council. So I understand. Yeah, I understand what is happening here. Do you support this, giving this directive, Councilmember Mitchell?
I'm sorry, can we call for the vote? We have discussion. We have discussion, and we're here for the vote. Can we have
I
discussion?
have the floor, Madam Mayor.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to get us aligned, because
But my question was directed to Councilmember Mitchell. I wanted his feedback. Thank you.
I mean, I don't think it will matter anyway, so that's whatever.
Madam Mayor, I call the question.
do we have a vote on that? Okay, do we have a second?
No, you already got a motion in a second.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 8.
Yes.
It says it's Councilman Atkins.
It's council discussion and possible action on authorizing the acceptance of Kairos Development Corporation agreement for the design, development, and construction of a public multipurpose path, and that should say within the project commonly referred to as East Point Exchange. I do have this on the agenda, Madam Mayor and colleagues. Last week, the developer needed to get some sign-off by fire as well as Public Works regarding the layout for the path. They were able to get that input and collaboration with those 2 departments in conjunction with the city manager, and those things were settled, and then they needed to authorize their surveyor to go out to provide the legal descriptions, and so they're working on those things. And as they continue to work on those things, they'll pass that information on to the attorney, and she's also been in contact with the developer, and then they'll bring the agreement for council to review and to act on. No action.
No action is required. I'm sorry. Oh, was this the update information? You have your end? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'm in for a very different reason.
Okay, well, can we get in for different reasons other than what we read? What's the nature of your question, or what is?
Well, I actually wanted to make a motion to adjourn.
Ooh, Lord have mercy.
The hour is now 12:36 a.m. And for background, part of the reason for my motion is that the remaining items, I think, are dependent on that report coming back before council. There's an item about moving money for the MCT for the FY27 budget. We're not able to do that because part of our emergency procurement is making sure that there's confidence in those numbers. The other item around discussion of the budget, again, would require us to get that data and information back The other item, number 12, has been disposed of. And item number 9, creating a communications department, also comes with budgetary considerations because it would require changes to salaries and things of that nature. So my motion to adjourn is based on the fact that these items are really bound up in council receiving additional information.
A second for discussion. All right, and thank you for bringing the hour to our attention. However, for item number 11, the reason why this item remains on the agenda is because I do believe that council needs to have a budget meeting in which we openly discuss the budget with our direct reports and other representatives of the city. But I also want to add that while we have been in this budget process, the former interim finance director, who's been in this city for approximately 9 years, has not been a part of this budget discussion. And I want that information put into public record. I also have the communication in which roles were switched out. I think that's part of the reason why we're having difficulty with this budget, is because that person has not been a part of this process. But we do need to have a special call budget meeting. But the other concern was Plant Moran. I do know that we have a $25,000 credit, or however we want to use that, but we also need to look at other options as far as maybe GMA, and if they could extend some resources to our mayor's office, and she gets back with 3 additional people that we could possibly utilize as well. I'm all for us closing the meeting out tonight, but item number 11, we do have a special call meeting on Thursday. Could this item be added on that meeting, and also executive session? We're going into executive session on Thursday. Do you have any executive
Wednesday.
session items?
Wednesday.
I'm sorry, Wednesday.
So if the special call meeting has already been published, it will need to be republished. You have 24 hours.
Good.
To include anything you want to discuss, because once the agenda is posted, you cannot amend special call meeting agendas. So if the goal is to discuss more stuff on Wednesday's meeting, you'll have to get it to the city clerk with at least 24 hours for her to re-advertise.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question of Councilmember Martin Rogers? Okay, so Councilmember, I understood earlier that what you wanted, I've seen other cities do, and possibly East Point has previously done, where the department heads come, and I don't want to say defend their budget, but they describe the needs. My concern about adding it on Wednesday, given some of the comments we've heard tonight about who has or has not been involved in the process, that we would put a burden on those directors to be able to come and possibly defend or describe something that needs.
No.
No, that's not what you're asking for?
No, I wanted us to discuss a special call meeting for it on Wednesday. not
Oh,
to
you
have
want-
them
oh, I
come
under- oh, I
before
see,
us
I see.
Just to share their budgets, because we don't know what is in the city attorney's budget. Our direct reports and these department heads, like the fire stations for Ward B, like, those are things that I think that we need to know about. But also, I wanted us to have a backup plan if Plant Moran cannot fulfill the $25,000 credit obligation.
Well, 2
GMA
things. Our
does-
motion was an emergency procurement. We did not say a single source procurement.
Okay.
So that should signal to the city manager that there should be an emergency procurement process to deliver what we asked for. That's one piece. The second piece is, my motion is to adjourn the meeting, and what I hear you saying is that there's a comfort with adjourning, but you would like to name a time and place for a special called meeting so that department heads and directors and all of our direct reports would have an opportunity to present their budget to us. Is that the amendment?
Yes, but I just wanted that added to the special call meeting for Wednesday for us to discuss and come up with a date.
Okay.
Not Yes.
Okay, so then I'm happy to amend my motion to adjourn.
One question. I believe we had a motion on the floor for a special call meeting earlier on. Does that motion need to be closed in this meeting?
Do we have
We
this?
did.
I don't
We
know.
didn't have a special call meeting
It was
before?
discussed, it was brought up, but there was not a motion.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
So I'm happy to amend my motion to adjourn to accommodate Councilmember Martin Rogers, which my motion to adjourn would be that we also, at the same time, direct the city clerk to re-advertise the agenda for June 4th, is that the right date?
It's the third.
June 3rd, which is our existing special called meeting, adding one item, which is a discussion, a public discussion of a date and format for an FY27 budget presentation from all of direct reports and their supporting staff. How about that?
I think that works.
Will you second me?
Okay.
The second still stands.
Okay, any more discussion?
Amen.
Okay, Councilwoman Mitchell.
Do we have any executive session items today?
I do.
How about you, Mr. Redmond? I know we watched the time. I mean, Councilman Hemming, if it's too late, you know, you can leave. I mean, I know if we have items, I know you cleared the agenda, but apparently we have some legal matter to
Thank you,
attend to.
Councilmember Mitchell. I don't think that I need your permission to leave a meeting.
No, I was
Thank you
gonna
very
say,
much.
I wouldn't support an adjournment if we have legal issues.
All those, can I,
How many legal issues do we have, Councilmember Mitchell?
do we have to adjourn? We have to adjourn. Well, we have to go to, executive session before we adjourn, right?
Councilmember Mitchell.
Councilmember Mitchell, do we have, what?
Should we adjourn to go into executive session, Councilmember Mitchell?
I mean, that'll work for me.
Okay,
But wait, y'all gotta dispose of the motion on the floor first.
okay.
The motion on the floor was a motion to adjourn with a special call meeting agenda item being added to Wednesday. That's right now is the motion on the floor.
Session.
Okay, so do all those in favor of the motion
Since
to
I'm the
adjourn?
maker, sorry, Madam Mayor, since I'm the maker, I'm happy to amend my motion to adjourn into executive session, but still require that the city clerk repost the agenda for the special called meeting to include that item that we've previously discussed.
So we have a motion on the floor to adjourn to executive session, but have the city clerk add the item to the special call meeting and re-advertise that for June the 3rd. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. We are moved into executive session. How many items do you have?
And Madam Mayor, if you could have the record reflect that I am departing from the meeting at this time.
Do you understand that with not being here, vote will count as a yes?
Can you use the microphone, Madam Mayor?
You understand that not being here, your vote will count as a yes?
That's not what the rule says, Madam Mayor.
Is that why you wanted me to use my microphone?
Yeah.
Okay, to say what now?
Can we pull up the rule that's being discussed?
It's Rule 14.
So is that Rule 14? Or what's the rule, City Attorney Wiggins?
I'm not sure the rule right now, but the motion has been made to go into executive session, so effectively we are in executive session. I will just say that if they ask for, if a council member asks for permission or puts you on notice to leave, their votes don't count as yes. They're gone.
So what, can you clarify what because
Point of order, point of order.
I'm asking a question.
I know. Point of order.
The question that I was asking was, at what point in time does it count as a yes when the vote is not here?
Exactly, that's Rule 14.
So they're not officially excused by me. So what I asked was, and maybe I'm just getting this wrong, she's asking to leave. I told her that if she leaves, that her vote will count as yes. So why is that? I'm not understanding.
That's not what it says. She's putting you on notice that she's leaving.
Right.
And so her vote does not count as yes. The issue came up when someone did not tell you they were leaving. And that's when their vote
He did tell me that.
She has to, can you put, point of order? You're supposed to ask what my point of order is.
What is your point of order?
Rule number 14, can you pull it up, please, Madam City Attorney? Okay, can you pull up Rule 14? Motion to come out of executive
Second.
session.
All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. We are back into regular meeting.
Microphone.
Any council member, this is Rule 14, who is absent without having been excused by the presiding officer shall have his or her vote counted as a yea vote on every non-substitute motion made. So the requirement is to be excused by the presiding officer.
Yes.
But it's not to put the presiding officer on notice. The rule says that they have to be excused, so that would require some type of approval.
Okay, that's why I read it, so y'all can be clear what it says. It says excused by the presiding officer. I was trying to say it by memory, and that's why pulling it up made a lot of sense, so we can have the actual language.
So, Madam City Clerk, that's Madam City Attorney, so are you suggesting that by me being public and and sharing with the mayor that I'm leaving, that I have to wait for her to affirmatively excuse me, even though she just said?
Yes.
Okay, so she just said, yes, I'm acknowledging you're leaving, and then continued on with, and every one of your votes is going to count as yes?
If she excuses you, then no, your votes won't count as yes.
So you
It's
just
when-
excuse me then?
If she doesn't excuse you, then that's where the issue
I think
lies.
what she was trying to do was not excuse you and let you know the consequences of not being excused.
You need permission.
Thank you.
So
She left, her vote
I
will
think
count
your
as
only
yes.
authority, Mayor, is to excuse or not excuse. And based on what you decide, that's when, whatever the
Okay, well,
consequence.
that's what I need a little bit more context when I'm saying stuff, because that's a little bit further down the line. So, no, at this time, I'm letting you know that no, if,
You're just not excused.
You're saying no, you're not excused, right?
So my vote is yes on every non-substitute motion? Okay, so Madam Clerk, can you just keep a record of what substitute motions happen? Because my vote would only be yes on non-substitute motions. Thank you. I appreciate, no, I understand, Madam Mayor. I hear you. I appreciate. The rule is confusing. I understand. Thank you. All right. Good night. Thank you.
I'm in for a motion to go into executive session.
okay.
Motion to go into executive session.
Second. I can't second. I'm sorry, don't get that rule right. Can I get a
Second.
second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Excuse me. Motion to reconvene, to end executive session.
So move.
It's been moved and second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All right.
Motion to approve executive session minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.